1. We started recording at 2. So, this is very casual, but this is the What's Real. Let me just take this stupid OBS off. Bye, OBS. There we go. Now everyone sees the sweet painting. What's Real? A journey into reality. And I am the challenger, the awful king, whose name I've just received, because I just made it up about 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago.
Not receive it if you've made it.
You can
I received it for myself.
I shall give to thee.
Yeah. Formerly Mekhalikhar. Now we're going by Awful King. And then I'm the challenger. Or I'm the challenger, I guess. The champ. I don't know what this what would the official positions would be? It would be Mr. Veran Effigi. Or Effigi.
I'll just take guest.
Guest. A very special guest.
Guest.
Special, sure.
That's the right word. So we are recording this in case this ends up on some sort of online publication called YouTube on my channel, which I might end up doing. I don't know. We'll see what people have to say. This is a debate between the two of us, basically exploring whatever the heck we want. The debate format will be as follows, and I will explain the debate format right now. I just have to bring it up. Okay, so each of the contenders, myself and Mr. Veran here, we come with 5 questions. We will go back and forth asking those questions and answering them for ourselves without interruptions. And we will take notes on each other's answers, if we care. Part 2 of the debate will be referencing our notes. We will debate the points we take exception to, probably going by question by question. Right? And then we will debate those points until we are both satisfied, aka we agree, we realize we agree, or we agree that we completely disagree and nothing will ever change. Or the moderator tells us that we are done talking about this goddamn discussion and we're moving on to the next topic. And then in part 3 we'll open up to the people who are here, whose names I will not say, in the real names, just for internet reasons. But the venue is hosted by our good friend Funeral and moderated by Big Brad Bry Guy.
Go!
Yeah. We also have audience, but I'm not going to go into their names, and I don't think they have magical internet names that I can just spur gun on. So, Mr. Moderator, it's now time for you to start moderating, I guess, for what that matters. And
all right.
What we
keep it peaceful.
Yeah.
No yelling. No fist fighting.
You get a pee-pee slap if you talk out of turn.
I don't know the questions, but let's get into it.
Does Big Bad Bry Guy give up?
I have a timer set for 5 minutes.
Really? We're doing timers.
That's what I thought you said, timers.
No, I didn't say that. I said nothing about timers.
It was brought up
but
but not agreed to.
No, I just said we'll take notes if we care.
Okay.
That's all right.
Question 1. Who has this?
Well, how do you want to do this? You want to do a coin flip? Dice roll? There's a die right here.
Oh, wait, I got it.
The challenger gets to go
I'm thinking
first.
of a number between 1 and 10.
Okay. 2.
7.
It was exactly 7.
It's always 7.
Well, there you go. So, I guess then, you can have the choice. Do you want to go first, or do you want to go second?
It's all yours.
It's all mine. How did I know?
My lack of preparation.
Question 1.
Question 1. Allow me to bring it up, because Messenger is trash and doesn't let me copy paste, at least not easily. Okay. So here's my first question. Do you believe in God? What is your definition of God? If you'd like, you can write that down. Write this down. Is this pen actually working? No, it's got the junk on it. Yeah. Cool.
Do you believe in God?
And what is your definition of God?
You're only supposed to ask one question?
I can see how that's...
Yeah, but you can have a very complex question or a question that produces nuance. You don't like that. It's like,
Do you believe in God? Yes, next.
Next.
No, my turn.
I take exception to that. You don't. I'm going to talk about your opinion now. It's like, I would have to just change the question away from the first one and just refer to the second one. But if you're like one of those cringy Satan atheists, then you're just gonna you would just, if only the second question occurred, then no one would know the context of why you had a really dumb answer for the question, like question 2.
I mean, the definition really is the question, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, if I believe in God, I do. I do believe that there is something out there, something more powerful than ourselves. But I feel like it's up to a heavy interpretation, and how do I put this? We're all interconnected through this power that is out there, and it's something that is a part of all of us. Now, I find a lot of people have taken that to some extremes, and I try not to do that myself. And I can't say I believe in God the way that I see a lot of people do, but I do think that there is something great out there.
All right.
Yeah.
That's the answer?
That's about as good as I have for that.
All right. Then I guess it's my turn to answer. Yes, I also believe in God. My definition of God is that it is the source energy of the universe. What I mean by that is that all action requires another thing to create the action. So in the same way that, say, a ball needs to roll by my hand rolling the ball and whatever other mechanisms are attached to that action, my hand couldn't move without my arm couldn't move without my brain can't move without something else behind that, and you go back far enough and eventually you will reach the source of all action, and that source is God. I would also caveat, I believe in a somewhat literal interpretation of the idea, or actually maybe a meta. That's not literal. I guess it would be the opposite of literal. That God is all loving, which is another nice way of saying God doesn't care about anything that you do or anything that you choose not to do. Because God loves your suffering as much as he loves your happiness. He equally enjoys the child being torn apart by wild dogs as he enjoys, the baby being born in beautiful stories and rainbows and sunshine. So God will never help you, and he will answer none of your prayers, but he loves it when you do it. Beyond that, I don't think I have any other sort of real definitions, because it's something that you have to kind of discover. There's a whole, I could go forever about random stuff, but it'll ramble, and that's probably as far as I can go with my definition of God. So I guess we move on to your first question, unless, yeah. I think that's a good primer. Good start.
You guys did a great job.
Thanks, Mr. Host.
Very respectable.
So just for the audience to know that there's a large silence here, Mr. Veran did not prep 5 questions. No. So he's currently trying to think of a really good question.
Go back to him on the first question again?
Nope.
Just go to the next
no,
one?
He takes notes on my answer, I take notes on his answer, and then in part 2 we'll revisit the questions. Pardon?
I also have made notes.
I have questions I can ask.
Okay.
That's when the audience time. That's part 3. You'll be able to ask questions, Mr. the host. And Mr. the moderator.
Right.
Where do you see your personal place in the universe?
Where do I see my personal place in the universe?
Right here with you, baby.
That's a crazy question.
What is the universe?
It's a good question. I'm going to have to think about that for a second. My personal place in the universe. Well, the easy answer is right here. But what does that mean? It's almost like, what's the meaning of my life, is what you're asking me. audio pauses me thinking about what my personal place in the universe is.
Worst case, we can just cut these out.
That's a big.
I'm not editing anything.
That's a big ask. That's a big ask.
I would say that my personal place in the universe is to live the life I'm living, if that makes sense, but also to discriminate and choose who I believe based on how I've lived and what I know, who is worth my efforts and whose lives should be enhanced through my efforts. Because you can't help everybody, but you can help some people, and you can try to make people's lives a little bit better. But that's about it. And so, if opportunity arises, pick and choose whether I want to take those opportunities or not. That's almost like a feedback loop of whether or not I want, you live your life, you make a choice that changes your perspective on life. New thing comes up, and you're sort of living through this roller coaster of loops, right? Until you reach, I guess, the end, which is when you're dead. So yeah, I guess the short answer is to pick who I like to help and help those people, including myself.
That's it.
I think so.
Cool.
That's a big question.
It is.
Yeah,
You can ramble onto like a lot of different things.
Yeah, I could veer off and do a million different talking points or whatever. But yeah, I don't think so. I think that's enough.
I can't say I view it much different myself. I see my place here as just being here. We're here to simply exist, walk the path we choose to walk, or might be laid out for us. You'll never really know that part. But I don't see my place as much different than the worm in the ground, tree growing. It's all coming to be to harness this energy around us, make something of it. Just keep moving forward.
Is that it?
Yeah.
All right. That's a pretty simple question, I guess. Good primer for both of us. Okay. I guess that's on to my question too.
Your question too.
This one was a fun one. Question 2. When looking at a wider society, who is the enemy and how do we stop them?
Repeat that.
At a wider society?
When looking at wider society, who is the enemy and how do we stop them?
It's Brian! And we slap him upside the head. Look at him sitting over there. His Thrasher sweater.
Just calls me a poser. I missed the suggestions last time because I wasn't typing, but it's fine.
So when looking at wider society, who is the enemy and how do we stop them? Are you saying more on a full world scale when you say wider society?
Sure.
Or anything specific? No?
Absolutely.
Okay. I think the way I personally view it is we have a lot of people. No, we have a lot of institutions marching forward without any kind of regard for a wider outcome of what they might be doing. have a hard time grouping it into any one word or any one idea of a person or one idea of a group. Because I see most of our societal enemies as more of these figments or these symbols rather than any specific group of someone or something. Most people are trying to get by the best they think they can. Yeah, you can argue that the environment's going to shit, or you could argue that people are killing each other in the streets. You can argue that there are cop groups trying to stop peaceful resistance, however you want to look at. I probably shouldn't even put the word peaceful on it. There are groups trying to stop other groups at all times everywhere. There's a lot of shitty things happening, so I don't know if I could ever pick one evil to say we could stop it.
I'm writing for the audio.
Oh, I should. We have notes. Be taken. Give him a few minutes to think about a retort.
It's not a retort time, it's time for Brian to answer his own question.
Correct.
Okay. Question 4.
No, question 3. This was the one about who's the enemy.
Oh, I
and
have
how do we
this
stop
labeled
them.
2B.
It's fine. I have it just 1, 2, 3. It doesn't. It's this is nitpicking. Who is the enemy? Looking at a wider society, who is the enemy, and how do we stop them? Now, I view people as individual actors, much like you described. Individual actors individually acting. And as their opportunities have presented themselves in whatever lives they're living, right, they've come into more or less power.
Probably getting that picked up on the microphone.
Oh, yes, I'm fidgeting. They come into more or less power. And these people, though, from looking outside, may seem like even when they're organizing or whatever they're doing, fidget spinner, thanks for the fidget spinner. When they're organized or doing whatever they're doing, they may seem like some sort of cabal or evil institution, and they may well be an evil institution or a cabal. But the question is, are they the enemy? And my ultimate answer, I think, is no. I don't think there is an enemy, because all of these people who are acting are just, they're basically equivalent. Unless there's some sort of supernatural force out there, like immortal people or some other weird thing that I'm not aware of,
Vampires do exist.
Yeah, vampires do exist, or they've completed the singularity and they have immortal robot rich people or whatever that are, basically governing all of society.
Keanu
We don't
Reeves.
know. Yeah, we're all in the Matrix,
Okay.
barring
No,
some
I was
sort
saying
of...
that he hasn't aged ever.
Yeah, Keanu
He's a
Reeves
vampire.
is a legit vampire. That's true. So I guess that means that the enemy is the vampires.
We need to gather against
I
this
almost
around the
wrote that
storm.
down.
The pea drinkers, as we've
The pea
discussed.
drinkers, yes. As we discussed before the audio comes in, because pee is just discarded blood.
Yeah.
So anybody who drinks pee is a vampire.
And
And that's the
vampires have
logical
to drink
conclusion of vampirism.
Yeah. So if you're a vampire out there, we know your
So get
secret.
your fanfics ready, ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah.
because pee drinking is coming back.
Moderator, please.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah, nice moderation. He's taking notes about pee drinking. Anyway, so as I was saying, and I'm off track, way off track.
Sorry.
Who is the enemy and how do we stop them?
Yeah, I don't think anybody is the enemy. The only enemy that you have is on a personal level. and that's probably only yourself. Which is something that you can clearly see with certain people when you talk to when you talk to them, right? Like anybody who talks to other people on a regular basis can tell when like a person's just messed up or hasn't learned how to social, you know. And those people need some some soul searching, so to speak, or they just have to learn to improve themselves in a way that doesn't make them annoying to themselves and others. But like on a macro level, I don't really think. I think you can't look at the world from a macro level at all, and because if you do, you create a situation where you dehumanize the individual actors, and they suddenly become gods. And these individual people are not gods. Like even if they were vampires or giant robots, like they're still just people. Like they're just humans doing human things with human thoughts. And even if they were aliens, they're just sentient things doing sentient thoughts, right? So there is no enemy, and you can't defeat them unless you're trying to improve yourself, in which case you're the enemy, and the only way to win is to improve. Yeah.
That's deep.
I don't think
That's deep. Hashtag deep, you know?
I don't think we said much different there.
There's an enemy within.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
We didn't have to disagree.
No.
What's real?
Only disagreement is real.
I guess so.
That's the last question.
I would disagree on
Perfect.
that.
So I guess we're on question the next.
The next.
So I'm asking. No, you're asking.
Yeah.
You're on.
So is there evil, then?
Just gonna double check.
Google it?
No, because I wrote 5 questions. And it's funny how it's going in the direction that I sort of pre-planned. Hilarious. Machiavellian genius.
So, is there evil? I guess, if yes, how would you define it yourself?
I wrote down, does evil exist?
Is
Yeah.
evil.
Is
I'm evil.
real?
Especially when I'm playing.
It depends on your definition of evil. So I guess the question is kind of like, what is your definition of evil? Because yes, obviously evil exists. It must. But what's the definition that I would work with?
Yeah.
And I often look at evil as almost synonymous with selfishness. Does that mean that good is selflessness? No. Because good and evil, I don't think, are opposites. I think they are just separate things that people conflate as opposites. Maybe that in itself is evil too. Or demonic. But that's another story. Yeah, I would say evil is probably selfish attitudes and attitudes or actions that are not considerate of other people's emotions. Like the word has escaped me just now.
Empathy?
Non-empathetic or completely lacking empathy. So like, some sort of psychopath or sociopath that is acting in a way that is entirely selfish would be an evil actor. Is that an evil person? I don't know if objects or individual people can be, like, they can act evil, but I think evil is attributed to action rather than individual people. Like, you can describe a person as evil in the same way you can describe a person as dirty, right? So, like, or clean
of their current
right?
action.
Yeah, they can stink of evil, but they can't be evil. Like, a person can't be dirty, right? That's just like they can be well, but you know what I mean. Like, they can be dirty, but like their being is not dirty. You put a hose to them and put some soap on them, and they're clean now.
Yeah.
So it's like you know,
There's many
unless you're talking about some sort of like plague or something like that, in which case then I think you're using the term dirty incorrectly as well. Like,
And they're infected.
yeah, they're diseased. It's just different meaning altogether.
So my answer?
Just let me think if I covered that correctly. Is evil real? Yes, but it's not what you think. It was really the it's too long, didn't read answer. So yeah, I think that's good enough.
TLDR. Justin, you have the floor.
Thank you. So yeah, I'd have to say evil is real. Evil is an action, exactly. It's not a state of being. The hunter isn't evil for murder, and insert any kind of malicious act in one way or another, right? You're not necessarily evil for these things until there's some kind of knowledge, there's some kind of ethic or morality behind you driving you. And once you understand how these things affect something else, that's when your actions become evil. Without some kind of that's just it really, without like some kind of foreknowledge of what your actions can do. Are they evil? No. But once you've seen what your actions can do, how they can affect people, once you continue doing them, that's when they become evil. So I don't see how that's much different really than selfish action or lacking empathy.
Okay. So I guess that moves on to my question.
Yes.
Well then, you'll see why I laughed. Question 3. What's good? To expand, what is a good person, a good life? Are you a good person living a good life? Why?
That's all the questions.
Yeah, what the...
Well,
Moderator? Moderator?
So what's good? What's a good person?
well, yeah, because like, are you a good person living a good life is difficult to answer if we don't know what his definition of good is. And putting word "what's good" was just funny.
Yeah, I'm not arguing your question. I promise. I love it.
The final part was,
Like, if you don't know what a good person is and you don't know what a good life is, you can't answer the question, are you a good person living a good life?
That kind of ties into my notes from the last one. Yeah, before.
So what is good? Well, you have your more intimate, feely side of things that lacks easy words without poets to say that it's just a feeling. But I don't think that's the answer you're looking for. Because what makes a good person, to me, is someone who spreads those feelings into other people to the best of their ability. If you want to take that in a hedonistic way, go for it. But like, there are plenty of ways to spread some kind of contentment or happy feelings to other people, right? Generosity is the key to a lesser suffering life. But am I a good person? You don't get to cut in here, Cole.
No, I know.
Am I a good person?
Docs. Don't worry, it happens like all the time. It's like a meme on the channel. If this ends up on YouTube, it's like always the same. We always end up accidentally doxing each other.
Oh, that's cool. I
Not
put
even
my
the
real
first time
name on this anyways, so real-ish name. But am I a good person? Honestly, I've struggled with that question for a long time, because there was a time when I definitely fell under my own definition of evil. And I try my best not to be that way anymore, but habits and patterns are a fun thing to break. But I think it's much the same that you were saying with evil. Someone isn't inherently good or isn't in a state of good. They just might currently be in a good spot from their current actions and their current feelings. I think that's all I have on that.
All right. I guess that moves on to my answer. So what is good? I would, if I had to use a synonym to make the answer more expedient, good can be is like a nobility. Now, what that goodness looks like, I think depends from culture to culture. But I think when you are good, you radiate it. I think, and like I said, think of it like a nobility. There is something likable about something that is good, and people are attracted to it and drawn to it. Okay, and this is why I said good and evil aren't opposites, because an evil person can be good, because other evil people might be drawn to their maliciousness. Just there's a perversion that people are they're very interested in sometimes. A person who's very powerful and kills a lot of people, he might have people hanging on because they don't want to be killed, but they're attracted to his power and ability to kill a lot of people. Right? So is that person is both evil and good at the same time. When people are repulsive, I think more repulsive is kind of like the opposite of good. And maybe that's just me not understanding what a definition of good is, but I don't think that there's a really good definition of it anymore. I think it's been so polluted over time that whatever people use it for is whatever it is. What is a good person? Is, I think I've mentioned that. A good person is someone who radiates attractiveness. That doesn't necessarily mean beauty. You can have people who are physically ugly but are very smart and attractive. Stephen Hawking is an ugly goblin who is in a wheelchair, right? No offense to Stephen Hawking, but that's just what he is, right? But everybody's very attracted to Stephen Hawking because he's a bloody genius, right? He worked all his life to be an astrophysicist, and people listen to what he has to say, right? So, obviously, this is a good person. Is he a piece of crap outside of when you see him? I don't know, but I'm sure he has his moments. Whoever deals with his personal issues might tell you, right? And that's fine. So, if a good person is radiating goodness, basically, and maybe even inspiring other people to be good as well, what is a good life? And probably a good life is something similar that doesn't specifically involve a person. So a good life is something that people see and aspire to, right? So even if not everyone aspires to the same thing, the idea of a life that people are attracted to, or a lifestyle that people are attracted to and don't feel bad about being in, is a good life. So to the next part, am I a good person who lives a good life? So if I'm using my definitions here, do I think I'm a noble person who radiates a certain level of nobility? No. And also a little bit yes, because I have some, I have my moments, but just as often I don't. And so, just like we were talking about earlier in this conversation so far, it's just a thing you got to work on, right? If I was some sort of saint, or I guess saints are dead, so I can't be that. Some sort of, living prophet who's perfect, then yeah, I'd always be that. But I would say more often than not, I just prefer to sleep and not be some sort of noble person or good person. And then, do I live a good life? No, probably not. I like my life, but it's the life of everybody. It's a grass is greener kind of lifestyle where anybody who knows me thinks, man, you have it great. But then if they were living in it, it wouldn't be great. They'd want their old life back, because my life is pretty. I like it. If I didn't like it, I would change it. But it's not. I wouldn't call it a good life. In that, I don't think people are attracted to my lifestyle, other than when they think that they're having a rough time in their personal lifestyle. So yeah, that would be my answer. That's cool.
Brian's got it all. Lounge on the couch.
Yeah, does literally nothing most of the time. Works as little as possible.
I gotta go.
What a champ.
And
then when you live in that life, you're like, man, I'm bored. How do you fill the time?
I really like, though, what you guys were saying about it's not so much that there's like as a person you're almost neutral, but you have moments where you're good when you're doing things that are good, and then moments when you're evil or doing evil. It's not that you are good. It's like these things are fleeting.
Yeah.
We'll be back for part 3.
Okay, sorry. Anyways.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
For cutting him off at the very end of the thought.
We'll continue. We'll go to the next question.
Should be mine.
It's your third question that you can ask.
Yep. Should have had one. Probably.
I almost threw up.
I'll just go with an easy one. Do you have a book of faith that you prefer?
No, I wrote my own.
Ooh, did you?
Yes, but it's not finished and not completely in text.
So, visual art to it as well, or?
I guess now, yes, you can say that.
Okay.
So, yeah. If you'd like, I guess I could elaborate a little bit on it, but it's lovingly called fly theory. And what the basic it's basically a heretical Christianity.
Okay.
More or less. And it's heretical because it doesn't think Christ is the savior of anything.
But it does have.
But the Bible is a
very.
Well, yeah, absolutely, it does. It basically piggybacks off of most of the book. But the premise is that the book is written by the devil. And it's a bunch of lies. But the best lies are wrapped in truth. So the book is very useful.
Okay.
And that's kind of the long and short of it. It goes it goes more into it. There's definitions, and fly theory is supposed to inoculate you kind of against bad ideas, because it
by being full of them, or
no. Ideally, it isn't full of bad ideas. Okay. But whatever. I wrote it. It's a demonic thing, so to speak. If you like.
Bad in more of the evil sense we were talking, I guess, is what I'm saying.
Full of selfish ideas?
Yeah, almost from a satirical "don't do as I say" or "don't do as I do" sense. No,
not at all.
Okay.
Basically, what it says, the premise is that the greatest evil is Beelzebub, the Lord of Lies,
right?
And he's the one who radiates all other evils. God and angels are immutable concepts, as I'm very certain the Bible almost explicitly says that they are, angels do not have free will, and God is an all-loving entity. So you take these two concepts into account, and you end up with, and this is me just sort of paraphrasing larger ideas in very short sentences, but God doesn't give a shit about you, and angels are physics. So when I say things like that's demonic or that's angelic, which I've already said a couple times now, angelic truths are truths that are immutable and provable by science. So scientific inquiry in the real sense, like actual, empirical scientific inquiry, is angelic science. And demonic science is social science, because these things are mutable, they're ephemeral, and they're filled with demons, because they're all,
ever-changing.
They're constantly changing, and they're byproducts of human interaction, which is what demons are. So if angels are the laws of the universe, demons are the social laws that are created by humans interacting. And the king of the demons is the lie, which is represented by
Beelzebub.
Beelzebub.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah. And so the sort of visual you would have with, if you were an enlightened member of this religion, is you are one who walks between the piles of shit, watching the flies buzz around their shit piles, because you don't subscribe to their shit. You say, you're buzzing around a shit pile, and so are you, and so are you. But everybody has their own that they like to defend. And the devil is very happy when people fight over the shit piles, because lots of people die over bad ideas that he started. And he likes erecting gods for people to fight over, and all sorts of things, because nothing gives him more of joy than people suffering. And those people made their own suffering because they lied to themselves and to others. And that is basically the Cole's notes of fly theory.
Is it going to be written in a...
I wrote an essay originally. I have it somewhere. I think it's on my computer. If not, it's on my big computer at home. It's mostly done. That just outlines some stuff. I wanted to make it into like a blog. But I'm lazy. And I don't care. So I can just talk to people about stuff that I want as things change. Like, I don't know. I've got... people are... people who are interested in it, I can go into length about sort of random ideas and stuff. Like I have different ideas about like, Satan and other devils and demons and what they represent and where they might be on some sort of demonic hierarchy and all this other things. But at the end of the day, it's not really that important. I know I'm just getting off topic, sort of. But yeah, I do have one. I sort of wrote it myself. Basically, I'm a heretic.
So to answer the same question, I have been trying to found my own church for the last year and a half-ish. I kind of gave up.
A couple of egoists.
Yep. Aptly named the Church of Goosh after myself. And it is mostly a mockery of Christian faith. Lots of similarities to the atheist Satanist temple that has been talked about already.
Yes.
Yeah. Not saying that I idolize them or anything like that. It's just I do like a lot of what they do.
Yeah. Bracket reference the Satanic Bible, end bracket.
Yeah. I haven't been writing my own book because when I started bringing this up to people, they laughed and told me they'd write it for me. So I am curious to see what happens when my book of faith is published that I've had no word in. But I doubt it'll ever actually finish because of the same laziness and lack of motivation and that you've alluded to on your own point.
Mm-hmm.
So beyond that, though, I have tried to read, or at least get my hands on, as many books of faith as I can. as an attempt of understanding where people's religions and morals come from. I think I've read like 4 or 5 different of the Christian Bibles. I still haven't gotten my hands on a Torah or a Quran that I believe is a good translation.
I was going to say, the Old Testament does a pretty good job of being a Torah.
Yeah, but there's some room for question there for sure. The Mormon Bible was a lot of fun to go through, that's for sure. They have some really weird ideas going on in there. But I can't say I subscribe to any particular one myself.
Okay.
Just like to know as many of the stories as I can.
So, short answer is the Church of Goosh.
Just like yours is Fly Theory. Yep. The only thing that's been promised by the Church of Goosh so far is a hedonistic orgy temple. So.
Perfect.
Would the audience please not be distracted?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I stopped using the fidget spinner when I realized that it was probably a lot louder than my tapping on the phone. I can have that back before I use it.
All right.
I guess it's my next question?
The next
question
question.
4.
Oh, here's a good one. What is money?
What is money?
What is money?
5 minutes to write.
Blueberries?
I thought you said they went off.
Is blueberries money? Could I buy your affection with blueberries?
Yes, sir.
There is one that was like a little.
Yeah, I just ate it.
No, I threw it away.
Oh, okay.
They're a little bit.
Thank you to our host for the blueberries. And hostess, if it was the hostess that you to buy blueberries.
No,
I don't like blueberries.
she hates blueberries. She hates everything that I care about.
Yeah.
So.
Including yourself.
I was just about to say, does that mean she hates herself?
Exclusively.
Joke's on you.
Me hating myself is just a bonus.
Anyway, what is money?
First thing that comes to mind is social credit. It's kind of this made-up exchange.
Thanks.
I'm gonna put it in a bowl so that when we're everyone's songs like wrinkle, crinkle, wrinkle, wrinkle, crinkle, it would be like pretty obnoxious.
For those people who are only listening, our host has decided to provide refreshments and gave us the most crinkly bag he's ever seen. Bloody gummy bears.
Not an admission.
Actually, gummy bottles pop. Oh, you can't have these, eh?
Probably not.
That's blueberries.
You probably have the Fiber One bars, though.
Yeah.
I'll eat the garbage.
Okay. Will the speakers please return to the topic?
Sorry.
Where's money?
So what is money? To reiterate, like I said, the first thing that comes to mind is it's some kind of social credit. It's this arbitrary value we put, not arbitrary, it's this value that we put on top of things that feels like a inevitable progression of how things have come to be. I always remember this old story about how we used to trade chickens, and it is some fiction for sure, but how you would eventually just say you owed them a chicken instead, and that wound up becoming money, but I know that's not the real story of it, and I can't remember the actual history of it now.
You used to have a chicken certificate.
Yeah.
You trade, and then you could refund the chicken certificate at the chicken bank.
Yeah, that's
The premise, yeah.
That's the premise of the story.
But then they only had 10 chickens, but they'd make 100 certificates, decreasing the value of the chicken.
Oh, that's some modern economics right there. That's not the original story.
No, yeah. Yeah.
What is money? At the end of the day, it's kind of just this. It's a made-up credit that we pass around to attempt to make things easier, but it devolved into some kind of power that you can gain and hold on to and use it to power itself. I don't think I have anything to add to that right now. But I fear I haven't been clear.
It's okay, we can always go back.
Yeah.
Back to it.
Once we have notes down.
Alright, my answer on what is money. So, aside from what literally is there, gold, greenbacks, people's currency, whatever the heck. If you look back, money is happiness. More specifically, money is the amount of happiness that you've produced for society, and that society has paid you for. A person who does nothing and produces nothing has no happiness, because he's done nothing that society values at all. A person with a lot of money, somewhere in their line of achieving money, has done something to make people happy. Examples include, let's say, Walmart. Walmart is, to some people, a bad corporation. But what it has done is allowed a lot of poor people to have a lot of jobs, and also allowed a lot of poor people to buy stuff that they wouldn't normally buy. So instead of buying a $500 table, they could buy a $100 table. Or instead of not buying a $500 table, they can buy a $100 table. Now, Walmart, Amazon, these large companies like that, they work because they have a lot of little transactions, and they're bringing lots and lots of happiness to the world. Now, what do they use that money with? Or what can they do with that money? They can buy all sorts of weird stuff. They can also buy misery for other people if they want. But at the end of the day, you can't have money unless you make people happy. And if you made a murderer happy, they just purchased the misery from you, right? Someone hires you to kill a person, you just made the guy who wanted someone dead happy. That's why you got paid, right?
Would you include your own happiness, or is it only societal happiness?
Well, you pay people to make it. Someone mows your lawn for you, and you don't have to mow your lawn. You paid that kid or whoever mowed the lawn for you. So yeah, that includes you. You're happy. You paid them for you being happy. If you're not happy, you just stop paying. Now, this it breaks down only a little bit when theft is involved. So like when someone, let's say the guy who mowed your lawn, right? If he doesn't really mow your lawn, he like mows half your lawn, and then he's like, pay me. And you're like, fuck, just get on my face, and you give him the money, right? It doesn't quite work perfectly, but that's mostly because you're not purchasing the lawn mowing anymore. The happiness you're purchasing from him is for him to get on your goddamn face, and you'll be happy when he's out of your face, and you don't have to deal with it anymore. So you're literally just paying him money to leave. And so he's made you happy by making your life miserable and then leaving.
I suppose the only way to refute that would be to assign arbitrary points to happiness. So.
Well, and so I can go into into more examples. But basically the idea is money is just an indicator of how much you've contributed to society. And the only way that people are going to pay you is if you've done something that they want. And happiness is just another way of saying that you've done something productive or something that somebody wanted. You know, you built somebody a house, you made a painting, you did some music that people were appreciating. You did something that somebody else in society thought was worth you having money or trading you whatever for it. Regardless of if you trade with chickens or with dollar greenbacks, right? Yeah, I think that's as good as complete answer as I can give.
I gotta hit the washroom before my next question.
Intermission time.
Yeah.
Is everybody more or less enjoying themselves?
We're just hanging out, yeah.
Okay.
I got some spicy notes.
Spicy notes.
Some of these notes are pretty good.
I have some. Are you gonna ask questions?
Eventually.
Part 3.
I think we all are. As part of part
Did you ask questions?
I don't have any right now.
The part 1 is kind of just the setup, right? Because nobody's debating anything. We're just talking.
Yeah, it's very like, it's nice that we're doing the setup where it's like kind of inorganic. It's like the format's very inorganic, but yeah, having
This will devolve in part 2.
yeah, having it evolve and like people being able to talk, and then that's when you as the moderator will have to like pull people back on track, right? Like none of these things are would be a coffee.
To the person's point.
I'm sorry.
What's that?
Someone will say their point, but there's been no like more
Opposition.
opposition to that point. Right? So they can just say anything at this point. Right?
Yeah.
That's it. I'm going hard now.
You can't like. There's no opportunity to argue
The
your
friendly
opinion,
cap has
right?
been taken off. The angry cap is put on now. This is now going to be a mud bath. I'm going to start making.
bath?
I'm going to start. Yeah, just a mud fight. I'm going to start making fun of everything. I'm going to get personal. I'm like, you got ugly shoes. Everybody, let's make fun of that.
They are falling apart.
Oh my goodness.
Exactly. Coming at
The
you.
intermission is over. We can resume with question 4.
Do you like?
Is that my question?
Do you like a?
No.
My question.
No, they're no good for you. Bailey, you want a fiber part? It'll help you poo. That's why I got them.
Sure.
Thank you for that, Mr. Host.
Wait, like.
I do like to poo.
It's got fiber.
Yeah.
To solidify.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
You're like, wait a second.
I don't.
I've had no issues the last couple days.
Let the record show we've been having stomach issues for the last 5 days.
Oh.
So fiber's great.
Are you still going, eh? They're still an
I'm
issue?
pretty much fine.
Yeah. Sucks for you guys.
Yeah.
All right. Question 4, please.
Sure question. You're thinking about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Would you consider the hoarding of happiness an evil act?
That's your question?
Sure.
So, by happiness you mean money.
Essentially. I guess, do you consider if I need to be as grammatically precise as possible?
No.
Perfect.
The answer is absolutely not. and in fact it is a good act.
Probably one of those things that you're gonna have to.
You want me to elaborate?
Well, that's probably part and parcel of the question. It's like
There was no why attached to this question, and I got a lot of flack for having long and drawn-out questions that required.
Now you're gonna have to ask me how I want to be asked.
That's question 5.
Here, let me add that to the question. Why? Okay. So
I was content with your answer.
the way, well, just let me to add to it so that our audience can write notes and heckle us in part 3. So the way I conceptualize, let's say, money, is that in most situations now, the macro people might be a little bit, they might disagree with me, but ideally, if a person is not spending their wealth, they're generating value for the people who have wealth. So, if there are 1,000 people, right, and each of these people has $1, and one person has, $1,000, right? There's roughly, $1,001, right? Excuse me. There's $2,000 in the economy, right? But the purchasing power of the guy who's not spending his $1,000, right, is not being employed. Meaning that the people who have $1, their purchasing power is up by 50%. Roughly. Okay? So by hoarding your money, you're making it so poorer people have more ability to negotiate their spending. So your dollar's worth more as long as the rich people aren't buying everything. So hoarding money is in fact a good thing. Now, when you spend all your money, what you're doing is you're requesting from society resources to make you happy, right? To use the analogy that we both seem to be using. So now that you're requesting all of these people who had $1 in their hand, now they're going to have $2 and $3 and $4 in their hand, and it's going to be split all along the edge. But they're also going to request things from people, right? But because of the pull of resources, the price of all of the things that everybody wants now has gone up. So you've just given everybody a little bit more money, or you've distributed the money. So some people will have $1, some people won't. Some people will have a little bit more. But the purchasing power, because that $1,000 that one guy was holding on to is now diffused into the economy. Everybody, instead of there functionally being $2,000 in the economy, right, there's now functionally like $1,500. Because the cost of everything is higher, because everybody's got to work double time to basically meet the demand of all the people with the money, until the money sort of re-pools into an area where now the price of money has...
I mean, that's using a very singular growth model.
Well, yeah, it's an analogy. It's really simple, right? Like, it's super simple. That's just to explain it, the concept, right? And why I don't believe that hoarding happiness. Because think of it this way, using the happiness analogy. You've made society happy, right? You're frickin' Mr. Richie Rich, right? You've done a thing. You've invented a dongle. Let's say the beard groomer, right? And all the men in the world, they love your beard groomer. They bought it, right? They bought that beard groomer. Now everyone's happy. They all have nice, beautiful, trim beards, right? You took all of that money and you did nothing with it. So you've basically given to society and asked for nothing in return. All you have is a little bit of money. And what's that money good for if you don't spend it? It's good for nothing. You've done nothing with it. So all you've done is just make a bunch of people happy, and they paid you for it because, shit has to happen. But yeah, you've done all you've done is service, and you've never asked for anything in return. Or if you did ask for something, maybe you spent only a little bit of that money. Yeah. I think that would be as good of explanation as I can give without getting probed with further questions. Response.
Or
His answer.
My answer
is the hoarding of happiness. Evil.
To use the definition as money is happiness, then no, I can't see hoarding of happiness as a good thing. You use an analogy as if everyone in the bottom layer is in the same place, when really it's not. Everyone is far all over the place on this, to the point where there's people who owe money, there's people who owe happiness to society, far outweighing their even potential output. And, well, I can definitely understand the idea of when putting too much into the economy inflates it, taking the ability away to even inflate it when it's a growth-based economy doesn't really help either. It's supposed to all grow together, not just to one end.
So is your answer yes?
Yeah, my answer is yes. I'd consider it a not good act.
Okay. So spending is good. Just to elaborate.
No, just as you're saying the opposite of good isn't inherently evil, I'm saying that hoarding isn't good. Not that necessarily overspending is good either.
Well, hoarding is evil, is what you said.
Yes, sorry.
Specifically of happiness.
Yeah.
Hoarding, yeah, not the person who takes newspapers and nobody cares about those.
Well,
I'm sure that the people who have to clean it up after the dead care, but like, that's neither here nor there.
Burn the house down.
Yeah, just burn the house down. Burn it all down.
If we're satisfied with the answers, we can continue to the next question. I believe it's number 5.
That would be my 5.
This is going to be the spicy questions at the end.
You bet it is.
The closer, you would.
So my closer is, it has a sort of opening sentence. Sometimes to find something, you need to track its opposite. What, in your opinion, is the greatest illusion within society?
Can you repeat that?
Sometimes to find something, you need to track its opposite. What, in your opinion, is the greatest illusion within society? We good?
Mm-hmm.
Great.
The question is, what in your opinion is the greatest illusion within society?
Yes.
Where does Beelzebub draw his power?
Our guest speaker has the floor.
Sorry. Excuse me, host? Host? Shut the fuck up, host.
Just for clarity's sake, when you say illusion, you mean like apparition, like falsehood?
Yes.
I don't necessarily mean that.
No.
It doesn't have to be. If that's the way you want to take it, because that's what you think the answer means, then yes.
All of the above.
But it could be something else. Even if that's the way I was conceptualizing it, you might have a different take on it. So I'm not going to say no. Or I'm not going to say yes. Answer as you will. An illusion is usually defined as something that people see, but isn't in fact real.
Just let me ponder an answer for a moment. My apologies.
No, that's hard. It's hard.
Question again.
It's like these are very.
What, in your opinion, is the greatest illusion within society? For those interested, the definition of illusion is a thing that is or is likely to be wrongly perceived or interpreted by the senses.
It's like when I get asked what's a song from my favorite band, and I can't even think of like a single song from any band, and it's like, why? Why does your brain do that?
Illusions are not necessarily visual. They can be perceived by all senses. For example, when Charlie says she doesn't like blueberries, that's an illusion.
She loves blueberries.
She's just perceiving it wrong.
I'm still listening. I just wanted a place to sit while I ate my soup.
That's fine. For the audience listening at home, the hostess is wrapped in a blanket, crouched in front of a soup bowl, slowly eating her soup.
Drinking tea.
And
Drinking
the tea in a bowl.
her cereal.
It's not blueberries. This is a deep question. It's going to take a lot of thinking.
Yeah, that's fine. You go ahead and take a lot of thinking.
So for doing these debates, is there something to be said about like having, say if we ever do this again, is that like each playing character has 5 questions and then also shares those questions so that like both parties have the ability, so like can
so
like
I would do it.
so they can sit with it for like a week and then be like, here's my prepare.
Yeah.
That would be the way
We
to
kind
do
of
it.
agreed not to do that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think that would be the way to do it, because then your answers would be right away, and it would be more well thought out, right? Because you'd have a long time to think about it.
I don't know. I like to value the gut reaction over the rehearsed reaction.
No chance for scripting.
It's a lot harder to script. Yeah, like
Well,
you're either going to have an answer that's well thought out because you can just pull it, or you're going to pull it out of your sort of like your core being, like whatever foundations you've set yourself to, you're going to pull it out of there instead of trying to game the system.
Recorded response, right? That might not be as organic, but the retort to somebody else's response would be one of the.
I think what I think would end up coming of that is a mild case of speech writing. Like I didn't think that would happen here because we didn't even have 5 questions. But like if it became like that debate club, so to speak, right? And this format persisted, you'd end up with people with like, just
Here's my
there
fucking
reading
binder.
their essay response on each individual question that they knew was coming their way.
Unless you have a word cap.
But then your
or
response
something
to
like
that person's question would be where the actual content.
But if you wanted to do it that way, then the speakers can't write their questions, and then we would have to write you guys questions so that for all questions would be.
Mr. Moderator, could you step in here?
All right.
What in your opinion is the greatest illusion within society?
So the word that keeps coming to mind for me is truth. This idea that there is always going to be a concrete truth, or, as you put it earlier, an angelic truth. That it can always be found, that it can always be measured, or something like that. Because there are individualist truths that can be different through different perspectives, whether that be culturally or other examples. But yeah, I think the greatest illusion would be that the truth can always be found, that the truth is always there.
Was that the end?
I think so.
Okay. All right. So, I guess to my answer, what is the greatest illusion in society? I'm going to be that old guy who tells you a little story. So, guy whose name I can't remember, at least not his.
David.
David. We'll call him David for now. David and I.
Oh.
I did not. David and I, we were discussing fly theory, a question came up, right? And what's the first lie? And we had to think about that for a bit. And by we, I mean I thought about that for a bit because the question was asked to me. And this actually probably is the same answer. And the greatest illusion in society is probably the first lie. And the first lie is obviously probably the most profound lie. So take this as you will. Maybe this is an extension of the what is in your holy book, right? But the first lie, after much thought, and when I say much thought, I actually mean it this time. A lot of people say they thought about something and they really just kept repeating the same idea in their head again and again. They didn't think about anything, but I actually put a little bit of thought into it, even after I gave the answer. Going by sort of the stories in Genesis or whatever, and all of the stuff that sort of happens in that book, and the apple and the snake and all this other nonsense, because it's a story, right? The greatest illusion in society, in my opinion, is the first lie, which is this matters. And that's not a nihilistic thing to say, I mean, the lie is the inflation of the amount of importance that individuals will place into a specific concept. So, thinking about, like, say, the Garden of Eden story, the idea that the apple of the tree of knowledge was really that important. Well, it wasn't, right? But, or after they ate the apple, right, they covered themselves with their clothes. Well, now suddenly nudity matters. Well, why? And so now you've created all of these constructs that you've inflated beyond their real importance. And probably the inflation of all of these concepts, whatever they might be, is the greatest illusion. Because when you actually stop and you go, do I really need this in my life? You don't. You generally don't. Does it make your life easier to do X, Y, or Z? Maybe. Does it make you happy in the moment? Maybe. But do you need it? No. Or how about this idea? Is it a good idea? Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. But sort of figuring out what is actually important in your life and what isn't is probably a way to find at least the best demonic truth that you can find, which I guess already starts talking about what my response would be to the original answer of my counterpart. So the greatest illusion, too long didn't read, is that this matters. And that's not to say that nothing matters, because nihilism is not a correct way of thinking. In fact, it's a very bad demon.
It's a very nihilistic way of thinking.
Because it's not true.
Word right here.
So we're on the last question.
Last
If that's
question.
satisfactory, we'll move on to the next. The final closer.
The closer. Better make it good. All the pressure's on you.
Dun, 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 dun. Oh, aren't I a diamond?
Because pressure and coal.
If you were clever. And by if you were clever, I mean I'm totally leading you now.
I was explaining it.
It'd be a real easy one, like, do you want another cup of coffee? And I'd be like, yeah.
Bazinga.
Bazinga.
That's the final question.
He totally just took my final
Remember that
question.
the overarching topic was this.
What is
What's
real?
real?
What's real?
A
What is
journey
real?
into reality. Ooh. Just get into the weeds. Just go hard into like some super specific thing. What do you think about Chairman Xi Jinping of China and his concept of XYZ?
Oh, I wish I had a very specific story for you here. What do you think of Stalin's regime between year X and Y?
For the people listening at home, and for people here, we had discussed this debate beforehand, and we had basically agreed that no preparation at all is sort of the idea of things, other than questions.
I took that a little too far.
That's all right.
There is no war in Shuang Shui.
There is no war in Bossing
Bossing say, that's it. Shuang Shui.
Bossing say.
Bossing say, that's it.
There is no war in Ching Chong Ding Dong.
Fuck. Bossing say. I was close. Xuan Shuang Shui. I think I said. There's a lot. Way too many.
It's a lot closer than Ching Chong Ding Dong.
Yeah.
To really show my lack of preparation here, if we must search for, or must track its opposite.
That's what's real.
I'm surprised no one has yet.
Well, that's the question.
No, I was
That
going to
is-
ask what's the greatest truth.
Oh, it's the
Oh,
greatest truth.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
You fired out your butt. Sorry. Bringing my maturity to the table.
What's the greatest truth? Man.
Next week, me and Brian are debating.
Which meme is his favorite?
Yeah. No, that one's stupid.
The greatest truth. So I guess the biggest truth. So
The biggest, the most changing.
Most impactful.
there's a lot of easy answers here in this one, right? I like to ramble when I think, so I'm gonna ramble. So you guys are stuck with me right now. Content, yeah, that's right. That's what I like to hear. This is content. So, super chats. Like and subscribe. Click that bell for notifications.
Join the team.
Join the team.
Zero
check,
views.
check me out on Patreon and
0
OnlyFans.
views.
0 views. No, we got one viewer.
Yeah, they're just not right now.
No, we can't have viewer. It's not even posted yet, even if we even do post it. Okay, so there's a lot of easy answers, and maybe I'm just gonna pollute your answer by saying this, but the easy answers I think is God real? Like that's a bullshit answer. It's like, that doesn't really matter. So it can't be the greatest truth, right? Like even if it's true or not, it doesn't matter. It is. I don't know would be the humble brag kind of answer. Fart sniffy. It's like, I don't know what the greatest truth is. How could I possibly? Unless you're actually I have no clue, right?
Well, I guess my answer's out already.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I might pollute this. It's like, So, when I conceptualize truth, it's difficult. Like there are things that are absolutely real, and I guess the implication of this question is is it a truth that if we learned that society would change, and how could it's impossible to know that specifically, right? The greatest truth is the meaning of life, I guess, but that's individual, because everybody's life is a little bit different. And that even then, that's not an angelic truth at all either, because that's. So I don't think the greatest truth could be anything that's physical, like an angelic truth, because yeah, because even if some great technology, if we learned how to travel faster than the speed of light because we learned some new sort of physical concept, the world would change and everything would progress, but nothing would really change. We'd all be flying in spaceships and going from planet to planet or whatever, but at the end of the day, nothing would really change in terms of what being a human is, right? Like even if that changes, like even if some new science or new learning creates proto-humans or meta-humans or weird shit like that, like even then that doesn't really change society in a way that is that empowered. Like we already have basically people that are different, right? And it's just all you're doing is making them different in different ways. The greatest truth. So probably the greatest truth would have to be something individual. Like just because like truth for one person and truth for like all of humanity are different. Or if the greatest truth is probably one that works on both, actually, maybe. So it would work on an individual level and on the maybe, and the word greatest is the hardest thing, I think, about this. But maybe the greatest truth is probably that man and religion are a unison. And they are inseparable and inescapable and work best when they're aware and they work together. Specific underlining the word aware. Yeah, I think that's probably my answer.
Came to steal chair.
Yeah, take it. Colton can figure his shit out. Also doesn't have the chair there anyway. So I could probably just snag it. So yeah, I think the greatest truth then is that, yeah, religion is absolutely 100% a part of human existence, and we're not going to get rid of it ever, and it works best when we all understand and work with it.
Brian, she gave you a hair last.
Pardon?
She gave you a hair last.
Oh, thanks. I need those. Yeah, I think that's the end of my answer.
Awesome. So for my own answer, big part of me wants to say something akin to it's not something that'll ever be found. It's almost akin to the whole we don't matter, but I don't really like that perspective on it, so more of a we all do matter on an individual level. And that statement always makes me laugh because the whole we don't matter and we do matter, it means the same thing to so many people. It means complete opposites. But I think that's the greatest truth, is that at the end of the day you do mean something. Either on an individual level, societal level, whatever.
I'm gonna feel the art of that. Just for the viewers.
I missed
You
it.
matter.
You matter.
Can I add what I think the greatest truth
Not
is?
yet.
Okay, fine.
We're not in part 2 yet. We're just about in part 2.
Take a shit.
I'm good.
You've got time. You have plenty of time. Not now, but...
My brother just, like Derek texted me, Carly, saying that
This is on the record.
saying that Terry's in town. He's asking if he can come see me. I'm just like, no.
Who's Terry?
My brother.
Oh.
Yeah.
Your other brother?
Yeah. I got 3 brothers, right?
Brother from another mother.
Yeah.
Is that the one that I met in Alberta?
Yeah. Yeah, I just don't want him to know where I live.
Yeah.
Just gonna remind everybody that we are recording.
Yeah. Well, right.
Your battery's running low.
Is it?
Yeah.
Could someone please plug it in?
Whatever. Everyone can know
There's a
that.
plug right behind you. Yes, there's a plug behind you. I can get
Plug's in right here.
Plug behind me.
Yep. It's gold.
Other side.
Can't miss it.
Go, yeah, do it from this side.
What is he?
Just because I can make things easier for you later. Perfect. Amazing. Well, at least you know the battery on my ancient laptop works. Totally forgot to plug it in. Magical. Let me write some really scathing notes here about this answer.
I have one. I just have quick questions on each one. Try not to be too crazy about it, but.
That's good.
Give me time to finish the notes here,
Is it the same question you showed me?
Yeah.
and then we'll move on to part 2.
Just so stupid.
Part 2 is where they will
Oh, fuck.
respond
Sorry.
to the opposition's answer.
It's my choice, and respect my choices, Colton.
We will start by
Just a
Docs.
rereading the question, recounting the answers.
I don't think we need to recount answers.
Just quick,
Yeah,
maybe. Just in case we forget.
Well, you took notes on it.
I
right?
did not write down the answers, I just wrote down questions to them.
Okay.
I thought you were
Well,
reading
the-
TLDRs.
Well, we have a
No, I just make my own questions.
we have a rough idea of what the answer
Just
is.
in case,
I was gonna say,
And people wrote notes about it, so if people are writing notes about it, that means they have an
Okay,
idea of
if
what
needed,
they're
we'll have a
responding
TLDR,
to.
and then we'll have the other person respond.
Knowing
So,
our luck, we're all going to be completely
To go
incoherent.
back to
question 1.
question 1. Do you believe in God, and what is your definition of God?
This was your question,
Mm-hmm.
so I suppose I go first here.
Sure.
So you said that God is like the source energy
Yes.
of the universe, right?
Yeah.
That's honestly, I could view that almost as an angelic truth for your
No,
words.
because
of
I
it.
don't know.
Because like there are trackable, measurable instances of going back to how everything was created.
Yeah.
How that moment happened is still in question, of course, but there is definitely tracking to the beginning using background radiation or whatever else those heavy-duty satellites do that go way above my head. I don't really think I have much questions on your definition of God. Do you see God as like a personified being?
No.
No, it's
Can't
just
be.
an energy.
How can
of
you
sorts.
comprehend something that
That's-
is?
yeah,
If it
that's
was a
about it.
personified being, then it couldn't be God.
I believe that
Yeah.
was elaborated in the first
Yeah.
part.
Okay.
It could be a god in the like demonic sense, but it can't be like God the creator.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't think our definitions of God are too far off between being the energy of all around us or the energy of the beginning. Some differences, of course, but many similarities.
Yeah, I didn't have any questions for the first one. Your definition was sort of like it was a sort of all a present entity. I don't think you gave it any characteristics other than it sort of existed. You didn't anthropomorphize it or anything like that.
I do say, or if I didn't make this clear enough, I do think that it's a part of all of us. It's the energy in everything around us.
Yeah, it's a similar answer.
Yeah.
I can't really, like, if I wanted to get into the nitty gritty, but like, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't
If
think
I
there's
wanted-
enough difference.
If I wanted to, yeah, just going back and forth between both of these answers, I think the only thing I would definitely say is like, yeah, God cannot act. If God acts, then he's not God,
Yeah,
because he can't be the source of the source.
yeah,
So it's another, like, the all-loving thing is just an analogy or like a metaphor for that, right? Like, God won't help you because he loves every
All
part
out.
about you,
Yeah.
including the things you don't like about yourself. Yeah.
If you deserved God's love, you wouldn't need it.
Well, if you deserved God's love, if God was giving you love, then He's not God, and you should probably watch out. Because there's probably like an alien spaceship that's going to come take you away.
Please.
So, question 2, place in the universe.
Okay, so I guess I start here.
Yeah.
All right. So the way I understood your answer, and this is my rough notes, is like that you're here sort of simply to exist. Do you mean this in a hedonist way? So I would take
Simply.
like, so are you here just to like taste the taste, have the flavors? You know, if you feel like that you want to do X, Y, or Z, it's just you're here to do that.
I suppose so. I
Okay,
can agree
so
with that.
so then my follow up here is, so would you say a character like John Wayne Gacy is doing what he's supposed to be doing in this, like that he's following his place in existence, or if you decided you wanted to act in a similar fashion, dressing up like a clown and killing people, that's the purpose. That's your place in the universe, is to do that.
I do believe that all paths must be walked, no matter how awful they may appear to be.
Okay, and then the follow-up from that, I guess, does that mean that you can choose your path? Because the way you're saying is like, if you're here to simply exist, and all paths are like, basically they're fine, right? And you just, whatever your choices are your choices, do you believe that you're making those choices, or do you just think that you're following a specific path that has been laid out for you? So do you have agency in your own choices, or are you literally just here as an automaton?
This is a question I've never been able to find an answer to.
Okay.
I like to believe that you have free choice, but there are parts of me that definitely don't believe it.
Okay.
I think that comes down to one of those that it's not a truth that can be truly recognized ever, because both sides will always have the argument of, well, you chose that or you were meant to.
Okay. So if you do nothing, if you choose to just do nothing here in this universe, is that a legitimate sort of
Path?
Is that your place in the universe? If you chose to do nothing, is that your place?
I don't know if you really can choose to do nothing.
You can.
You can choose to have no input in the world around you, but you still exist. You're still there.
Yeah.
You still breathe. I mean, if you'd like to continue your life, you still need to do something about it between some of the basic needs.
I suppose. Yeah. Okay.
So I don't know if there is truly this fictitious nothing person.
Well, it is a fictitious. The whole point of it is to just
But they wouldn't exist
to
very
generate
long.
a point. Like, do
Yeah.
you think that, like, if someone did nothing, chose to do nothing, or just chose to, like, one day decide that they're literally not going to do anything, like, strap a life support unit to me if you want me to keep living, I'm literally not going to do anything ever again, right? Is that person now fulfilling their purpose?
Well, that's just it, though. I've already said that there's no real way of saying whether that's their choice or whether that's meant to be.
Yeah, but is that person's place in the universe?
I suppose so.
Okay, so if you make any choice that you make, that's your personal place in the universe?
I suppose so.
So then, to follow up with that then, does that mean that there's no accountability for any of your choices.
Oh, not at all.
Because, well, yeah, obviously there's individual people whose
Yeah.
place in the universe is to slap you in the face when you do something stupid,
Yeah.
right? But that's just who you are, is sort of the derivative I'm getting from this, right? Like, you know,
And
if you get away with it, then
and
that's
if
just your
it's-
place in the universe,
And
man.
if it's never your act or your path to change that, then that's all that they'll ever be.
Okay. So I definitely don't agree with that at all, because it takes away a lot of the agency that an individual actor has. Like, you can always just be like, that's just who I am, you know?
Well, and lots of people do try to get away with that.
Well, they do, but that's not good.
That wasn't
Right.
really the question, though, was it?
Well, the question is, where do I see my personal place in the universe?
Yeah.
Right. And your place was, you were here basically to exist.
Yeah.
Like, and so I'm sort of prodding at what that means.
Right.
And the implications of what that means. Like, you're here to simply exist. Right. Either implies that, like, are you saying, okay, so I guess, before I start extrapolating too far then, are you saying that is simply your personal raison d'etre, or are you implying that is also most people's place in the universe? So
I don't think I have the power to say anyone else's intentions.
no, but like, when you say you're here to simply exist, are you also saying that other people in the world, aka like this is sort of each individual's place in the universe is also to simply exist, or are you saying you are specific in that your point for being here is to simply exist?
Well, and I guess I'm only saying my own point, my own place, because
Okay.
I don't feel I have the ability to say anyone else's.
But
I do believe
with your
that-
answer,
that I do
are you
believe-
implying that other people have more profound, and I'll put that in quotes, reasons for being, or are you saying that everybody basically is just here to simply exist?
Well, I'm saying that you have your own personal place, right?
In the universe.
Yeah.
The universe is a pretty big thing.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you choose your place in the universe or not.
No.
Or, okay, so you don't choose your place in the universe.
So I do believe that this is a personal thing, right? I don't believe that you can put anyone else's reasoning on them, something for them to find themselves on an individualistic level.
Okay, so it's personal.
It's a
So
personal.
a person chooses their place in the universe?
Yes.
As far as they can choose it?
As
Like,
far as
I can't be Xenu because I'm not.
Exactly.
Right? Okay. So, but that means that your place that you've chosen is to simply exist.
Yes.
Okay. And if someone else chooses something that many would think is grander, right?
Sure.
Like, I want to bring humanity to Mars, let's say, in the most extreme case, probably, right? Then that person, like, their reason for being, or at least their perceived reason for being, is grander.
In a sense, yes.
Okay. So are you saying that in life you've chosen to be what is essentially a non-player character? Like, have you chosen just to be background noise? Because you said it's to simply exist.
I think that's my only reason to exist. I don't say that's my only actions or my only choice or my only path or anything of the like.
Yeah, but it's what you see.
Yes, it's where I see my place.
You see that as your place,
Yes.
meaning you chose that.
And while I do see that as many people's places, I don't see that as everyone's, or I don't think everyone sees that as their own.
Yeah, but you've also said that you don't have the wherewithal
To really
to
put that
just
onto
put that
anyone.
on other people.
Yeah.
So we don't need to talk
Okay.
about what you see other people's places are.
Fair
If
enough.
you think they're background noise, well, you don't. They might be, but you don't know.
I think the whole idea of NPC is a perspective shift. There's always going to be a background to any story.
But that's the thing. You're not the main character
I'm
of
the
the
main-
world's story,
I
or
don't think
even
there
in your
is-
own story.
Well,
You
no, I
are
do
the main
think I'm
character
the
of your
main
own story,
character, yeah.
but it's not a very interesting story.
Well, I mean, that's putting some words into it that I haven't.
Well, do you want to read a story about somebody who simply exists?
Yes, I have.
And that was
It
just
wasn't
simply
that bad.
existed.
Well, it's kind of
Emphasis on the word simply.
well, that's
right?
just it, right?
I'm not talking about a personal drama and a harrowing tale, and you had a big, something happened to this person, and there's like character development. No, this person simply existed. He got up, sat down at his TV, put on the next season of Family Guy, and you got to watch him watch Family Guy, right? And then he got up from that, went to bed, maybe had some food, got up the next day, said, you know what, I don't want to watch Family Guy. Maybe this is the character development. He decided to put on, I don't know, The Simpsons. He's going to watch a season of The Simpsons today. And he's just simply existing.
At least I got
his
to
mom
watch
brings
some
him
Simpsons
food
then.
because
That's
she's sad.
interesting.
What? Yeah, whatever. Right. So but that's my is that how you see yourself? As like when you say simply existing, or maybe it's not simply existing. Maybe it's more than that.
People can go beyond their purpose.
Okay.
I think that our purpose is a lot simpler than we make it out to be.
Okay. So, is simply existing something that's supposed to be like
I think it's
more
just
elaborate? Like it's
I think
to
it's
live
just,
the great tapestry called life? To put words maybe in your mouth?
I think it's basically just a baseline to go from. You can always reach beyond and take humanity to Mars if that's how you're driven to be. But to say that the life of this boring person who watches Family Guy from morning to night and then Simpsons the next day from morning to night doesn't deserve their existence or doesn't have an existence.
Well, I never said anything like that.
I'm aware. That's why I changed to have. I don't think that if it's less great or less ever-changing that it's ever any less real.
All right. I don't think I have any real follow-ups to that. Because now I'm losing track of the earlier answers, so it's just return into a circle. Yeah, it just loops. So I think that's as far as I can push that. I don't even remember what my answer was to this question.
I have to live the life you're living, to choose how and what to believe and what to do, to pick who I like and help them. Those are my spark notes from your answer.
Yes, okay, that does make sense.
Judge and discriminate people based on personal morals.
Sure, okay. Yeah, I'll stand by that for sure.
I can't say I have much to pick apart on that myself.
All right.
The part to live the life I'm living just kind of sparks similarities to where I see my answer.
I think in the early questions for sure.
Yeah.
Most of the questions, there's a lot that's in common. And maybe there's a secret truth in there for the listeners at home. Because a little bit of backstory, I would say that we might be considered very opposite in terms of our political thinking. Which we didn't get into in this, which is fine. That's the way it should be.
Almost better.
It is almost better. That's the weeds, right? That's what I was joking about. What do you think about the Kyle Rittenhouse case? Oh, here we go!
So your second question. When looking at a wider society, who is the enemy and how do we stop them?
Okay, so this is me coming into there. Okay, you spoke about irresponsible institutions. And I think my notes here, because I obviously didn't write everything you said word for word, but I just wrote things that came to mind when you were speaking. I think my response when you were talking about irresponsible institutions is that most people are schlebs that just do whatever. Like even people at the top or very near the top, they're just doing their thing,
Yeah.
right? I would sort of take exception to the idea that these institutions are like almost like great big monsters that exist Are you saying that these irresponsible institutions are somehow acting as a collective?
No.
So they're not.
In some ways, they work together, but I wouldn't say that they are like all hands.
Could you
on
elaborate
deck
on
kind of
what
thing.
an irresponsible? Could you give me an example of an irresponsible institution, and then that example will be something I would like to maybe
Elaborate.
pick apart.
Okay. An example of an irresponsible institution.
Just anyone, it doesn't matter. Whatever you think works.
First thing that comes to mind would be most of our like higher education schools right now.
Okay, so college. We'll go like colleges and the institution of colleges and universities.
Yeah.
Okay. We can't go with any specific college or university. What makes them irresponsible?
Well, I touched earlier on when we were talking about the your analogy of spending money and hoarding money, right?
Okay.
How there are lots of people who are not starting off equally on the low end here. There are people who are starting off owing happiness. There's all this kind of stuff, right? We've put into place this, I don't want to say necessity, but you almost need these degrees to get it a better place in society. And a lot of these degrees cost a lot of people more money than they have.
And student debt.
Student
is what
debt,
we're talking about.
essentially.
Okay. And that's an institution that's irresponsible because you're basically starting people off from a negative position.
Yeah.
So instead of starting at the start line, they're starting like 200 meters back.
To put an arbitrary value to it, sure.
Yeah, I'm not. 200 meters is just a number.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, far be it for me to defend the institution of post-secondary education, especially in the social sciences. But is it actually true that these are necessary degrees?
That's why I said I didn't really want to use the word necessary, but like.
Okay,
No,
so
that
then
coming to
I'll
mind,
end
yeah.
this line of questioning. So what else I wrote here was, I think the way you mentioned it was you didn't name the enemy, right? You didn't name who it was, but you counted them as like irresponsible institutions. Do you believe that these institutions are just basically like they're legion? There's too many of them. They're innumerable.
I think it comes back down to selfishness or greed, where there are parts of it that people see large gains to be made from it.
Okay, so instead of irresponsible institutions being the answer, are you basically moving now to say that the sort of there's a factor that is apparent in all of these institutions that creates the irresponsibility? So in like greed, a lust for something, money, power, prestige, whatever.
And that's a way to simplify it, yes.
Is that so? That is what you're saying.
Yeah.
So the answer is less irresponsible institutions and
Still
the motivating
more.
factors behind these irresponsible institutions, which makes them irresponsible.
Sure.
Like post-secondary education is good when done right, but because these people are infected with some sort of we'll use a Hawkins thing, mind virus.
Perfect.
All right, they're becoming irresponsible.
Exactly.
Okay.
Do whatever you want. I want soup.
Okay. Now, so if we're going to say that sort of this, and do you believe that it is greed that is this that is this like uniting force between what makes these things irresponsible?
Yeah, I can stand behind that.
Okay. And I guess then now that the answer's changed, how do you fight that?
How do you fight that?
Yeah, how do we stop them? How do we stop greed?
Well, in this specific case, there are like
Specifically, the greed of these irresponsible institutions.
well the greed of these schooling institutions in this case, right? 'Cause we're on a
This is
specific
a
topic.
very specific idea.
Yeah.
What we're talking about. here.
There are areas that are trying things like this with I can't remember which Scandinavian country. I know it's
Paradise exists somewhere in Scandinavia.
It's gotta be Finland.
Can't remember
I'm pretty
which
sure
one
it's
it is,
Sweden.
but it's one of them.
Sweden or
Norway's doing
Denmark. They
free
do.
secondary education.
They do free post-secondary education that has. Is it Finland that does it too? I swear it was like Sweden or Denmark.
Norway.
It's also those countries have it so that you have to go and be in the army for a certain amount of years as well. That comes with the free education.
Some of them do, yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard this. And I'm sure we can prove it if we really wanted to.
But they've made it so post-secondary can't be charged for, so that you're seeing a lot higher amounts of degrees. You're seeing better schools in the investments that are being put into them, whatever, right? So there are actions that could be taken on a macro level, a national level, right? But I don't know if I see those as the best fixes or anything of the like.
Okay, so I guess I'm going to push back on this answer a little bit. We're going to get a little bit off topic probably, but we're talking about specifically school systems, and now you're saying, I'm going to say you're let's make it free. It doesn't work with schools. It's not going to work. Would you? But let me give you a line of questioning to sort of lead you into where I want to sort of bring my answer. Do you think that the public school system is doing great?
No.
No. Why is the public school system not doing great? It's free for everybody. Not only is it free, you're basically mandated to do it. And truancy laws exist. Your kids don't go to school, you don't let them go to school, and you can get fined.
Well, I understand that you're trying to push me towards a lack of funding here.
No, I'm not pushing towards anything. I'm asking, do you think the public schooling systems are doing well?
No, actually, I can't say I do,
Okay.
but I don't think that I don't think educating the masses is really working at all, personally.
So, but that run. Okay, so does that mean then that you then also, to extend that then to post-secondary, making post-secondary free, like our imaginary Norwegian country, right?
I'm pretty sure this country isn't imaginary.
Norway is, not Norway, but some Scandinavian country that everybody likes to bring up that nobody can ever. The nameless Scandinavian country that has the politics that I have and it works, right? Everybody's got one. We all got that.
Well, which one's yours?
I don't know. It's a, you know that one, right? But do you believe then that by making the post-secondary education free, that you're going to improve things?
No.
No. Okay, so then it's not a solution at all.
Correct.
Okay.
Which is one of the first things I said too.
Okay.
Was that it's not even a matter of having made it free that's done this, because it's not free. They still have funding going into
Well,
them.
tax dollars pay for it, but that comes from
huge amounts of donations typically too.
And labor. As Colton mentioned, there are still requirements to get the schooling. It's just not monetary.
Yeah, you got to put 3 years in to going to
Military
war.
service.
Not
That's
always
training.
No, but,
Military
that-
work
That's
isn't
training
always
for war.
Yeah, it's training for war.
Yeah.
But if there was a war, you are just, as a citizen, you are forced into conscription. Everyone's forced into conscription, men, women, at 18 to learn to go to war if it ever arose. Whereas, in I guess Canada and the United States, conscription doesn't really occur as there are standing armies. You have a choice to go into war. Not typically, but as far as things stand right now, you choose to go to Afghanistan.
It's a voluntary military, right?
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Back to the point.
All right. So to keep
So
to
making
keep.
it free isn't the solution, but
Yeah.
No, I don't think making it free is the solution, but I do think that different forms of organization should probably be set in place.
So, if making it free isn't the solution,
It's
because we've established that the public school, which is free, isn't doing so hot. Like, the quality of the education isn't the greatest. I know everybody can kind of believe that. I could just say it, and no one's going to disagree.
Well, look at us.
So.
We all went to public school. What are we doing?
We're arguing about what is even real. Like, we don't even, we don't even know.
I don't even know what words mean.
We don't even know what words mean. We can't even
real?
name a Scandinavian country that has our politics. Like, what are we doing? So look at that. This is 4 different subjects that we can't even get right. But like, the public schools aren't doing so good, and they're basically free and mandatory, right? And so post-secondary, you're saying wouldn't do good if they were free and even mandatory, right? Even if they weren't mandatory. So, and then and you've even said that like educating the public hasn't even really been doing so hot. So like to keep talking about these irresponsible institutions, it's like, what is making this specific institution irresponsible, right? You were talking about how it was money, like how basically you had to, well, not you personally, but how people have to pay an exorbitant student debt and start life behind.
Yeah.
Such that if they even didn't go there, that it would be better, because they'd be starting at the baseline. But then again, right, you were also saying that this was a mandatory sort of degree, right? Like, you need to get this to succeed in society.
Exactly. It's a circular issue. I don't think there is an easy answer to this, of course.
Well, I have an answer, if you'd like to hear it. And the answer is to have the schools basically charge just as much, and not be more discriminating on who they can bring in. Also, maybe the responsibility lay with the people who are instructing the children who don't know what the hell they're talking about in life, because they're just coming out of high school, which is a useless institution we've already explained, right? So idiots, they're instructing idiots to go into debt for something that's functionally worthless, but are being told that they need.
Yeah.
Right? The sanitation engineer doesn't need a degree in social psychology, right? And he makes more money than a lot of people, right? Than the guy working at McDonald's. So he didn't do so bad for himself. And I would probably say that the real issue here, the irresponsible institution that we're really looking at here, is family and parenthood. Because somebody, somewhere, and maybe it was the public schools that we've already explained is crap, sold somebody on the idea that going into debt to get a degree in something stupid was a smart idea. But that's just one irresponsible institution of many. And maybe the way we fight these things might just be being better informed on what the truth is of these institutions and what they actually are, which is just churning houses for degree papers.
I do think further education is a good thing.
It depends.
On nearly any subject, as long as it's not purposefully
We're doing
malicious.
Being well spoken is all like that, which is what you're supposed to learn in college and university, post secondary. Being able to be articulate and be well spoken, even if it's on a subject that doesn't really have much use in society, like those social programs or psychology, or the programs where they sniff their own farts. Having those skills, being able to write an essay, like learning how to be a student and learning how to learn is like a pretty important skill to have. But I wouldn't pay $80,000.
College and university, that should be what you're learning in public school. That's learning how to learn. It should be the fundamental, should it not?
But that's the problem with public programs, right?
If we're going to continue in this smart fashion, the point of getting your degree is to show your employer that you're teachable. People that don't have a degree don't have the proof that they can learn things on their own, basically, right? They need to be like micromanaged. So, and then but then when everyone has their bachelor's degree, all of a sudden everyone's teachable. So then they have the requirements go up and up and up and up, right? So everyone's kind of on the same playing field all of a sudden.
Maybe that's the other irresponsible idea. It's like, okay, a 5-year degree.
Well, everyone can borrow. Everyone
is proof that you can learn.
Everyone can borrow money. Is a problem.
Kind of
It's like a problem too, right? So like they don't care because they know that student debts can never be erased. So it's like everyone take $100,000 in debt. Everybody, and it's great for the schools. It's like they don't turn anyone away. You know what I mean? Like college, university. Like
the only reason they turn people away is because they've run out of chairs to put asses in.
Yeah,
Exactly.
like they don't.
They'll suggest another course.
Yeah, so basically, the government handout is debt, and we as a society and we as students are willing recipients of debt, and it's not constructive debt because at the end of the day they don't care about whether or not you're going to be productive with the degree that you received. They just care that you're paying the money now, and that you will and because that debt never goes away, you're in servitude to those payments.
It's also why back in, I don't know about now as much because I don't pay attention to the advertising for colleges, but they used to say that ex-graduates got work in their field. Right?
That's mostly colleges that do that.
Yeah.
Usually the higher Ivy League schools, they only really care about the top grades. So many people graduated, right? And it's like percentage of people. So then they have to accept people that are high school at a higher grade level.
I know this is going off the rails quite a bit, but anecdotally, I've heard and seen that so many fucking places need workers so bad, and there's this huge fucking demand for labor and people to just go and do shit. I had a guy that I'm renting to, right, who I'm gonna rent the place to. He's like, yeah, let me know if you want this job. It's $4,000 every 2 weeks, take home. Just everyone's handing out jobs like it's candy, and it's where is this? I don't know. There's this huge.
Because lockdown made us realize
see, those are labor jobs, right? You're saying?
Yeah, but nobody wants to do.
Tradesmen?
But yeah, it's no one wants to do trades or labor. It's they just fucking.
I think that's a social issue where college is seen as less valuable than university, where most of the trades come from college degrees, right? Hands-on stuff.
Do you know you don't even need school for trades? You just need 4,000 apprenticeship hours.
You don't need. Well, and
We don't need an apprenticeship.
You don't need.
I know, but I'm saying
what
I'm doing is technically considered a trade.
Yeah.
You don't even need to go to school for that.
Yeah,
Just
you
4,000
just go. You
apprenticeship
can
hours.
just go and do it. Be like, hey, can I cut hair?
Some of the trades it's harder to become an apprentice,
Getting
especially because the people don't want to take on apprentices.
And it can be elitist too. You need to have an in to the industry to get the experience required to get those hours, and no matter what route you try to go through, whether it's school or apprenticeship, you always need something to get you there.
Yeah, the school topic is one that's really sticky too, right?
Yeah.
Because there's actually a lot of different stupid factors creating the situation that puts people where they think they need these pieces of paper to get jobs, and a lot of it is not true.
Yeah,
it's true only in that other people won't accept. If you just were I'm really good at being a plumber, right? And you decided to become a plumber, and you're a plumber, and now you plumb, whatever the fuck the term is, right?
Yep.
But if you don't have the stupidity credentials, the government comes in and says, "Oh, you can't be a plumber. You're not allowed. You're not a plumber. No plums allowed."
I almost want to do a little bit of a test. All right, like a little bit of if I can do it, anyone can kind of do it test, where basically I watch YouTube videos on how to plumb a house for maybe 30, 40 hours. No, hear me out. And then with that information, I go and call every single plumbing place in town and say, hey, I know I've plumbed. You can even lie. It's I've plumbed my whole house. I plumbed a couple houses, and then start talking copper pipe with them and whatever, because you've watched videos, right? You'd be like, yeah, you put a T there. That's what I would do, and then call every place, and I'd be fucking damned if you couldn't get a job. You know what I mean? Well, yeah, exactly. It's like
That is a job.
Yeah, like just getting like that base knowledge. Like there's so much information out there. There's so much that you can learn, but it's like actually like going out and just like doing it. You know, like bringing coffee to the owner of a, or like just the manager of a place until they give you a job. You know, like
Yeah, that's definitely possible.
bring them donuts until they're like, okay, get this, like let's get this.
But that's why
fucking
most people go to school to avoid learning it on their own, right?
Yeah, but
To have somebody compile
Well,
the information and spoon feed it.
You go to schools. Well, you go to school because you thought that you're getting
well, that's what you've been
something
told.
valuable.
That's
a
what
lot
you've
of times
been
you are
told.
learning stuff, right? Like, well, most times you are actually learning something in school.
Well, most of it, yeah.
Knowledge can be
But,
valuable.
like, no,
but
in
you
my
can learn that
school-
stuff on your own
Mm.
if you wanted to, right?
Especially
I
with
think
trades.
that's why the price tag is so unreasonable, because all of the information is available for free, and really you're just
Paying
spending
for someone's curriculum.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
And their
You're paying
labor.
for somebody to take their
You think-
time to
you
teach
think
you and
professors
to
are
compile
free?
the information. And I'm not saying that they shouldn't be paid for
But
their
like,
time.
if you have like a class
But
of
the
50.
amount of money that is paid to the college, not to the specific teacher, too, right? Like it's the colleges definitely get a lot more out of it than they should.
Especially with online learning, like we don't use the
That
fucking
price didn't drop at
facilities.
all?
Yeah, like no facilities, no face to face, and I'm still paying like $100,000 after a couple years for nothing. Anyways, this is super derailed, but
Yeah.
I don't know what
That's
the
kind of
original.
one of my questions was.
Oh, I thought we were in part 3. That's why I was.
Oh.
Nope, not at all. We're
Swords.
still in part 2.
Yeah,
That's
That was only
kinda
question
the same
2
idea.
or question 3.
But okay, so I guess the question is, Mr. Moderator, and
Question, going back to the
people-
start, the question is, when looking at a wider society, who is the enemy and how do we stop them?
Yeah, but do you want to just make this open discussion? Like, is this something everybody kind of wants to do? And we'll just.
I'm kind of going to get there anyway, I think.
We're already there.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, do we want to go back on the rails, or do
Okay.
we want to stay off?
Since I'm moderator, I'll start with my questions.
Okay.
I interpreted institution as more of a business. Is evil then individual institutions, or is it capitalism as a whole?
When you ask questions, you should also ask to who.
With your words, we're on
Because
the
like
microphone.
we've been going at this for a few hours, so I don't remember
In
specific words used.
Capitalism is kind of a loaded word at the moment. It's very, very widely defined differently by a lot of different people.
So just define a word that define something, a concept that you're talking about. You don't have to give it a name.
Fair enough. So, I don't think that this concept is evil. No. But if you want to like use that word in place of greed, then I guess that is what I'm saying. That when people are doing it to make as massive gain on themselves as they can, and not worrying about some kind of outlying effect or some kind of consequence, then it does become issue.
Can I jump in?
Sure.
Yeah.
All
It's
right.
open discussion.
So, yeah. So you're saying this greed idea, and you know, when they start collecting all this money, so people have given this institution money for a thing, right? And the institution, we're going to assume, delivered the thing. Without consequence for, I'm assuming, and correct me now if I'm wrong, you mean societal consequence for this transaction.
There could be more than just societal consequence. But
Well,
that is
what other
possible.
kind of consequence are you talking about?
Can I interject quickly?
Can I finish my line?
Yeah. Well, you asked a question.
Well, I just.
There is a wide variety of consequences that could come, right? There are societal consequences, there are ecological consequences, there are.
Well, let's talk
hell,
about the
there's
school
even
then.
economic consequences.
Because, like, yeah, there's consequences for different actions. With different, like, everything has a different type of consequence. But let's talk about the school interaction then.
Okay.
So it's like a student comes in, goes into debt because they don't have money. We're going to ignore the bank and all the people who loaned them the money, or the school if the school loaned them the money, or the government who loaned them the money.
Sure.
I don't care. Doesn't matter. He went into debt, right? Paid something to the school for a thing that I'm assuming the school will provide them. assuming they meet the credential, right? Because that's how schools work, right? But the school doesn't care about the consequences of this whole program, right? And do you mean like a societal consequence when we're talking, say, about the school?
Can you repeat the question, sorry?
The interaction that the individual has with, say, the school, our quote irresponsible institution, right? The irresponsibility that you were describing when you were talking to big bad Bry guy here, was a lack of concern for consequence.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
And so my question was, is that social consequence? Do you mean the consequence for society as a whole? Because
I suppose so, because like that individual consequence there would be their lack of ability to generate their own happiness in society.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the greed is about making transactions and collecting your pay without thinking about how your transactions affect the collective society.
Well, this would be on that individual at this point, but that would then affect the collective society, yes.
So it's the individual who's responsible for the debt and the interaction they made with the university?
Yes.
Okay. So the reason that these people are in debt is it's not anyone's fault but their own, is what you're saying. And they shouldn't have even got into debt because they were the ones. Are you saying that the people are the irresponsible institution then? Because if it was their
well, it's their choices that lead them there, yes, but they are also being led to choices that are irresponsibly set up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, there is irresponsibility on both sides here, for sure. But to say that you need to spend the $12,000 on tuition alone for the one semester, however fucking much it might be at your school, is just exaggerated.
It's like the lack of option. It's like here, okay, so this is the guideline that you're given in life. You're just 19, you just finished high school, you're still living with mommy and daddy, okay?
If you're lucky.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like to get a job and prosper and have a success and be like you're saying, like be someone in society who's productive and is doing all of the things in the rule book and the guidelines that they should be doing. Then so they go to college and university to aspire and learn and to follow these guidelines, and only after they have gone through this process do they realize how unfruitful it was when there was no like infrastructure in place to actually support them. It's like only after you're done and you it spits you out at the end of it, you realize that there's actually no infrastructure to support you. The amount of money that you paid has no bearing on the actual fucking money or that you would grow or create from that schooling. So it's like why is there no like infrastructure in place to either stop them from charging so much, or why is there no infrastructure in place to actually like spit me out to where I'll receive jobs for that education? You know, like no one tells you, like I'm sure only if you have good guides in your life and people that like you already have a personal and individual support structure that says like, hey, if you go into psychology, there's a high chance that you're gonna be a fucking bum and you won't succeed. You know what I mean? Like that, like I could get on board for that, where it's like, okay, responsible pricing for school in regards to the economic output and the industriousness that you will create from that schooling.
Like, I'm not going to try to say that the school itself as an institution is free. They're going to have costs of maintaining the building, maintaining staff, whatever, right? But to put such a like high price tag above where it needs to be is just irresponsible. It's creating more issues than there needs to be.
Economically irresponsible.
Yeah.
To respond to what you were saying.
Sorry, economic consequences, I suppose.
Would that nuclear bring up, like, have a family, go to school, get a job?
have your
like
2.5
a balanced
children.
society, is that something, a system that capitalism has like inherently set up? Because not all societies live that way, right? Like you imagine an Amish community, for example, they have huge families and they all do things together and they have no money involved, no like nothing like modern Western
I
society
would say
have.
that the infrastructure and the culture need to be on par. So like if in the Amish community you have the infrastructure to be successful in the confines of that culture. So if the culture is you work and you fucking work your ass off, you're gonna be successful, you're gonna reap the benefits of working your ass off and that working your ass off culture, and like everything's gonna go linearly for you, and you know, we hope, right? So your culture and the infrastructure like are aligned, right?
Yeah.
Whereas so you have this culture of, you know, going to school, getting a job, and you can blame the individual and you can blame the society, like you can blame the society and you can blame the infrastructure, but at some point people need to, or I don't know what your stance is, Justin, but the culture and the infrastructure need to align to support the individual to be successful and comfortable and live a healthy life.
So when that doesn't happen,
so there needs to be more balance.
Is it like an institutional fault?
I definitely don't see the individual at fault myself.
Me neither.
So it's an institutional fault.
It's
a
fault.
fault.
Same thing there, yeah.
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 A little broader, really, because it's not always the specific school institution. For instance, there's a lot of various institutions.
Institution as a concept.
Yeah, there's a lot of contributing.
Anyways, time to go on your answer, I suppose.
If you guys want to move on, sure.
So your answer was that there is no wide society enemy, there's only individuals, right?
Correct.
And that the only the only way an individual can be stopped is to confront their inner demons, to confront themselves.
And to be better.
What do you mean stopped?
Well, that's the question itself. How do we stop them, right?
Oh yeah, like the only real enemy is yourself.
Right.
It's not individuals are the enemy, and how do we stop individuals? It's like you shoot them in the head. It stops them pretty quick.
If there was a need for intervention externally, you'd say we should take it?
It's going to happen whether or not I think it should happen or not, right? But,
well, like on a personal level.
Okay, so my answer was more that people are going to be acting the way people act, right? And there's no real enemy because the enemies are constructs. Like when we're talking, like this whole discussion about the school and all this stuff, the school is not a person. We've just anthropomorphized the system as an institution. This institution that is doing this thing. It doesn't do anything. Literally, the dean wants to collect his paycheck and make the school look good. That's his job. Right, and the secretary to the dean wants to do whatever she does, but also make sure that the dean looks good because he makes sure that his spelling mistakes go corrected quickly. Right, everybody's doing their own little silly part, and they all are interacting individually with this collective. Right, but the collective isn't thinking on its own. The only thing that is thinking on its own is the one person who basically took the money, right? Now, there are other people, I guess, that would be thinking on their own, are the people trying to influence them to take the money, right? So, that would be if you had your parents who were like, you gotta go to college. If you don't go to college, you don't get a good job, and if you don't get a good job, you're shoveling shit the rest of your life, or whatever the fuck they say, right? Or the people that, school institutions, individual teachers who are like, you gotta go to school, so post-secondary, that's the way, if you don't go there, you're gonna be shoveling shit the rest of your life. And so, you gave that to me, Kat. It's mine now.
She got it.
It was a hair tie.
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah.
Well, she came in, did her thing, like, and then dropped her in front of him.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she did that.
Anyway, but these individuals, when I was saying, like, what The enemy is basically your inability to improve yourself, or you trying to blame external factors for your own ills. Because really, at the end of the day, the stupid idiot who took the money didn't have to take the money. He could have told everyone to fuck off, right?
You mean gave the money? Or
No,
sorry,
took the money.
charged the money.
Oh,
Like, we're talking about a school institution.
okay. So
I
the
don't
guy
know if
who
stupid
received
idiot is the right.
the stupid idiot was the guy who received the money from.
They
the
received the money
Okay,
and took
wait,
the
oh,
loan.
It could also
I
be
was just.
igniting genius
wait,
for all we care.
that took-
Whatever, yeah,
Person.
That
but
took the
at
loan
the
or gave the loan.
Yeah.
took the loan.
So like the guy who took the loan and then gave the loan to the school is the idiot.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'm just clarifying
Yeah,
the
the
language.
school's not the idiot, because
Yeah.
the school, all it does
What about
is
the
it does
student?
school shit. It doesn't think. It's not like, I'm going to take in kids. Nah, you know, it's
That's
not a
creepy.
villain, right? The only people, like, the school doesn't think anything other than I'm a school, right? Because it's not a person. It's just a collection of people who are doing secretary work, and the dean's going, "Oh, school looks great. You should come here." And their marketing department being like, "This school really does,
Teaches.
this is learning," and you got the picture of the kid with the thumbs up behind the natural landscape, to dox our position for those
That's a lot
autists
of
who care.
schools.
Yeah,
Most of them.
yeah. So, none of these people are thinking, "Man, I'm just gonna milk all these kids for all of their money."
That's what the owners of my school think. He came in and basically told us that.
We're just gonna milk you for all your money.
Pretty much.
That's funny.
It was like he came in and then basically told us that we're all stupid and don't have the talent to be there, and that if we wanted to learn more, we'd have to go take extra classes. It's like, then why are we at your school? He's like, well, I'm offering classes that you can pay for. It's like,
Yeah, you can come.
Okay.
Okay. So he's trying to guilt you into paying more money. Yeah. Okay. So he's trying to be both the marketing department and the guy who collects cash. Right, well, I hope that guy never gets anybody to sign up for more classes.
When you got a class of 30 people to pay like 20 grand or whatever, but.
Does anyone have any
Well,
more
yeah, but
questions?
that guy didn't come in and sell them that. I'm sure if that guy came in first thing and said, "Hey, you're all fucking idiots.
Yeah.
Give me my money so I can teach you how to whatever."
That's pretty much what he said.
Yeah, but that's after you paid the money and we're in the class, right?
Is there a question?
About that,
About this topic?
what's the question?
When looking at a wider society, who is the enemy and how do we stop them?
Yeah.
Or a question regarding a response.
And my response was basically, the only enemy is yourself. And the only way to defeat them is to improve yourself.
I think that there are so many societal constructs that everybody's just in this mindset of that's how it's always been, and they defend broken systems because it's what they know, and it just kind of stunted our evolution as a society. Like, we're not allowing ourselves to improve because you have to pay to get ahead. You have to have this, well, I mean, we'll come back to the money and happiness topic in a future question, but like, we're stunting our own growth here. Like,
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. So there's a whole bunch of, like, if that person took money out and instead, if he was able to get the money, like, because like the school thing is an interesting analogy because there's a whole bag of worms that's attached to it. But we're gonna go on a very simple version of this, because student loans are more or less guaranteed, which is why kids can get them.
Yeah.
Right? So that's why the banks give them out, or the banks allow the schools to give them out,
And
or the
banks-
government gives them out.
Banks are protected
It's
by
predatory.
law too, that they'll always get their money.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you're getting these loans not because the bank thinks you'll pay it back, but because it's absolutely guaranteed that they're going to get their money back if they really need it.
Yeah.
Right?
Free interest.
whether it's from you or not, yeah.
Yeah. Or however it works, as far as I know. But, like, ignoring that part of it, right? Like, if you were able to get a loan for the amount of money that it took you to go to school, right, and you did something more valuable with it, right, would you be complaining? Like, if you succeed, what does school cost?
I
Like
mean,
50 grand for 5 years?
Depends on the school.
It really depends on.
So 50 grand is a lot of money.
The one I
You can
went to was 40 grand for one semester.
40 grand, okay,
For
so-
one semester.
And
for
that
one
was supposed to
semester,
be a
okay.
couple years,
So
wasn't it?
that's
Four.
so
4
yeah,
years.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, then that's like 200 grand, right?
4
Two
months.
semesters?
4 months.
200
2
grand.
semesters a year. So it was
200 grand
closer
is
to
a business.
500.
200 grand is a business doing anything you fucking want almost.
200 grand is fucking 10 years ago, 200 grand was a fucking house. Full house.
And see,
like
that's
this.
another argument there, is inflation.
You wouldn't need a job if you had a house paid for.
The amount of, the cost of living has
Your
gone
job
up so
wouldn't
much,
matter
but it
as
has
much.
not, like, the amount that we take in hasn't gone up equally. Like,
Labor's always the last to go up.
But sorry, when I say you don't need a job if you fucking had a house paid for, but it's like, imagine not paying rent. Like, having to pay rent. Like, do you know how little you'd have to fucking work? You know what I mean? Like how much more extra money you would have. And like, it's like, do you want to go to school or do you want a house? That's the trade that you're getting.
Right now, yeah, feels that way.
Mm-hmm.
It's just fucking crazy.
It is crazy.
And like, it's like, to put that into perspective, it's like, oh my god, that's fucking foolish.
But
need for a
but the
down
thing
payment
is
to buy a house
no.
instead of just paying a
People
mortgage.
going into
when
university are dumb.
You're expected to pay monthly.
This is
for
why I
rent
called them stupid idiots.
instead.
They are stupid idiots. Okay? I'm sorry if anybody here has a giant student loan. Sorry.
Currently in school.
Sorry.
Well, you're in college and it's You're in a trade. You're in a trade.
Okay.
It'll make money.
School, and there's still debt to be paid for it.
Yeah, but she'll make money at least. Everyone's always gonna need their haircut. So I agree. Yes.
Doesn't matter. If you, as an individual, you made the analysis that maybe you should get this degree or this trade credential, right? And you figure you can make the money back in however many years, right? Doing the trade. And if you come out successful, great. Now, if you were a kid though, and someone told you that this is the way to go, and you said yes, that is the way to go, but you were sold a bill of goods because the people telling you didn't know what the fuck they're talking about, right? That seems to be the dilemma that people are in,
Yeah.
right? Where it's like, let's assume in the case that you just described, 40 grand per semester for 4 years,
that was just
2
the
semesters
first
per year,
Yeah.
80 grand.
Yeah.
It's a lot of money,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So somebody convinced you that that was a good idea,
Yep.
right?
Oh, yeah.
What's the word to describe somebody who falls for a bill of goods like that? Yeah, a stupid idiot,
Yeah.
right? But that doesn't mean, that means that there was the blind leading the blind there. Like, it's your fault, but it's not,
Yeah.
right? Like
All
you
parties
could
are
say,
at fault,
I was
yes.
misled. And it's like, yeah, you're a kid, you're dumb,
Yeah.
right? And people that you trusted screwed you over.
And that's how you get generational change, though. Because, like, we have kids, we tell them, hey, don't fucking go to university or you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
And then we have a shortage of university people and an overabundance of laborers and tradesmen, which wouldn't that be fucking funny?
Well,
It's
that's
like,
not happening.
is there really ever a shortage of fucking philosophers? I don't think so.
Like, one is too many.
You know, that doesn't matter.
Alright. Shall I move on to the next question?
Yeah, I think everybody's kind of, we're falling into
We're
an
falling
agreement
in,
and we're starting to,
Question 4. Does evil exist?
is evil real?
Is there evil? Yeah.
I put does evil exist.
So I guess I could start
Go for
with
it.
this. You said stuff about killing, the hunter isn't evil. So my question, I guess, to push on this a little bit is the murderer evil?
Well, my statement was more that to act in a way that you know is selfish, to act in a way that you know has awful consequences is when you're evil, right?
Yeah, you said killing the deer, the hunter killing the deer,
Isn't
whatever, isn't
innately
evil.
evil, yeah.
So is the murderer evil?
If they know that they're doing is wrong, then yes. This is why we have, say, mental institutions and other ways of looking at people in a wrong state of mind other than just evil.
So a person who's just like, I wanted to be an edgy boy and evil and starts gunning people down, that's an evil person. Oh.
Sorry, but in that person's mind, are they evil? Like the person that's gunning
the one I
people
just
down,
talked about?
yeah.
Like the one I'm just explaining, like the person who just gunned people down randomly, like I'm gonna be an edgy boy and gut people down. Yeah,
Who's acting evil to act evil?
Yeah, the person who's acting evil because they know it's wrong, and I put that in quotes. That person's evil, but the cannibal who hunts people, like the Bubba from Texas Chainsaw Massacre is not an evil person because he eats those people and he doesn't care if they live or die because he's hungry, right? But the spooky serial killer that just kills people because he wants to kill people, and even if he knows it's wrong, like, that person is evil.
Yes.
Okay.
Or at least those acts are evil.
So-
Yes, as we've talked
people
earlier.
People themselves aren't evil, but their actions are. And if they're doing something that they know is wrong, that makes it an evil act.
So the cannibal hunter is
But
not
if they
evil.
don't know it's wrong, does that still make it
I
an
mean-
evil
Exact
act?
here, yeah, that was my question here.
I think
Is
that's
performing an
what's
evil
evil.
act ignorantly mean that you are performing evil at all?
Say that again, sorry?
Does performing an evil in quotes act ignorantly mean that you are performing evil?
No.
Can an act become evil after the knowledge is gained of what is of said evil?
Exactly, yes.
Well, that's where
So-
where you get off on charges of,
So then
of
my
being
follow-up question to
psychotic
that
or
is,
Precisely. If a mother snaps.
Is evil necessary for personal development?
Ooh. I think the recognition of evil definitely aids in personal development, but I wouldn't say it's necessary.
Okay, so
It is one way to have personal development, but there are definitely others as well.
suffering is the greatest
Clarity,
teacher.
are you asking if it's necessary to act evilly or is it just knowing of evil?
I did that too.
well, either one.
I wrote the greatest truth. Not that it matters.
Is it that question that you showed
My-
me?
No.
My fully worded question is, you mentioned that selfishness is evil. Does that make evil necessary for personal development?
No.
I don't.
Selfishness would be taking a further step into personal development. It's more of like taking in more than you even want or need, you know?
But wouldn't taking in anything be considered selfish?
No.
So if I
If we're putting the idea that selfishness is the act of being evil in a personal gains fashion, then not everything that you do for yourself would be selfish.
So regular business transactions are not selfish.
Exactly.
What does
Okay,
one
so then
mean?
how would, okay, so then going back to the last question, a school
Yes.
is exchanging you education for money.
Yeah.
How does that make that institution then evil?
Because it's always
Because
terrible
they're
education.
because they're taking further than what is required for.
But how do you know that? How
Well,
do
that's
they,
exactly the problem that we were
because
talking
the schools
about.
are determining their own rates, right?
Yeah. Well, competitively so, but yeah.
Well, yeah, against each other, obviously. But
Yeah.
they're determining their own rates at the root factor, right?
Yeah. And they are steadily growing them in order to remain quote unquote competitive with each other, right?
Yeah.
However, if you had more transparency on where the money is being used or going to, and you see that, you know, there's just stockpiles being made essentially, though you might have other choices or might have other thoughts on the matter, right? This is where selfishness starts to lie, rather than just the overall transaction itself isn't selfish. It's once you push beyond the needs of the transaction that it starts to weigh itself one way or the other.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, sorry. The school evil. Tell me how this is worth $1,500.
It's because you paid $1,500.
But how is it worth that?
It's not.
It's not.
Exactly.
Because worth
And
is
that's why the
value.
schools are evil.
Its value comes from how much you paid for it.
For those
See,
listening,
that's
its
the problem.
value is set
If
before
nobody
you.
it's a cheaply
$1,500.
bound duotang book,
Yeah.
a workbook,
But-
now that I'm flipping through it,
My retort?
for
Value is not set when you
Cosmetology.
purchase it. Value
No
is a
one paid
preset
$50
value.
$50 for that. No one would. It would not be worth $1,500.
But see, that's the problem, is
But-
that they're setting the price tag higher than it needs to be. The cost of providing this knowledge is nowhere near as
So
high as
okay,
the
but
price
iPhones don't
that
need
they're
to be
putting on
$2,000.
it.
Exactly.
Does that make Apple evil?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so then your food doesn't need to be $50.
No.
Your grocery bills. So does that make grocery stores evil?
Yes.
Does that make farmers evil?
No. Because
I
they're
mean,
the
that
ones
part
growing-
gets a little weird because there's a lot of subsidiaries going on
and
for
because
farming right
there's
now.
a markup on the product
So if they didn't
after
have-
it's been purchased from the farmers.
If-
And it also depends on how much the farmers are charging versus the cost of.
Yeah. If farmers weren't subsidized, they would be able to charge their own rates, right? Would you then see an increase in the price of all the stuff? And then would that inherently be evil?
Yes. The cost of surviving, in my opinion, should be zero.
So
You
then
shouldn't
how?
have to pay to exist on a planet.
Okay, that's I think a different issue.
Yeah, no, we're moving
Like,
away from
that's
We're
definitely-
moving
So then
away.
I'm going to go back to my very original point,
Yeah.
which was, is capitalism evil? When we were talking about institutions.
Well,
Personally, I say yes.
So, like, on the idea of, like, grocery stores, right? When you're putting when you're inflating a value onto something more than it is necessary for either the business to continue or whichever reason it might be inflated in that case, right? That's where this selfishness or this evil starts to lie in that institution, you know? When there is no transparency, when there is no just knowledge to be found on where everything is moving through.
Okay. Most publicly traded businesses will have yearly income reports and breakdowns of where all the money is going. Right?
Exactly.
So if they're charging more than a break-even point, is that evil?
On something that we would need, or something we would deem societally necessary, yes.
Like, let me chime in as somebody had something. Nobody was raising their hand, right? Okay. Do you work for free?
No.
Okay. If you did something that nobody else could do, would you charge more than the guy who does something that everybody can do all the time? So, like, would you, as, say, the blue whale heart surgeon that saves blue whales, and you're the only one on the planet who can do that, right? Would you charge the same as the guy who pours coffee at Starbucks?
I mean, odd choice being that blue whales aren't really going to pay for their survival.
No, people are paying you to do heart surgery on blue whales. They want to save all the blue whales. Every blue whale that has a heart attack, you're there saving blue whales. You're single-handedly keeping that species from going extinct because they eat a lot of McDonald's, right? This is a hypothetical, right? I'm saying this is a job that's like super important, right? Everybody thinks it's a very important job, but you're literally the only person on the planet that can do it.
See, that is where I have personal dilemma, of course, because I don't want to charge more than my needs, more than where my baseline would be.
So you're gonna charge the $5 an hour for your blue whale heart surgery?
If that's all I need, yeah.
And live comfortably in your pod apartment?
Oh, I mean, if I'm specifically a blue whale surgeon, I'm going to assume I'm living on a boat.
So then what incentivizes people to become blue whale surgeons?
To live on a boat.
The want to help the whales?
That's where I see a different question altogether. There are monetary incentives to a lot of people, and then there are other incentives that people find as well to do their things. Why are there people trying to save shit that isn't going to pay them any money whatsoever? Why are they there?
There's plenty of philanthropic people out there that are...
Altruism does exist.
Exactly. And I don't think that that's valued enough in this society. When you, like, for instance, we keep referencing, burger flippers at McDonald's having this minimum wage job compared to a blue whale heart surgeon. Who's to say that the person making food for the masses in high demand has any less important of a job than...
Well, that's not really the question. It's like, would you, as a person or an individual, charge more or less than the person flipping a burger?
Yeah, well, like I said, it depends on where my needs lie.
Yeah.
If I have the choice to set my
you had to go to school for 10 years to become a blue whale heart surgeon. You paid $400,000 per semester to become a blue whale heart surgeon. Now you're done. You got your debt, just like every other schleb's got their debt.
Yeah.
Right? So the question is, are you going to charge the same as the guy who didn't go to school? Or, hell, the guy who did go to school for social services, but ended up flipping burgers at McDonald's to feed the blue whales that are very hungry for burgers.
Well,
we've come full circle.
I suppose no.
So you'll charge more or less?
I don't.
Or just do it for free?
I would love to
money
do it
be
for
damned.
free. If money be damned, yes.
Okay, well,
because that
the
is
debt collectors
the kind of
come.
Well, that's just the thing there, because like
factors in this question.
Yeah.
If your cost of living is high, then you're gonna need a wage to cover your cost of living. However,
that is my point.
Yeah. So why should these burger flippers then be in a place where their pay isn't at their cost of living?
Precisely.
That's a different question.
It is. Yes.
What is but their cost of living, is it too high? Maybe.
Probably.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah.
Maybe they should tighten the old belt.
I think that there's.
See, that's where we see differences, though.
I asked you the question. You answered it. I just.
Would you like to
just
hear my
responded.
response, or do you want
You
to
said
cut
it was
me
too
off?
high, and
Yeah.
I said okay.
See, this is where we go back.
Too damn high.
This is where we go back to when there are things that we have deemed as societally necessary. I don't see why they need to be profitable.
Is McDonald's societally necessary?
Oh God, yeah, feeding people is necessary.
I didn't say feeding people. I said
Yeah.
McDonald's.
Yeah, does McDonald's feed people? Would you be
But-
remiss if you couldn't go get your fast food on a day you don't want to cook for yourself?
No.
No.
Why? What
McDonald's
would
is
you
not
do then?
necessary.
Would you starve?
They stayed open during lockdown. They're
McDonald's
essential.
is a luxury.
Yeah, so is the LCBO.
Okay.
But
No,
for different
food is not a
reasons.
No,
luxury.
food is not McDonald's.
Food.
But
McDonald's
it
is a
is.
type of cheap food.
Yeah,
How
but
is
it's
it a
not.
luxury?
It's
They're not going
sometimes
around
it's the
feeding
only
people.
affordable
Food
option
banks,
for
sure.
people.
Okay.
But
Food is
food
food.
banks
Sure.
are
No,
donation-
food is food.
Tasty food
Food
is a
banks are
luxury.
donation based. First of all, they rarely contain the ingredients required for a balanced meal or a healthy meal.
Food banks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We did food banks.
Yeah, we worked at the
Well,
food
but
banks
it's-
for a
They
while.
get lots of fucking healthy food.
Not all.
They don't have
It's-
enough people to do
It's
anything.
They just don't have.
donation-based.
They just don't have enough. Yeah, they just don't have enough people to fucking work the kitchens.
Between
'Cause-
that and the resources and.
But my point
yes.
is that like your grocery stores, yeah, they're necessary because you need to have people having food, right?
Yeah.
But you don't need someone to cook it for you.
Okay.
That
do all
part
that
I
shit.
disagree with.
There are people
There are
who
people who
cannot
don't know
cook
how
for
to cook.
themselves.
But they don't need McDonald's.
No, but they still need someone to cook for them.
Okay, okay, that's different.
And how? How is McDonald's not a
Because
place
you
for
have a
someone to cook
personal
for
chef.
them?
Well, okay, so personal chef coming to your house on your own dime, right? Versus McDonald's as a company.
Do you have a point?
McDonald's is a chain. It's like you go to somewhere because you don't want to do this. It's not like someone being like, oh, you can't cook for yourself, I'll come do it for you. It's like,
But
oh,
there's
Well,
I
no,
don't-
no, but it's
I
really
don't-
the same thing. It's just more of where it's happening.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. That's the difference.
That's
right?
the
It's
very
not,
bottom one.
You need it to happen. It's I won't want to do this, so I'm going to go to McDonald's. And that's
No,
what
you
makes it-
need to eat.
You need
Okay,
stuff
but you
like
don't need
that.
to eat at McDonald's. Is what I'm saying.
Well, it's
Well,
true
okay,
though.
but no, like
Is it
we're
not?
using
That's
McDonald's
very
just as a
Buddhist
placeholder
Huh?
of restaurants,
Very
right?
Yes, and I don't.
Someone
Very
who's
Buddhist.
preparing foods,
Yeah,
right?
that's what I
Restaurants
heard
are
it.
not
I don't know.
necessary. They're luxuries.
Maybe you just figured it out
See,
for yourself.
I
Yeah.
disagree.
But it's the only
Food
thing
is
that's
like-
real.
like,
It's the only
it's
thing
all
that's
day, not
like
like
get
we're
rid of
restaurants.
all the get
Okay,
rid of
but what else
everything
do you do
else.
with your time
Fame
then?
is real.
Well, that's up to you.
Well, no, it's not if you're cooking all day.
You used the wrong your.
You don't cook. You go to
It's
a restaurant.
my
and
own
have
right.
it.
Well, no, I'm not even saying it should be free.
Well, maybe
I'm saying that
shut
these
up.
aren't luxuries and
Okay,
they
I have
shouldn't
shit.
be
And
made
then
to
I
be
have
highly
class.
profitable.
There shouldn't be a high
Then why
mark.
do it?
To feed people.
Why have a restaurant?
To feed people.
Well, that's a soup kitchen now, right? Which
Well,
is
it
different
could
than a
be
restaurant.
better.
Well, yeah, okay, soup kitchens can be better. Yeah.
Yeah.
that's- Of course.
Yeah, so why not?
What if more people
Well,
use the
because
soup
no
kitchen?
money involved.
See, I think
That's
that
why.
This is the whole thing I'm saying. Why does it have to only be focused on profiting? Why does that, like, why do businesses that are deemed as completely needed for survival, food,
People
shelter?
don't do the work unless
Well-
there's money, unless they're gonna make enough money to do
See,
it.
I don't think everybody is
You
motivated.
would not
that
be a
way.
blue whale heart surgeon.
You can't put intentions in my brain.
They don't have.
You would
They don't
not
have a
spend.
choice.
You would not risk $400,000 a year or $400,000 a semester for 10 years to become a blue whale heart surgeon, right? Risk your livelihood that you have to pay back, right? You wouldn't risk that for a job.
We were talking a hypothetical situation versus like in two separate worlds here.
Okay, well then maybe
People
not
do
you
go out
then.
and start soup kitchens. Right?
Individuals
They
would
start
not
charging
risk
for people.
$400,000.
And then other people are like, no, I want to charge.
Yeah.
So is that not allowed?
I'm definitely not saying that luxuries shouldn't be a thing. Don't get me wrong. There is styles of cooking that would be further beyond necessary. Sure.
like
right?
a fine dining establishment where you have somebody come and pour your wine for you.
Yeah.
You've got the fancy cutlery and
There's
the
tons
chef.
of service.
Like,
And,
brings-
exclusive ways of cooking and stuff like that.
yeah.
That is a luxury.
There are definitely luxury styles of cooking. I'm not going to try to deny that, right?
I don't think
But
fast
I
food
am-
counts as luxury though.
But exactly. I don't think
But how is that different than McDonald's?
That is fast food.
exactly what we just said. There's service involved. There's lots of extra accoutrement. There's extra everything to it, right?
McDonald's has all
Yeah,
that.
you can go drive through your
Yeah.
car.
McDonald's has table
not
service
McDonald's?
for your wine.
They
No,
can deliver
we
it to your
need a
house.
No, can't sell wine. They're on a
That's
liquor
the
license.
Exactly.
delivery
They would if
service.
they were
You
allowed
pay for
to.
the
Like,
delivery of the food.
Okay, was drive-through not a luxury then?
It's
Absolutely.
only luxury if you have a
It's
car.
convenience.
Which is
but it's
Yeah,
not
luxury.
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 Convenience is a luxury.
Fair, but We're still kind of
The
just.
same way Max at the grocery store, like the Max in your corner is a luxury because it's like right there, versus going to like the food bank or the grocery store. And then as a result, they have to charge more at convenience stores than they would at grocery stores, right? Because they have that luxury.
I mean, there's a debate there where they have to charge more based on the size and the amount that they're bringing in.
They charge you more because it's the convenience.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, and they also have
Also,
a
their
smaller
distribution's
store.
not as good.
Yeah, exactly. They have an actual smaller footprint of their store itself. They have less stock involved. They have less.
So they order less, so they can get
So
low pricing.
exactly, there's literally higher everything price-wise for them. So there is like an exchange there, you know.
Whereas
But I am
McDonald's, for
still,
instance, is all bulk.
and I will say that in the way things are currently modeled, what I'm talking about is absolute horseshit. Like, it's beyond the scope of what's possible right now. There need to be large swaths of change before we could actually see those basic three necessities be covered, you know? And I'm not trying to say that outside of those should be nothing, right?
Yeah.
I'm not trying to say it should be illegal to go beyond the necessities either. I'm just saying there should be more base coverage.
Why would you want to hurt yourself? Why would you want to suffer? All right.
That's not
I
really the point.
already am suffering.
No. Why would you want to suffer for nothing more than what you're already receiving?
Because you're assuming that the only thing I can receive there is money. What if I just?
You're-
What if?
you're-
No. What if I'm just helping the whales
You're
because I
assuming-
want to see the whales survive?
I'm not talking about the whales.
I am.
Yeah, but now I'm talking about something else. Maybe you're assuming that the good, like the jobs, like these profiting jobs. You're talking about the big boy, like the big pants jobs, like the CEO, the cushy jobs. That's what you're talking about. You want the cushy jobs. You're talking about the jobs and businesses that basically don't have to get dirty. You're talking about the ones that everybody wants, right? You're not talking about the jobs that suck. And even the jobs that you think are cushy, they do suck.
Oh, every job sucks at the
Like,
end of the day, yes.
there's a reason why people get paid a lot of money to be the CEO of a large multinational corporation, right? It's not because their job is easy and they like to shit and fucking drink and sit in their giant lavish offices and do nothing, right? They have to do stuff constantly.
I'm not saying
I can't say I've said any of that.
No, what I'm saying is, why would you, if you are living a comfortable life doing the bare minimum,
Okay.
as little as possible, your food's paid for, your house is paid for, the three necessities, what, food, water, shelter, is that what we're talking about here?
Right, yeah.
Okay, those are all paid for.
Okay.
Right? You got a couch, you got nice blankies, you got a nice lady who's equally unambitious, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why would you ever suffer to do more?
Because they want to.
They don't.
Why wouldn't they?
No, but why would you?
I do.
Okay, what?
I'm just saying there is more to motivation than just monetary gain.
Okay.
There are like when you say that money is happiness isn't money. That doesn't go both ways. There is happiness outside of
Yeah, there are
money.
different currencies.
Sure.
Well, there's social currency that
Yeah,
everyone
there's
spends
emotional
all the
currency,
time. There's
yeah.
emotional currency,
Yeah.
and that's what I'm talking about.
Exactly.
Is the emotional currency.
Right.
Why would you want to do something harder than doing nothing when you get paid nothing? You're spending your emotional currency.
No, you're assuming that you'd get paid nothing out of that.
Okay.
What if you're getting emotional currency back from it?
Okay, so instead of money, what you want is social clout.
Sure. Well, clout's not exactly what comes to mind there when I say
Social
social
currency.
Yeah, there's definitely more than one kind
What,
of social
head pats?
currency. Sure.
Just everything's
Love,
head pats.
general happiness, empathy, serotonin in general.
Also, am I good to jump in?
Sure.
Okay, so say you have your food, water, shelter covered. That doesn't mean that there's not still more things that you'll want out of life. Say,
Vodka.
Sure.
alcohol, dyeing your hair, doing your makeup, or playing video games, whatever these other luxury items that keep coming up here, there is still a want for that. So you can still work to make money to pay for those extra things. But the idea that there's a profit to be made off of the basic survival of humans is absolutely disgusting.
So people who build houses shouldn't be paid?
Well, no, their efforts should still be remunerated to
But
the
that's
point.
But
now you're
paying to
profiting
live-
off of the basic necessities of human existence, which is shelter.
Profiting versus just personal need is
So
different.
all house building should be non-profit volunteerism?
No, you can pay for the labor to build the houses, but then once the house is built, why pay a landlord? Why have to pay, like...
So roofing in the middle of summer and building houses, that's hard work, real sweaty, gross work.
Yeah.
Running sewer lines, getting fists full of shit, things
I
like
think
that. That's all
the
crappy
kind of
work.
thing that should be
That's
paid
work
for
that
by
I don't want.
taxes.
I don't want to fucking do that work. How much do I get paid for that?
Well, I have a
A
plumber friend
reasonable
out
wage that
west.
will cover your...
No.
The point
I
is
have
that
a plumber friend
she's
out
arguing that it
west.
should be paid through taxes instead of someone paying that outright.
Okay, so then...
Exactly, and your cost of living will already be covered, so you will be paid. You can work those grimy jobs to get paid. Sure, you might get paid higher for doing the harder work from the taxpayers' money to spend on your lavish items that you're wanting.
Where does the tax money come from?
Luxury trade.
Exactly.
In this instance, it would be coming from the luxury trade.
So, and this has gone way off the rails, but...
There's already systems in place where people get like free housing and like food banks. And,
But
Oh,
it's
for sure.
incredibly hard to get into. And
yeah, well,
not
Why not
sustainable.
expand on these
it could be
systems?
expanded for sure.
Yeah.
But the difference between like living in a low-income apartment versus you buying a house is now a luxury, right?
If I had free cars
So
to
she's
give
not
away,
wrong.
would you sign up to get a free car?
Probably not, in all
No,
honesty.
you don't want a free car.
No, I already hate the car.
You could
I
sell
have.
it.
That's nice. It sounds
Do
like
whatever
extra
you
work that I don't care to do.
Okay.
I feel like there would be strings attached. That I
No,
would-
no strings.
No strings.
I'm telling
I
you, no strings.
I
You just
get
sign a
that.
piece of paper that says, I would like a free car, and I give it to you.
What would be
It's a
your
free car.
motivation then?
I'm
See-
not talking about my motivation. My
asking.
motivation is to give away free cars.
Okay, well, what happiness does that bring you?
Have
Everyone
all
gets
the
to drive
social,
around like
everybody
cool.
gives me head pats and love because
Perfect.
I
So
give
is
you
that
lots of free
So
cars.
that's enough for you in this situation.
Sure.
Perfect.
Would you be covering like the insurance and any damages that happen to the
Sure.
car? You know what I mean?
Not gas
Absolutely.
though.
No, everything.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then why
I'm
would you
giving-
do that?
I'm giving away
For
free cars.
emotional head
Yeah.
pats.
Because I'm collecting money from taxes.
Does that feel good?
So I'm going to give away free cars. Would you sign up for a free car?
No.
No. So you don't want a car.
No.
I think
I,
that
like
if
I
it's
said, I already hate
necessary
the
to
car.
How
my
about you? Would
lifestyle-
you sign up for a free car?
If it's necessary to my lifestyle, then yes.
It is. Yeah, absolutely
Then
it is. We live in Canada, right? You think you can walk across town?
Fair enough.
Takes 4 hours. Trust me, I've done it.
If I could, if I could get a free mode of transportation, then
Yeah.
yes, I would take that.
Okay. All right. And so, by extension, do you think anyone else would take that?
Likely,
There'd be
yes.
someone out there.
Probably a lot of people. Right? Free car?
There'd be
That's
a lot
good.
of people that abuse it too.
Well, yeah, of course.
Of course.
Because we're going to give away a free car every couple of years. Because sometimes cars are consumables. So my question to you is, first of all, where's the money for all these cars going to come from? But the second point, because like I told you, the taxpayers are paying for it. Taxes.
So in a way,
Hand
it's really
wave.
just
It's just a hand wave.
we'd be paying for our own cars.
It's more just equal billing spread amongst society. instead of
Also,
all
everyone
on-
would sign up for a free car. Every single person on the planet. And not only that, people would sign up for a free car like you, even if they didn't want it, because somebody might just be like, I'll give you $10,000 for your free car. And you're like, I'll take $10,000. That's real easy. Or whatever you want, right? We all know that there's a free car project in place now, that everyone gets a free car. So there might be some grifter coming in being like, hey, buddy, you don't like your free car because you can't get a car license? Well, you're still owed a free car. Tell you what, I'll give you $5,000 for that free car. It's a $30,000 car or $50,000 car, it doesn't matter. You don't care, it's free. Sure, there you go. Government just paid $30,000 for the car, gives it to the grifter. Grifter pays you $5,000, he sells the car for whatever. Or he just strips it for parts because people need their cars repaired. Or he just has a lot of cars. He just loves fucking free cars. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Right? The point is that infinite, like free things mean that there's infinite supply in the market. Like, and how it's just how it works. So as soon as you start giving away things for free, everyone takes advantage of it as soon as they can. Because it's there. And then they can't live without it.
You put a lot of, everyone will do something without knowing.
That's why I asked you if you would do it
I
personally
already
first.
said
They said no.
I've
Regardless of
explicitly said no to this every
Okay.
time.
whether it was money
Because-
or
because
not.
Because everyone's
you know the
motivation-
argument.
No, because everyone's motivation doesn't lie in the same place here. You're putting this is
All right.
the only motivation that could
Do you
and does
believe that
exist.
most people would accept a free car?
No,
No.
I don't.
If a free car was given away,
I don't.
do not believe that most people would accept a free car.
So, extend that to housing.
I think there would be plenty of people who would deny it on the same sense that there's a free vaccination
Yeah,
going
yeah.
around, and that there's a lot of people who fucking basically go, well, I can't trust this institution that's doing it, so I ain't getting the vaccination. Like,
Yeah, but we call those anti-housers, and we
Yeah.
want to ostracize them from society. So
Perfect.
they belong
What would
in
you put as a
camps.
percentage of that?
Hmm?
If you had to guess.
oh, I have no
Besides
fucking clue. I ain't putting an arbitrary number.
It's just, yeah.
I think
I guess the point I'll make, just like the point I make, is like infinite supply. Like free things imply to people that there's an infinite supply of it.
That's,
so whether you
that's on
accept
the
it or
current-
not,
Do you know what? That's in the current model of design too, where we're looking at things that are going to break down and need to be replaced every few years. If we actually designed our items to last like they used to be at some point, then do you know what? That whole idea of infinite need starts to diminish a little. Like, and yeah, sure, it might still be infinite, but it might actually be extended to a point where we find
have you ever
more
considered
supplies.
that items are not of the same quality anymore because the people who are purchasing them are considerably poor, even though the amount of money they think they have in their pocket is the same?
The amount of money people have in their pocket is not the same.
Yeah, it's
Like-
more actually.
No, it's not.
I mean,
It's
spending
more money
power
goes
wise,
with
it's not.
Hmm?
Spending power wise, it is not.
That's right.
Yeah.
So have you ever considered that every single person who thinks that they have a lot of money has way less money than the people who had a rough amount of money, like a similar or much lower amount of money a long time ago? Let me give you an
Sure,
example.
Okay.
$35 in 1970
Yeah.
was a gold coin.
Right.
$35. $35, or a gold coin now, is roughly, I think it's $1,800.
Yeah.
Okay, so a person with $35 in their pocket in 1972 had $1,800 today in their pocket.
Okay.
Okay, so could that mean that the products they're purchasing for a couple $100s now, right? Back in the day, they were purchasing TVs for $100, $150 still, right? And those TVs, they were durable. If you've ever tried to lift an old TV,
Yeah.
holy shit, guys, that's a lot of material there. Nowadays, it's all plastic and garbage, and it's real simple. It's super light.
Yeah, it's meant
Right?
to be as cheap and breakable as possible.
It's meant to, yeah, and
Yeah,
that's because people
because so-
can't afford a real TV anymore.
I'm pretty
Because the
sure the
money
stupidly
is
expensive
not
4K
valuable.
TVs are still
No.
easily broken. You
Yeah.
sure? Because I've watched
Yeah,
them
yeah.
break.
Because they're cheap.
Yeah, because
wanna know why they're
everything
cheap?
is made
'Cause
cheap
people
to
can't
be
afford-
break. No, it's
It's
made
'cause people
to.
can't afford them.
No, it's
It's more
made to
expensive.
be cheap so they would break and be more replaceable
reason
to
there's-
keep our
Because
economy
You do
market.
have a point there because
No, look at the
It's not
fucking light bulb
profitable.
crisis of the late 60s or whatever, because people basically had light bulbs that were lasting for hundreds of years, so the four main companies that made light bulbs literally put a think tank together to design light bulbs to break faster so people would
Yeah.
buy them more.
I will
This
give
is
that
a-
point there's a thing called planned obsolescence. Especially
It is
in phones.
very real.
Exactly.
In
That's
phones,
huge.
in
Yeah.
cars, in
I've
light
watched
bulbs,
it.
there's a full study you can read on
That's
it.
right.
And this is a planned part of what's going on with our production quality. That's
It's a
why we've
huge
moved a
part
lot of
of
things to as
why
cheap
are
as
you
possible too. It's not necessarily so people can afford it, because you still have people buying high-end expensive luxury items that still break like fucking shit.
Yeah, but they're not high-end luxury items.
But that's the point, is that they're
Why are
being
they not
made
then?
cheaply, but still charging the outrageous cost as if they were built well.
I'm telling you, they're not. It's not an outrageous cost. You're just poor.
Well,
No.
iPhones
Like
are-
not you personally, but the people who believe it's an outrageous cost are poor.
Everybody's
I'm poor.
poor.
Yes.
Everybody
Yeah.
but the 1% is poor.
I'm sorry. You live in North America. You are the 1%.
I'm not the 1%.
No,
Go
you are.
fuck yourself.
You are the 1%.
No, I'm not.
Yes.
Not
No,
everyone
I'm
in
not.
North America is considered.
I'm sorry,
an
but
I'm
even
sorry. Yes,
millionaires.
the guy who
even
lives,
millionaires are not
you know,
part of the
under a bridge.
1%.
Yes, I could probably agree. He's probably not
Yeah.
the 1%. Okay, but we don't talk about that.
How many is 1% right now? It's 700 million people, right? Or sorry, it's 70 million people?
No, 700 million is closer.
No, we have 7 billion people right now, right?
Oh,
So
yeah, yeah.
so 1% of that is 70 million people.
Right.
right?
Well, let's do
Yep.
So there's
700 million.
no,
No,
70 million people. There's 35 million people living in Canada. There's over 300 million people living in the States.
All right.
So that's all the 1%.
All right. So let's do the math then. All right, because 1% is just a number.
Right.
So what? We get to what? 600 million people in the States.
There's 300 million people in the States, 70 million people in the 1%.
How many people are in Canada as well? Or actually in
Okay.
Mexico too, right?
So-
You said North America, right?
So the top 5%
5
of
million.
people on the planet, basically.
No, we said one.
No, you said one, but like
Okay. we're
North
changing
America
it now.
is roughly like the top 5% of people on the planet.
So there's no wealth in Europe either.
Pardon?
So there's no wealth in Europe. There's
I'm
no.
not saying there's no wealth.
There's no
Europe,
wealth
but,
in
like,
Japan. Like,
It's more the top.
I mean, Japan is the third largest economy on the planet right now.
Japan's been in a pretty big slump for about 15 years now.
They're still the third largest economy.
Rich people are rich. I
Yeah.
understand that.
Yeah.
There are a lot of rich people in the world.
Yeah.
I think this is going to lead into the.
But the point
I think this
is-
is the next question around hoarding happiness and money. So maybe we should circle back to it.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
America is 4% of the world's population.
Yeah. There you go. But even still, like it's.
Anyway.
Just being here doesn't make us the 1% and the richest in the world. Are we better off than a lot of people? For sure.
The
As-
grass-
Are we worse off than a lot of people?
For sure.
Do we live in mud huts and
Less
have to
people,
hunt our
a lot
food?
less envelopes.
No.
What is
But that there are people in North America that do have to do that, and there are
Yes,
people
those
in
people do
other-
exist.
Yeah.
continents that
But
don't have to
you
do
or
that.
I are not one of them.
No, but I'm definitely not a part of the 1%. I'm definitely not a wealthy person. I am considered pretty low class.
And that was pretty much my
argument.
argument from the beginning, was that everybody is actually poor.
But
Except for the super rich people who don't care about numbers, because they just have enough money that numbers
Because
don't
they're
matter
hoarding
anymore.
and taking resources from people who need them.
The amount of money coming into their bank accounts far exceeds the amount going out. That's why.
Which is hugely a problem. You're asking, like, who's going to pay for the food and the resources? Well, the money
Yeah,
does.
those numbers don't add up, though. The amount of money that they get does not add up to giving everybody everything they want. In terms
I'm
of
not
their,
saying want. I'm saying need.
in terms of their needs, right? Like, if everybody just stopped working and got whatever they needed to live,
I'm
the
not
amount of
saying they
money-
have to stop working.
I love how you have
That
to
part
immediately
keeps
put it
getting,
to
like-
everybody every time, though.
Well,
Like,
everybody has
we're
like
not
51%. It's like everybody.
no, everybody is.
you've created a government program.
Well, he's not using it in that way. He's using it really loosely. Everybody.
Yeah, you created a government program that people have to sign up for and get free shit. Doesn't matter what the shit is. Whatever you arbitrarily believe is their needs, which I'll promise you right now, that those will change as time goes on. Okay, eventually people will need McDonald's
They're trying to say
every day
yes.
delivered to their house. Okay, but it doesn't matter.
Anyway,
The point is,
McDonald's?
Unfortunately, it's circled back to that.
like
internet
a-
is like a
We get
big
better.
up-and-coming need.
yeah, that's a great
It is
need
an
too.
argument
Everybody
for
needs it.
need, yes.
Everybody needs internet.
But yeah, that was like a good question. Is like, what is need?
I mean, if you look at what you need to get a job right now, you need a phone, you need internet to get emails and calls.
And if that
you
was
need
a
to-
government
address-
program
address
where
your
everybody
bank
would be giving it away for
Exactly.
free, people would be taking advantage of it. Maybe not every single
Likely.
person. There might be some ideologues who don't agree with programs like that, so they'll go out of their way not to. But the vast majority of people who believe that they are owed this from society will sign up.
Yeah, but that's not the vast majority would abuse it.
And it doesn't mean that
I think over time, the vast majority will come to accept that it is one of their rights.
Yeah.
So it is my right to have a car or a house or internet or whatever we arbitrarily decided is their needs.
But then if you want more, you have to work for it.
Yes.
People will still work. People will still get bored of their day-to-day life and want fulfillment from a job.
But
from
would they work? Would they work the shit?
But okay, so
Yes, there are some people who like that. Like,
Huh.
Veran's got a friend who is a plumber and absolutely loves it.
Yeah, plumber is a fine job.
He literally works with shit every day. And
That
he
is not
loves
what. That's not really what plumbers do.
No, that's
No,
what he
this
does.
one does, though.
He
This
fucking-
is
been
talking
discussed.
about this
Plumbers
one
plumb.
specific person.
Yeah, get it
This
right.
one
Plumbers plumb.
specific person actually does plumbing on trade, on good faith, because he knows that it's a necessity and he knows that he can provide a service
Well, he's
And the paycheck really helps.
no,
too.
he's
No,
empathetic
what did
to
I
a
just
fault.
say? He does it for
He does it for trade most times.
He did-
He'll
After all,
collect like.
he has a field full of old shitty plumbing pieces, and he tries to. He's charged more than his fair share of people only on parts.
For fun.
Yeah.
And then when he can't eat, like he'll
It's like
even go
free
to
lunch.
his field of parts and pull old
Those are
bullshit out to
auspicious.
try to fix their shit for
Can
him.
I try that?
He gives me his adventures in
Absolutely.
plumbing every fucking few weeks.
Super sweet.
He's empathetic to a fault in his
Oh,
own
God.
way.
Should we go to the next question?
What is the next question?
What's good?
What is good?
What is good?
Are you a good person? Do you live a
Thank
good
you.
life? Basically. I guess I'll start if that's the next question.
Sure.
All right. So you described in your answer, good people are people that give that happy feeling. So my question to you is a manipulative person who is playing to someone's good feels emotions, is that a good person? So if I was someone, let's say, taking advantage of someone's low self-esteem in order to do whatever I do, is that person who's producing these good feels for this person who's being manipulated, is the person doing the manipulating a good person?
Is this manipulation to their detriment?
To whose detriment?
To the receiver of the manipulations.
Well, they don't think so at the time.
At the time, they don't think so.
No.
But it is shown to be later so.
Well,
Yeah,
like I said,
sometimes, like, all
he
your
is
stuff-
producing a happy feeling in this person.
Yes.
Okay.
That doesn't answer my question.
What is the manipulation? What are they manipulating this other
Not
person
my
to
question
do?
either. My question is it to the detriment of the receiver of these manipulations, knowingly so?
Well, the implication is probably yes, it is. But they are receiving the happy feeling.
But then it'll be strictly taken away from them. How are they getting the happy
Yeah,
feeling
but they
if
love
it's to their
that person.
detriment?
It's like that person has been manipulated. Okay?
Okay.
So if you want me to be more acute in my example, let's say someone joins a cult.
Okay.
And they give away everything they want to the cult leader.
Yeah.
But the cult leader, through his manipulations or her manipulations, has instilled with them a feeling of absolute euphoric happiness, as long as they submit themselves to the cult leader. And drugs! And drugs. We love drugs. Right?
You say as you're consuming them, yes.
Yeah, that's what I said. We love drugs.
Perfect.
Right? Is the cult leader a good person?
I mean, I don't see the detriment to the cult follower. There are people who just follow.
Okay. And if everybody's feeling good right up until they drink the poison Kool-Aid, and even during the poison Kool-Aid, and the cult leader just takes the money and leaves,
And that's not a good feeling, is it?
to everybody, yeah.
No.
Until they die.
And it
Depends
is,
on
No,
what
they
it was.
they
it
died
is
with a
to the
smile
detriment.
on their face.
but it is still to the detriment.
No, they died with a smile on their face.
So?
They thought they were getting picked up by the alien spaceship and their spirits are going away.
But they've been lied to and killed,
Yes,
so it is to the detriment of
Yeah.
Their
the
feelings.
receiver.
but they received the happy feeling right up until the end.
Well, that
They
and
smiled the whole time. They willingly accepted it the whole time.
So
the
you
manipulator
know that, so you know that
manipulated
death
them.
could be a happy and good feeling. Then
What I'm saying.
I'm
And,
asking.
Well, for them, yeah, I guess
They know
so.
from the
So then
beginning
it
that
sounds like a
dying is
good
part
thing
of
to
it?
me.
Sure.
Okay,
So
then
sure.
Okay. So the cult leader who's manipulating the people, but giving them a good feeling, is a good person.
Well, I mean, like, this goes back to what I was saying on what is evil, too. If you're going beyond what your own necessary needs are, if you're pushing beyond and being selfish, then there are bad actions in there. Most actions can't just be qualified under one adjective.
I was just using what you said
Kind
because
of,
you talked about spreading what is a good feeling,
Yeah.
and so I just said if someone can manipulate what a good feeling is, someone can come in and use some magic on you,
Right.
and make you believe all sorts of weird things.
And then
especially if
in
you're
those,
susceptible
well,
or if you're
in
not very
those
bright.
moments, they would be a good person. If your intent is to make someone feel better about themselves, then I don't see why not.
Okay.
So is the crystal
Especially if
meth
it's
dealer
genuine.
a good person?
The crystal meth dealer? It could be. But I mean, like, drug addiction's kind of a
Because
shaky rope on what is a good feeling.
Every drug
It's
dealer,
an
every drug
escape,
addict
not
loves that
necessarily a
dealer.
good feeling.
Yeah, and then like back to that other point that we made earlier, the drug dealer, they know that it's like they have the knowledge that it's like a bad thing eventually, right?
Yeah.
Whereas the cult leader might genuinely believe that if they drink the magic potion or whatever, they're going to be taken by aliens and shit.
Oh, but I said that the cult leader did not drink the magic potion. He just took all their money and left.
But there is
So
I'm just saying
So
that
then there's
a
evil notion there, but there's still good deeds happening. Like
Yeah, he basically sold them all happiness
It's
for
a
as long as they
balance.
were until basically he had
Had
figured
no
out, like a
orders.
good entrepreneur does, when the job is done and everyone needs to die.
Yeah, so my point is that whether he took the money or drank the potion or not, he genuinely believes that if they drink the punch, they'll go to like the moon or whatever, the aliens would take him.
Or even if he doesn't believe
Even
it.
if they believe you, like they'll naturally go to heaven or whatever, right?
Didn't this actually happen?
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, Jonestown.
Yeah.
There's also a
There
really
is
awesome
that
cult in
cult
Japan that
movement.
had they had like serotonin gas weapons and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They were trying to take over the Japanese government.
Nice.
I have a question.
I
here
can't
that
remember what
goes
the
back
name
to
of
our
the thing was
previous
called. It's a
argument
Japanese
about
name.
selfishness. So good as a feeling. So is spreading those good feelings to other people in return for your own good feelings an act of selfishness?
No.
Why not? I think it absolutely is.
Because you're getting something in return, right?
Yeah.
I don't think that
Well,
selfishness is inherently bad either, though.
I
in
already
this
said that I'm
context.
using selfishness as the term to go
Like excessive.
beyond what is
Okay.
good, beyond what is a thing, right? So like,
Yeah.
I wouldn't view that as a selfish act. No,
Because it's not excessive.
it's not excessive.
Okay, what about those people that like give homeless people burgers and they film it? Is that selfish?
Well, I mean, they're doing it for personal clout.
Pretty much.
Yeah, so there is a selfish, excessive act going into it too. Yes.
Cool.
But the homeless people got burgers.
No,
Yeah,
it's
but
just
imagine
like-
being a homeless person that gets a burger and it's like, here's a burger, I did a nice thing, also here's a camera in your face.
Being charitable for personal gain is selfish. Being charitable for the sake of being charitable is not. So, like, if you give the homeless person a burger because you see that they're hungry and starving,
Should at least ask them if they want the burger
That-
beforehand.
most definitely ask them what they need and then provide it.
So
If you do it just because you want to look good, then you're being selfish.
So to extend that, if we wanted to, if a collective of people decided that it was a good idea to be selfless and produce charity for people for their own personal clout, to look good, that would be selfish.
It would be selfish, but there is still positive outcome to it.
Okay, so if an individual actor filmed a homeless person eating a burger
Mhm.
and then put it up on their YouTube,
Mhm.
that's a selfish act.
Yes.
That also has a positive outcome,
Yes.
and that's a good thing.
Yes.
Well, it
Selfishness
can-
is not
it's like-
inherently bad.
Yeah, it's like you were saying, these two things can exist or coexist at the same time. They don't need to be opposites or a complete separate idea.
Okay. If someone wants to give lots of hamburgers to lots of homeless people and make lots of videos about this and put them up on, say, their YouTubes to get Mr. Beast, to basically have a freak show carnival of hungry homeless people eating hamburgers, right?
Is
Yeah.
it monetized?
Absolutely it is.
Then that's selfish.
Is that bad?
Yes.
Well, there's good and bad happening, yes.
At the same time.
Okay.
Because there are still people being fed who need it, but their humanity is being
Used?
Yeah.
used and sold.
What if
basically.
all hunger in the world was solved? And this is just obviously a big. What if all hunger was solved in the same way? So if someone made a shitload of money monetizing hungry people eating hamburgers,
So
right?
McDonald's?
Sure,
It's just to
whatever.
cover the,
No,
it's
but
just
like,
to cover the cost of the burgers, then no. But if it's anything more, then yes.
no, yeah, no, they make a lot of money off of this, right? But literally, hunger in the world is solved.
So
Yeah,
you're
I think
doing
the
a good
argument-
thing in an evil way.
I think the argument there is that if
Is that good?
if the monetization
It's
covers
both.
the cost, then you're fine. If it goes more than that, then yes.
It's like you've been saying the entire time, good and evil aren't opposites. They can both happen
Yeah, okay.
in the same act, even.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get where we are here,
Okay.
because
Think about it.
there's a lot of like greed is not good, and I think somewhere someone said something about greed being like the enemy, and so I'm pointing a situation where we literally solved one of your three problems on the planet with greed.
Yeah.
And I'm asking if that's a
I
problem.
think it's an awful way to go about it, but it is a possible way.
Okay.
Right. On to your retort.
How do you view the word nobility before I go very far in this? So I've always seen the word as more of a granted title.
No. Okay.
So I just wanted some clarity in how it's being used.
The word nobility, as I would use it, is sort of a greatness that is granted to, like, I guess it is a granted title, but it's granted by other people. It's a greatness. It's some sort of greatness.
Okay.
Something that other people aspire to. And like, I know it's a circular thing because like goodness is nobility, and nobility is, I'm basically saying that nobility is sort of the goodness, but
So
what it is it's an excellence that people subscribe to.
So you also mentioned that it's an attractiveness. It's a radiant, natural, almost factor of someone's personality.
A radiant factor, not necessarily natural. And actually,
Okay.
any woman will probably tell you that beauty isn't natural. Anybody who like puts their makeup on for half an hour a day.
Well, we're not
I
talking beauty as you specifically said not beauty when we're talking
Not
attractiveness.
necessarily, I think.
Yeah.
It's not natural in the way that
No,
it can be
you
refined if you do something.
specifically said, like,
So I think you said
Stephen
more.
Hawking was an example about how he is.
Yeah, it's a specific example of someone who's not beautiful but very noble.
Very
because
attractive,
everybody
you
is
said.
attracted
You were
to.
saying
Yeah, nobody
attractive,
wants
yeah.
to be Stephen Hawking in a chair, but they want his head. They want what's in his brain, right? And so there's a nobility there, right? Nobody necessarily wants to be Mr. Beast, warts and all, but everybody loves the amount of money he gives out to people.
Fair.
Would you equate attractiveness to being kind of like influential?
I think that is borderline an angelic truth. Like, the more attractive you are, the more influential you are. Hot people, have an advantage.
Oh, yeah, that's.
In your sense of attractiveness, I was just wondering if it's like kind of the same thing. Or is it
Well,
different?
if are attractive people good? Not necessarily, right? Because you can have extremely attractive people that nobody wants to be.
Yeah. Well,
But like,
Stephen Hawking
usually that's created by somebody being so hideous on, like, what we would say on the inside, that their outward beauty is just completely discounted, right? Nobody wants to be, like, there's lots of really, like, you could look up videos of just like really attractive like women or men acting like total shitbags, and like nobody looks at them and goes, wow, that guy's a hot piece of, there's usually a good reason why. Attractive people usually keep their mouths shut for a long time, especially when they're models and stuff. Usually when they open their mouths, they start becoming less attractive.
Anytime.
I don't know. That's a can of worms.
Yeah, that's pretty assumptive.
Okay.
Just because somebody's a model doesn't mean that they don't have any intellectual.
I didn't say
input.
that. I didn't say that. I said they keep their mouths shut because every time they
Because
speak
once
their
they-
opinion, they alienate part of the audience that pays them, right? So like, the less you know about somebody, the more attractive they are because you're not seeing all the warts, right? So an extremely attractive person who doesn't have anything to say and says nothing is an extremely attractive person. But an extremely attractive person that acts like a goddamn toad, like just someone disgusting, who's like, you know what we should do? Just kill the poor people, because then there wouldn't be any poor people in the world. That person's not very attractive anymore.
Depends who you ask, but I would agree.
Yeah.
But like, they've alienated a large swath of whoever doesn't agree that you should kill all poor people.
Mm-hmm.
And this is obviously like, supermodel Hitler is not probably a very attractive person,
No.
because nobody, anyway.
Fair enough.
Sorry, I'm just now picturing Hitler in a bikini, like, ooh,
Damn.
I'm Hitler, ooh.
That's
Go
good.
This song is I
I feel like we can just skip the next
Did you
question.
have a follow-up
Which was
to
the
that?
next one?
To the nobility point?
Right, you were asking for expansion on that.
No, we covered where I was going to go
Okay.
with it anyways. But I think we can skip the next question on
So I'm going
books
to
of
actually
faith.
follow up on that here.
Oh, sure.
So as part of your argument, you mentioned good depends on the culture. Is Is there an objective good that all cultures would agree on?
No, because good is a demonic creation, aka it is socially derived.
Okay.
If the culture believed that it was good to cut old people's brains open and eat them, then that culture would think that that's a very noble and good thing. We, as a culture, probably don't think cutting old people's heads open and eating their brains is good. So,
I mean, not
but
until
like,
we try.
it's if there was a prolific brain eater out there and everybody was like, man, I really wish I was like that brain eater, then yes, brain eating would be good. But we don't see that as good usually.
Okay.
I'm sure it's possible, but I don't think it's very common. I'm sure there are cannibal groups out there where it's like extremely, like there's like, Cannibal Monthly, that, on the dark web somewhere, who's just like, I like to eat my brains. And they're like, they do like a cooking show or something that's just like straight up, and it's all about cooking brains, and and all these cannibals out there are just like, that's
For
amazing.
every person we eat, we saved a bunch of animals.
That's right. For every person we eat, we're saving the world one meal at a time. Damn, that's a show. Okay, start that up.
On that note, though, I do think that since the creation of the internet, there is more potential for a global culture to agree on what is good and what is not, because we're gaining so many new perspectives from around the world that it's not quite as divided. It definitely does still have its divides, don't get me wrong. We're far from a fun.
I would say the divides are getting bigger.
They're getting more apparent, but they're less.
Like, instead of everybody living in a large, like imagine a TV screen static, right? Where there's like
it's
blacks and white dots everywhere.
regional
Like
and
everything is
more-
turning into like a white side and a black side. Like the contrast is becoming more and more clear.
I think
the
it's
internet.
more based on
Well, if
opinions
anything, that's
and-
less sides, more like.
Less sides, bigger
I
fishes.
think it's more prominent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's like more prominent, but less border controlled kind of.
Exactly. You're not necessarily talking like U.S. versus Russia versus China anymore. You're talking like cultural groups that are spread around the world because they have similar interests and beliefs. It's not as defined.
And we
by
refer to
where
those
you're
as
from.
we tend to refer to those more as like subculture groups, though.
Well, that's same
Yeah,
Yeah.
but like all I'm saying is that now that we have the accessibility to basically anybody we want, aside from the few places where access is denied, then
We're definitely kind of in some weird gray area between going to a global culture and still holding on to our national identity cultures and whatnot.
yeah.
So is it going to be a global culture? Global culture is something that I think that's a pie in the sky idea.
I think
it's gonna if it were to happen, it would take multiple planets.
Yeah, I don't think it'll really be a true global culture until there's a united enemy.
If there's a
almost.
global culture, it's not going to look the way that people want it to look. Like
No.
It's going to be.
it's a dream.
It's going to be real simple.
Yeah.
Very Mad Max.
I definitely.
Like it's not going to be.
It'll
It's
be
not going to be
humans
like
versus something else.
the entire world's not going to look like California.
No.
Oh, fuck
Okay,
no.
it's going to be like people are going to agree on the most basic stuff. The most, not even like the stuff that we're talking about today, like literally the most basic stuff, like the stuff that's basically already ingrained in our universal culture. Like, let's not kill other people randomly.
Okay.
That's the universal culture. Like
Okay,
the bigger
so
it
then
gets,
you
it's
just
going to get that way.
answered the question that there is, because you said, is there something that we all agree is good?
Is there an objective good that all cultures would agree on?
Life.
Yeah, except for the cannibals.
Yeah.
And the
I mean,
and the
they
people
still
who like to
value
watch
it.
people die. That's a culture too.
But they are the outliers.
Yeah. So yes and no.
Mostly.
Yeah, outliers still
Well, the
matter.
word is all.
Yeah. So
The word is all.
No, not objectively, but potentially.
Than their own lives.
You wanted to skip the next one? I have something for it.
Oh, sure. It's just
Books
the
of faith.
books of faith of choice, right?
I my point is that you both mentioned creating your own religions heavily influenced by other religions. Would you say that these now become your books that you prefer?
Oh God, no. My book is not in any state ever going to be readable, likely, since I have no hand in it, and I'm not even trying to motivate those who said they would write it. It's likely more of a farce than anything else.
Yeah, I guess to add my answer to that question, mine is a derivative of a derivative, like the Book of Solomon, where a lot of the core mythos sort of comes from, is a derivative book of the Bible.
I believe so.
Not the Torah.
No, I think it's the Bible.
But anyway, it's written by a Greek guy. It's not even like one of the extra stories. It was just a fake story written by a heretic. But it to me is a very good story that very much tells you in metaphor how it goes down. What the whole point is. The Bible is literally a bunch of bullshit, because King Solomon has a magic ring that he can control demons with, and the demons are just yeah, dude, oh, well, shit, you got that ring given to you by God? Oh, wow, yeah, let's join you. Absolutely, we'll answer all your questions. And literally there's a point where he takes off the ring, gives it to a demon, and tells the demon to throw it at Beelzebub, right? Just throw it at him. And if you hit it, when you hit him with it, he'll come and do what I say. And so the demon goes and does that, and Beelzebub's I guess I gotta go. That's the God ring.
That's the rules.
Them's the rules. And so, yeah, the Lord of Lies shows up and is you used the ring on me. I guess I got to answer all your questions. And so Solomon asks him a bunch of bullshit questions, and he answers all the questions, I'm sure, actually, probably truthfully. But at the end of the day, what ends up happening is Solomon screws the wrong lady, throws away the ring, and gets plagued by demons for the rest of his life. So who really won in the end there?
The demons.
The demons. That's right. Because it was all a lie, and guess who laughs and sings and claps his hands whenever things screw up? Well, it's the devil. He's very happy to do it. So
is it though, not to change subject again, but doesn't the devil want you to be all fucked up?
Yeah.
And be on the devil's side?
Yeah. That's why.
So hell yeah, everyone's fucked up.
It's you fucked up, you're on my side. Go team.
Go team.
Yeah, go team Satan.
Beelzebub in my view, but because Satan's a different story. I can go into it, but the idea is, the Beelzebub, or the lie, right, has given everybody the gift of magic. Right? That's why the Bible tells you, don't use magic, don't be a witch, don't do any of this shit, because it's bad. And the gift of magic is the gift of the lie. Because what does a lie do? It changes other people's reality. So if I told you, you know what? Fun fact, I'm actually a doctor of metaphysics. I earned my doctorate. And if you believe me, suddenly I'm a doctor of metaphysics. Right? I've changed your reality. You perceive me completely differently than what is actually true.
Yeah.
So I've cast a spell on you.
Yeah.
I've altered reality. And that's all magic is. It's just an altering of reality in an unnatural way. Well, guess what that is? That's a lie. And the real trick here is that you're all wizards, Harry. All right? Everyone's a wizard, and everybody's using their magic all the time. Right? And we're so used to it. We live in this magical world where all this bullshit is being spewed by everybody. They're all trying to cast spells on each other. That it warps everything. And guess who wins in the end? The guy who cashes in on everyone's fucking lies falling apart. And that's the metaphor known as the devil, a.k.a. Beelzebub, a.k.a. the lie. Because there's always a consequence for your magic. And the consequence is it all falls apart, and eventually people find out the truth. And the best you can hope for is that you're dead when that happens. But even then, that's fine, because a lot of people will subscribe to your truth, and they'll often defend it to the death, sometimes picking up weapons and killing each other over it. And that's great, too. We love that, because then everyone's dead, and there's a bloody conflict, and people are cutting each other's heads off, and crucifying, burning witches alive. God, that's all awesome. What an awesome, great thing to do. And that all happened because someone lied. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. I just went off on a lie theory tirade. Zeal of a convert.
All right. Shall we continue?
Absolutely.
What is money?
Paper.
Well, I don't think that's a question. We're asking everybody in the audience. It's like I think people have.
That was the question.
How much paper? I used to buy candy at the candy store. Does anybody have any response? Let me see.
So,
oh, no, this was your question. This was my question to you.
Yeah, this was your question to me. Yeah, I believe my answer was social credit, essentially. And then your answer was happiness.
Okay, so social credit.
Is this where the topic of hoarding?
No, that's the next question.
Okay, so you talked about money as being a sort of social credit. Progression of how things have come to be. Oh, okay.
But
so
it feels like it's a natural progression.
Okay, so I guess my first question is the social credit. You said this is a social credit, and more acutely, you said like the money is a progression of how things sort of it just sort of progressed into money.
Yeah.
So like when you were saying something like I owe you a chicken or whatever, right?
And
so it eventually became here's $5, right? Instead of a whole chicken, it's basically instead of cutting the chicken's leg off and giving you just the leg of a chicken, now it's a $5 bill, which roughly represents the leg of a chicken.
Sure. Yeah.
Like this is the social progression of how things came to be.
Yeah.
Okay. In your case, how do you get money?
Through social act.
Through social act. So, like any social act, like what kind of social act are we talking about here?
Honestly, it should be through damn near any positive social act. I can agree with that.
Okay.
There should be more value placed upon a lot of stuff where it's seen as low value, but
For example, the arts and philosophy.
Philosophy's a
So-
weak spot, but sure.
Because it seems like what I was doing here in my notes is I'm trying to lead you to exactly what my answer was.
It's happiness.
It's do you believe then that this social credit is a measure of the amount of happiness that you've produced in society?
I honestly can agree that it's very similar, maybe not identical, but I can agree that it is happiness at its core, that it is an exchange of giving someone else those good feelings that we're talking about.
Okay.
So you guys basically agree.
Yeah, it looks like we agree, and people can extrapolate further on
Wording's a
that.
little different, but I think you basically
We
agree.
mostly agree. There was one question I did have here for you, because you mentioned that like this whole idea kind of gets thrown at the fan once you say have thieving involved, or where there is no exchange, but it's only personal happiness that's being increased.
Yeah,
So, like-
money's not really happiness when you just stole it from somebody. Like it
So
is
there
because
is, like-
somebody worked and created the happiness to produce the money that allowed the person to steal it.
But then that
But-
exchange there is where that happiness is destroyed, no?
No, he didn't destroy the happiness. He just took it. He just
Okay.
took other people's
He
work.
made his own happiness.
It's in the same way that
So
you
that-
built a
that-
hammer and someone takes the hammer away from you,
Yeah.
right? Like it's like, oh, well, I made that hammer. It's like, well, yeah, but I
gone
took.
now.
It's gone now. I have it. It's mine.
Yeah,
Like
so
I
the
took that away.
happiness has
That
been
guy didn't
removed,
produce
yeah.
any
Been
happiness.
lost,
He
yeah.
just stole it.
So I guess my only thing here is that like with extortion existing and with like the ability of manipulating around these things, that it's not a perfect analogy to say it's happiness.
See, okay, I could probably answer each individual, special case and claim why it is, right? For example, extortion, right? The extortionist is saying, wouldn't you be happy if I made this problem that I've created go away?
Yeah,
And then that person, with their currency, which they used, would pay the extortionist to be happy.
so this is where I'm saying that like if once we start assigning arbitrary
But the
values
extortionist
to
would have no
happiness-
power if there was nothing to extort, right? Like if there was no way to extort the person, like I'm assuming the extortionist is blackmailing them or something like that. Like I don't know how they're extorting.
Yeah.
This is
Well, I mean,
Look-
you can do it through just pure physical violence too. There doesn't need to be some kind of backs.
okay. Yeah. So it's like some robber,
Yeah.
right?
Saves your lunch money.
But yeah, okay. A bully comes in and wants your lunch money, right? You're paying the bully to go away. right? Instead of having to confront them physically.
Yeah, but
But sometimes that's not even the case. Sometimes they'll just beat you up and take your money.
Yeah, but the money originally got into your pocket because you made somebody happy in the first place.
Yeah.
Like you didn't,
So-
unless
But
you
then-
punched
but
somebody
then-
for the money, in which case all's fair.
Okay, but
fair. That's not
Well,
great.
no,
just-
Yes,
no,
you're
but
just
like
taking
exactly,
the
there's still like the money isn't being created in this happy instance either. It's going to come from somewhere, right? So
Somebody made society happy to get the money put in their pocket.
okay,
right.
but that still has to come back originally to somewhere on where the money came from.
Yeah,
right?
people made money in order to make society happy because they needed money.
So thieving is just stealing someone else's happiness.
Yeah. So how is
Yeah.
that the creation of more happiness? Though? How is
They don't create more happiness.
You
Right?
just transport it.
You're shifting it around. Like
Okay.
you're creating happiness because the
Yourself.
idea.
the money still exists.
The idea,
it's just in
yeah, the
different
idea
hands.
is,
Yeah.
you know,
It's
I've
for
given you
yourself,
something,
that's taking
like
it.
if I poured you a cup of coffee and you gave me a nickel,
Yeah.
right? I gave you a cup of coffee, that's great. You like coffee. I got a nickel. I like a nickel. I'm going to use a nickel later in my life to get a cup of coffee of my own.
Yeah.
Boom. Now I'm happy and you're happy. So two people have got happy and I've just paid it forward to the third guy who's going to be happy when he gets his coffee for a nickel.
So exactly.
So this
the
whole thing is just a
exchange
chain
is
of happiness.
of creating more happiness.
You've
right?
just created happiness.
Yeah, so then that person comes in and steals the nickel. They've broken this chain. They've destroyed the happiness.
No, because they'll in turn
they're just
they'll
transferred it.
pay
No,
to
but
make
they've
themselves
now
happy,
taken
and
the
in turn
happiness.
make, like they've created a
So that was
So that was
situation.
my original point, though.
From
That
a
was
personal-
I was saying. So it still works if you're only making your own happiness.
Okay.
That was my
It's-
question.
No, I'm saying it only doesn't work if literally everybody is exchanging bullying for money. That's the only time it wouldn't work. But that's why I said all's fair, right? Because if everybody is just beating each other up for fucking gold coins, then we're not even talking about an economy anymore. We're just talking about fucking pro wrestling, right? Where people are just
King of the
stealing, king of the hill, stealing people's money, right? But the only reason it works, even with the violent people, like violent people suck, we don't want them, right? And people pay other people to stop violent people from stealing their money, right? And people will pay a premium for that.
Security fees, yeah.
Yeah, exactly, right? Because they don't want that. They don't like when people take away their little. They worked hard to make someone else happy, and then they got their trinket. I gave you a cup of coffee, and then some asshole took my nickel, and now I don't get a cup of coffee. What the fuck?
So yeah, the
So I got to
happiness
give you a
has-
second cup of
so the
coffee to get my
happiness
nickel
chain
back.
has been ended. Exactly.
But it's not the happiness chain that's been ended, because that guy's got a nickel.
yeah. So
And that
that's-
guy's going to use that nickel to make himself
So
happy.
then it still counts, which was my original question. If you're just creating your own happiness.
It still counts if you're just creating your own happiness.
Yeah,
Do
so-
you mean like if I give you a cup of coffee, you give me nothing?
No,
Yeah,
if
so
you
the
were
person's-
to take my coffee and my nickel.
So if
Is
I
that-
just like poured myself a cup of coffee, punched you in the face, and took a nickel,
No, if I poured myself a cup of coffee
and I took both,
and you took both.
okay.
I think I know how to solve the confusion. It doesn't stop the chain of happiness. It just transports the starting location to someone else.
Well, yeah.
Well,
I
it
think
just it
that's-
creates a bump, right?
Yeah, it's like instead of it going from like all the way around, it
And
goes.
that, like-
Before it goes 1, 2, 3, 5.
Yeah.
Yeah. Four got robbed of his happiness by the guy in 5 because
Yeah.
he's an asshole.
Yeah.
Right. We don't like that guy. And maybe if 4 has enough money, he'll hire 6 to fucking attack 5 and get his money back. Right.
Some 7, 8, 9 kind
Well,
of shit.
this is 1, 2, 3. Yeah. And 7 might eat 9 because he's a cannibal. And
And now we're back on this.
yeah, we're back on this. But anyway.
Okay, next question. This one got out of hand. Question 8. Is the hoarding of happiness an act of evil?
I do have something written down for this, but I can.
Go. If nobody else has anything to jump in, because I think this is a question for me, right?
Yeah, this was a question for you. Yeah.
Yes. So you had said that if someone charges money or happiness for something and then doesn't spend it, that they're not asking for anything.
Yes.
That's not correct in my opinion.
Okay.
Because
Pina colada
you're still
with
taking
papaya,
the
something
money
like
or
that.
the happiness, the resource from the person paying for the service.
Okay.
So now they have less.
Okay. I understand what you're asking so far.
So it doesn't mean that you've asked for nothing. You're taking the money out of circulation
Yep.
and keeping the people who have less with less. You're not giving back.
I argue it's the exact opposite. They're not getting less.
How are they not getting less? They're getting what they've paid for.
I mean,
but
in
if
this
you're
analogy, they are literally getting less happiness.
Exactly. Because you're then taking the happiness out of circulation. There is less happiness to go around amongst the people who have more.
But we're talking about money, right? And I said money is like a measure of happiness, but like also there's things like interest in the value of the currency that you have are things. Like in the same way that you're talking about like macroeconomic principles, like you're talking about the flow of currency and like how we're having a growth, like things like a growth economy. I heard someone say, I don't know if you said it in specifics. Yeah, you were talking about a growth economy. We need infusions of liquidity, which is money, in order to make sure that everybody has lots of money, right? But I'm saying that the opposite is actually the more noble venue. So like if there's less money in circulation, but all the poor people have $1, right? That dollar is worth more.
See, that
so the rich people getting lots and lots of money and not spending.
So like say everyone, there's $500 total, right?
Yeah.
You each have $5.
But we don't.
No.
You're saying that is actually how it is, but it's not.
Okay, hypothetically, there's 5 of us here, right?
Yeah.
$500 in total.
Okay.
We all have $100.
Okay.
Now I take 50 of each of your dollars.
So you have.
There's still everything else remains the same. All of the resources remain the same, but you only have $50 now. So the value of all the other things go down. Because there's only $200 in circulation.
Well,
but that's all just in theory. That's not how it's actually playing out. The cost of living is still doesn't go down.
There are other factors
because supply is not
under the cost of living.
But the problem
because we're
is that
living in a
the people
pure
who are
growth-based
hoarding,
economy.
People are too concerned about the number in their bank account that they're not then putting back in. Like they're.
Oh, I would say if they spent that money, it'd be worse.
Well, but how?
Okay.
No, it definitely depends.
I'm the 1%.
Yeah.
Let's assume the 1% collectively decides they're going to spend all their money on coffee.
But that's not.
Okay.
Just
so no. Okay.
Humor me here.
Okay.
The 1%.
Well, they're flooding one market with all of their money.
Well,
for somebody else
they
to
have
hoard
an
instead.
unreasonable
So they
amount
just
of money.
want to
Like,
hoard
this is
a different commodity other than.
No, they're gonna just dump it. They're literally going to destroy it. They don't care. They're spending their money just like you guys want.
Okay.
They're going to spend the money. No, but now the money's in circulation, just like you asked.
Yeah.
Okay. This wealthy super people that exist in this construct you've created, right? They're now going to decide to spend the money, right? I've just chosen coffee as an arbitrary resource. It doesn't matter. They can spend it on a whole variety of things. But let's assume that it's not a variety of things that's really small. Like they just want to buy $2 trillion mansions and shit. No, they want to buy a bunch of little things that all the regular day schlebs like to have. Which in this case, in this silly little country we live in, is Tim Hortons.
What if it was just taxed and not had to be spent? What if there was a cap on the amount of money that they could have? If you were physically incapable of spending the amount of money that you possess, you should not be allowed to possess it because there are other resources that people cannot afford. There are things that people are complain about being paid for by tax dollars.
So I'm going to assume that you're conceding my point with the spending. You see where the coffee idea is going to go, and you're just like, okay, I get it,
because
but that's not real. Now no one can afford coffee because literally the millionaires just bought all the coffee on the planet.
Exactly.
All right, and nobody can have coffee ever again.
Okay.
Because it's gone.
Yeah, that is just a trade for hoarded resources. Yeah.
But now everybody has all this money in their hands because all that coffee.
I honestly don't see how this is different because all you're saying is trading one hoarding for a different.
No. They threw out the coffee. They're not hoarding shit. They don't have anything anymore. They're all poor. All these rich people are now poor.
Okay.
It's still giving that large lump sum of money to somebody else. It's not distributing the large amount of money.
All you've done is more money into the hands of the masses, and you've now made coffee completely unviable.
That's only if you're spending all of the money just on coffee.
Yeah, you're going to a very extreme point very quickly here instead of trying to actually do, say a trickle down like was always promised.
Trickle down. There's the Reaganite coming in, right? You're a big Reaganite now? You like those Reaganomics?
Oh, I love Reaganomics.
I doubt it.
Yeah.
No. But
I know. I still want to hear where the coffee point's going, person.
That's what it was.
That was
The coffee point
Everyone
is
makes
everybody
coffee
will
at home.
have all that money in their hands because they'll buy it. They'll spread it out. They're not just going to buy it from one Tim's, man.
Yeah.
They're not just going to pop $10 trillion or $1 billion or whatever the world's fund of rich people money is, right, into one Tim Hortons. They're going to spread it out so that they get all their coffee as fast as possible. So the entire world's coffee machine is not taking drive. They close their drive-throughs,
Yeah.
right, and they just produce coffee and pour it out into the sewer. Because that's what the rich people want people to do. And they're just going to produce money into all these Tims, which the schlebs at the Tims or whatever are going to diffuse the money out. You know what? Hell, individual people will start making coffee in their coffee makers to get the rich people happy. So that they'll just take selfies of them pouring a cup of coffee out. The rich people will be like, thanks. And they'll send them $100, right? That's how in demand pouring coffee out is going to be, to the point where everybody on the planet gets all the 1%'s money. Okay? Coffee's now not a thing anymore. There's no more coffee. Everyone's used it all to make money.
Yeah.
Right? All the poor people have all the dollars. All the rich people are poor now.
Okay.
Right? All the coffee's been poured out.
Yeah.
Net result, the prices of everything has gone up.
Yeah.
And the poor people have got nothing changed for them.
How do you?
Except now they can't buy coffee.
I don't really see your logic on why everything becomes suddenly unaffordable.
Because there's so much more money in the system that all of these poor people now
Yes.
who have money purchase new things.
But
and
that's
those new
still-
things raise the price of
that's-
those things by just a little bit, right? So everything's a little bit more expensive because everybody has now all this new money.
Yeah, but this is based on just the infinite growth model that we're using right now, and that's it. We're all the whole argument here is that things need to change for something like that to work.
But the growth in dollars is the only growth you're seeing, not the growth in real wealth, right?
Yeah.
Inflation by design is about 2.5%, but
Yeah.
it's not really. It's more like 4%,
And
right? And that's by design by the central bank,
Yeah.
right? They want that.
Exactly.
And
It's necessary for the
that's
economy
right.
to
But
grow.
that
yes.
means that that means that a business has to grow by 2.5 or whatever the number of inflation, the amount of money pumped into the system,
Yeah.
right? In order to actually stay on the same level,
Yes.
to stay even.
Yes.
Right? But their number goes higher. It's we made $10 trillion
Yeah,
this year.
because-
You say, but $10 trillion is $8 trillion now. Right? What's up?
I don't know, I'm just gonna see what you guys are talking about.
Oh,
Okay, while I was in the bathroom, I had a thought.
okay, sweet.
Yeah, bathroom thinking, best time thinking. The guy that runs Amazon, I can't think of his name.
Jeff Bezos.
Okay, so he has our addresses, our wish list. He knows what he likes. Him deciding not to be Santa Claus, is that hoarding happiness, or is that just him living his life? You know what I mean? He's got our addresses. He knows. Got our wish
He doesn't.
list.
He would go to jail because you can't just throw away all the money that the shareholders
Well, he
fucking-
go to his own personal fund if he wanted to.
What's that?
Yeah.
He does have plenty of his own stocks to put.
So Jeff Bezos
Well,
is
you would have to
worth how
sell.
much?
You would have
Stock
to,
money's a
like,
little
does he
different.
have
For
money?
sure.
Does he have liquid asset, or will he have to sell the shares in his company to liquidate and then devalue? Oh,
The share
why is
itself.
Jeff Bezos selling? And then now it's a sell-off, and now the value of that money is diminished.
So let's explore that. Okay, how many people did we say were in the world?
7 billion.
7 billion. Okay, so Jeff Bezos wants to be Santa Claus, okay? And he wants to give 7 billion presents to everybody. What's Jeff Bezos worth?
I'm googling it right now.
That's a good idea. Let's look and see how much money
100
Jeff
billion?
Bezos can
You
send.
could give everyone a $10 Christmas gift and then be broke.
Yeah.
So.
$201.7 billion.
And he would have to destroy his company. So by the time he sold everything, that $200 billion would probably be worth
So
$30 billion.
$201 billion. So yeah, what? That turns out to be a $15 gift card to Tim's?
28.7. 28.
$28? Yeah. Okay, so a $28 Christmas
And he'd have
gift,
to
and
sell.
now he's ruined.
And and not only that, he would have never
because
gotten
a
all
lot of
that
his wealth
money
is in
because it would have been a
stocks. That's how he
sell-off.
avoids taxes.
And when you sell try to sell a company, it lowers the value because you're inflating the supply and have no demand. So if you're I'm selling everything, it's okay, well there's no buyers. So there's no buyers. And the value of it goes down.
Let's not get into the nitty gritty of the economics of him selling off all his assets. Let's just assume it's just a big pile of money that he sleeps on like Scrooge McDuck. And he just wants to spend it, and he wants to give away presents to everybody like Santa Claus.
But here's
So-
the thing, though, not everybody has an Amazon account, right? So he's not going to have the information for
But
everybody.
you can't discriminate based on Amazon accounts.
But this is his thing, right? He runs Amazon. Everybody with an Amazon Prime account
I mean, like,
gets a $15 Amazon gift card.
There's an argument in there too
That's
that
what
most
sales
of
are.
like what's in Amazon's wares are already in his non-liquid assets or whatever it's called.
Yeah, he already.
So there's like the argument to say that most of these presents aren't even going to come from his own
Either
personal
way,
wealth.
nobody gives a shit about, even if it's like a $50 Tim's gift card or whatever the fuck, a credit card, like a fucking pre-produced credit card.
Well, no,
with
because like
$45,
if we're going to use
$5 to make a
specifically
credit
the
card and send it
Amazon
to somebody.
idea here, there's not like he has tons of these items already in his possession that we're talking about giving away as gifts. Because the company does own them. You
That's
know?
true.
He,
He
does
doesn't
like
necessarily need to
not all
liquidate
of
his assets to purchase the items to.
Okay,
gift.
so you're
He just
saying
has
that
to give
Amazon,
them.
you're just going to use Amazon's
But
current
Jeff
stock,
Bezos doesn't own Amazon stock. He just owns
well,
like not
physical
stock,
items.
but like the
He doesn't own the individual
the
items.
You'd have to
inventory.
run it by
Well,
the board.
yeah, no, like Amazon.
So we're just going to
is what
give
I'm
away
saying.
Amazon inventory for Christmas
So you would
to
have
give
to
random
purchase it
people
yourself.
random
No,
things.
just a $10 Amazon gift card.
Yeah.
They do
Okay.
that. They give you 10% off at to Christmas or whatever. It's
Yeah.
the same thing.
Really?
It's actually bigger than
Basically.
that.
Is it not?
Okay, well, I'll shut
It's
up then.
Christmas. Everybody gets 35%
I'll
off
go
on
back to the
Amazon.
bathroom and get a new thought.
You know, they still make a couple bucks, but they're making considerably less, right? So,
I
like,
think that
what is that? You buy $100 worth of Amazon shit and get 35% off or 10% off or whatever the Christmas. It's 10 because that's a pretty cheap fucking sale, right? You make $20. There it is. There's just $20 off. Hooray! But like, you paid for it because you bought Amazon shit in the first place.
Yeah.
But
Yes.
but that's
He could be Santa Claus and he just doesn't.
But he does, according to this now every year. Except he's found a way in the
To
sort
do
of
it
structure
legally.
to do it where he can actually not ruin himself.
Exactly.
And it only works for
Nice.
people who have money.
Yeah.
Because really, really poor people who
Does that
can't
mean
afford
the guys
fuck
that
all.
drive carts at Amazon elves?
Yeah.
Yes.
Jeff Bezos is basically Santa Claus.
Hell yeah.
And if that new Santa Claus movie is just is to tell us that, you know, Santa's a white supremacist that discriminates against everybody, so, you know, just like Jeff Bezos.
And I think that in order to be able to hoard that amount of money, you need to step on people and
Oh, definitely.
take advantage of people in shitty situations, because nobody wants to work for Amazon.
Kind of like
They-
COVID. That's a really shitty situation. Lockdowns for everybody.
Mhm.
Vaccinations and mask mandates. Yeah, that's fucking garbage, man.
Amazon employees have to poop in buckets because it's too far to go to the bathroom from their spot.
It's so bad.
Because the warehouse is longer than a 15-minute walk
Yeah.
for the breaks or whatever.
But seriously, and even
So
on
it
companies
happens.
that are
Yeah.
less demonized than
That's-
Amazon.
that's
You
gonna
look at
change
places
eventually.
Like
Yeah, that'll change.
fucking Staples.
I mean,
They're
they're
like
like
sellers,
on
like,
strike over it right
Yeah.
now. There's like this is literally the most amount of strikes that have happened across North America in history.
Well, Amazon's a really big company that's
It's not
running
just-
its
No, I'm
affairs
not.
very
No, I'm not
There's
talking about just
also-
their strike. I'm talking just like pure number of companies, workforces on strikes, not the
I
amount.
believe
of people
that. There's a
striking.
lot of weird,
Like the parent company for
a lot of weird things going on
Doritos.
right now.
Frito-Lay?
Frito-Lay's on
Frito-Lay,
strike all
PepsiCo.
over. PepsiCo, John Deere's on strike last.
Is
I
this
checked.
the workers' revolution that Marx prophesized?
Oh, I hope
Like
so.
the,
I
like the
really
great
hope
prophet.
Production voice.
That's,
Yeah.
that's
Get out
let's
there.
go.
That's
And the
basically
Big beardy McDegen is gonna. He's actually was a
Jeff
prophet.
Bezos knows where we live. Does anyone know where he lives?
Yes.
Good.
actually.
Let's get.
Yeah, no, it is
Okay.
public knowledge. All like
Santa's coming
17
early
of his
for Jeff
houses.
Bezos.
I'm gonna hand make a guillotine. I did not. I don't mean that. That's a joke. In
Um,
Minecraft.
That's just a small.
Actually, there
house.
is like photo shoots of people with guillotines outside of his New York house right now.
Absolutely, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Those people are just acting in the way that is absolutely
Wonderful.
Okay, so I think we've gotten completely off topic. So
Nobody really
What?
answered my question though.
what? I did.
Yeah, we did.
You mean the Santa Claus one?
No, it was if he's not doing that, is that hoarding happiness? It was just a yes or no.
If he's not doing that, is he hoarding happiness?
Yeah.
No, that's not a question for me. I don't think hoarding happiness is a thing.
I mean, like, I can't say he is hoarding happiness on that one.
By not giving away his money.
Yeah,
What
Well-
should he be doing with his money?
something.
Well,
Not.
But that's
Maybe
something.
not.
Well, giving
Maybe
away
not
is
for
an
that
option,
specifically.
sure. But I mean, then we go into the whole argument of what Colton was saying on how it's not really a large bank account.
Do
that
you
he
think
has,
Jeff
right?
Bezos should just become the government?
No, fuck no.
In that, like, he makes so much money off of Amazon that he just, like, is a non-taxing government that basically spends its money on infrastructure.
I mean,
So should Jeff Bezos build the roads?
I mean, like, not personally, but I do think that these large
What do you mean? He has so much money. Can't he
No,
just
when
build
I
the
say
roads?
personally, I mean I don't think he should be on the ground making the roads. I don't think he has the skills for it.
What do you mean? He's a great leader, the richest man in the world.
Doesn't mean that he
He's
has
Santa.
any sort of construction knowledge.
Well, no, he's.
That's what I just said. I don't think he should be pouring the concrete.
gonna pay.
Yeah.
Physically building the road.
Like our good angels in
However.
government, he's gonna ask some contractor to do it.
I do think that we don't give enough
We should be taxing the rich more.
social
Companies and
responsibility.
individuals.
I don't think we give
That's
enough
not-
social responsibility to
That's
these
a
mega
that's a whole
corporations.
bag of worms right there.
I mean, shit.
It's
There's
not-
things going around in the those like bougie, high money magazines that I can't remember the name of right now, like Forbes and a few of the other ones, talking about adding corporations like Walmart and Amazon to have board members in. What was it? Was it the United Nations or one of those things?
was
Like,
Yeah, that's
yeah,
good.
I honestly think that would be a good thing in the world.
Yeah,
right now,
fascism is awesome.
to
isn't
have
it?
more
Don't you
corporate
love that?
responsibility.
Let's bash the fash by putting all the corporations in the world government.
See,
So they wouldn't
that's
hold the
yeah, like
everything.
that's a weird fine line that's going on there.
I don't think it's a fine line. I think it's a very thick line that people are crossing very stupidly.
Yeah, there is not enough responsibility being or accountability being held up to.
And I don't think there's. I think there's going to be even less accountability if you start putting the large corporations in the middle of the government,
I
giving them
definitely
that
agree with you
decision-making
there.
power.
Yeah, but I think that they're already more there than we give them credit for too.
What I think is interesting
At least
is
it
like,
would be publicly broadcasted and very.
Yeah.
here's a theory. We have
Is it a game
SpaceX.
theory?
No. We have SpaceX going to Mars, right?
Yeah.
We have this company, I forget the name of it, in Dubai, trying to go to Mars.
Yep.
There's another company, I think it's Russia or Chinese or something.
It's
also
Chinese, I think.
Also trying to go to Mars, right?
Yeah.
So then,
China can't afford to go.
so then they go to, they all go to, so hypothetically they all get to Mars, right? They name their company, they name their country SpaceX. Then they have to have this other company, for example, like Walmart goes down, right? So then these corporations, these Earth corporations, now become their own governments
Yeah.
on Mars.
Yeah.
Ain't
Whoa.
that something?
Whoa! It's like the government is actually just a giant corporation. Holy shit!
Right? And then you can have the UN of Mars that is just Walmart and SpaceX.
Whoa! And they can release corpse scrap,
So Jeff Bezos is
so
now
you can
the
get Bezos bucks.
Yeah, exactly. Hell yeah, dude. Right? And then how do you escape the company?
Wouldn't life
I
be
know,
so
like,
much
like,
easier for
on
those
a-
big companies if they didn't even have to sell you
Yeah, you have
products
to
to
quit
get
your
their
job,
money?
move out of the country.
Honestly, kind of like on a not too tangent here, but I still see that one of the biggest problems with companies is that we've all agreed that like democracy is one of the better ways to run a government or a corporation, yet we allow all these fucking regular ass corporations to just be this authoritarian mess of do as I say instead of having it like sure there's elected board members and whatnot, but those aren't a general public or even a worker voted board member 9 times out of 10
Why should they be?
because that's exactly what
Workers
I'm
are
saying.
not staff; they're employees. They're contractors hired by the corporation in order to do that. They're selling their labor. They're not working for the company. Like they're doing work
How is,
for the company,
okay, how
but
is
they're
selling
not
your labor not working for someone?
because you're working for yourself.
You're working for someone else if they're paying you.
If
No, no.
you are contracted to work
I'm a
for
contractor
them.
and I work for somebody. That means I'm a
Under
self business and I'm getting paid to do labor
Not
for you.
everyone is considered a contractor in their job.
No, they are.
No.
I don't care what
It's
the government
everybody
has to
involved.
say about whether or not your labor
Do
is
you
a
agree
contract
that we
worker
should
or
be in a
not.
democracy? As a government? No, that was
Record
literally
scratch.
no, that was literally my first point that I made on this topic.
Yeah.
Right. So I just want to backtrack.
Do I believe that we should live in a
democracy?
democracy?
Yeah. Do you believe?
I don't
democracy
believe we
works?
live in a democracy now, and I don't think a democracy is even real or
No.
possible. No, we live in an anarchy.
I don't think.
How do you define anarchy if this is an anarchy?
Who controls the government? Who tells the government what to do?
Jeff Bezos.
There are lots of influences over the government.
That's right.
And who tells them?
Who tells
Bezos.
them? The self-interest.
Exactly. So everyone's just doing whatever they want.
No, not everyone whatsoever.
Well, like governments are just doing whatever they want, right? Because it's all like
But
there's
that's
no
not
overarching
That's
system.
there's
The
systems in
easiest way I
place.
describe it is who
Okay.
governs the interactions between Russia and the United States.
Who governs them?
Yeah, who governs them?
So
Russia's an individual
so
actor.
International conflicts are an anarchy. Okay, I can agree with that.
Okay.
On your day-to-day personal life, are you?
So that is at the highest level of power. Okay?
Sure.
That, like, there's literally nothing above that other than, let's say, God.
Other than
right?
international
That we
conflict,
can
okay.
conceptualize.
Yeah.
Right? Is an anarchy.
Okay.
Okay.
So everything below it is also an anarchy on the
Well-
individual level.
If I wanted to kill you right now, I could.
You could try.
I could.
Yeah, but there
I
are
might
definitely-
succeed. You might succeed in killing me.
Oh,
but
and what
the fact that I can
What
try
happens in
means
the
that
okay? What happens in the instance where
Absolutely.
it doesn't work and the consequences come into play? Are there no systems around you?
Oh, yeah, there are anarchic systems that have been constructed.
Are anarchic systems that have been constructed?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I still am at a loss for what you view as anarchy.
Anarchy is the reign of the individual.
The reign is, but so you have no constraints on you. You have nothing
No,
controlling
you don't
you.
actually have no constraints.
Really?
On you. The only thing constraining you is other individuals who will stop you after you've started acting out of line.
Oh, exactly. So there are repercussions.
Absolutely.
Anarchy-
So I can't say I agree with the way you view anarchy.
That's fine.
So anarchy is a state of disorder due to absence
Alright,
or
agree to disagree.
non-recognition of authority, or an absence of government and absolute freedom of the individual regarded as a political ideal.
Yeah.
So there's
Similar
no
to
political,
lawlessness.
I'm telling you, the government is
There
only
are
as powerful
laws
as
in
you make
place.
it.
It's only as powerful as I make it.
That's right.
So if I was to just start going on a rampage,
Yes.
the cops wouldn't stop me.
No, they would stop you.
So that
And if the
That's
and if the
not
cops
I
and if
gave
the
the
cops
cops
didn't
that-
exist,
I gave
no,
those cops.
I'm
more
telling you
power.
that the cop. Okay, if we lived in we live in an anarchy completely, right? But the point is we've erected these corporations around us, right? Like good anarcho-capitalists that we are. We've erected corporations around us in order to protect us or to make our lives easier.
And
we as a collective have done this.
and we've put rules and regulations on them.
That's right.
To stop just the idea of being
That's right.
able to do whatever you
In the
want.
same
Because
way
someone,
that
you go to jail.
that's right.
So that's
We
not
yeah,
anarchy.
and as a collective, as individuals, we all decided that that's what we wanted. Like you were born into this society. You didn't
So
suggest.
we're
You didn't do
governed.
anything.
Yeah.
We are governed, therefore we are not in an anarchy.
No, we are in an anarchy, and it's because it's all. This is all creations of individual choice and individual will. You can choose not to accept any of these things. Yes, other individuals will come in and beat the shit out of you and throw you in a cage, right? But at the end of the day, you chose not to be part of their silly little government structure. You chose to be a crazy knife-wielding murderer or whatever the hell you are, right? And people do it all the time, right? Perfect example. How many illegal drugs do you guys think you've done during your lifetime?
Oh, hundreds.
Doesn't matter. Don't answer that. You don't have to because we're recording. But the point is still there. You don't give a shit about those fucking laws, do you? Because it suited your interests at the time to ignore them. And you do. How many times have you sped on the roads past the maximum speed limit? Oh, you don't care about those laws because those laws aren't enforced quite as much as those ones. But what you do care about is you care about the murder laws and the rape laws and all the other weird laws that give everybody a little bit of power that make them think that they're a little bit more safe. And that's you erecting a corporation called the police or whatever the fuck you want to call it at the time. Right now, I guess maybe a year ago, there was a lot of people burning buildings down trying to make it social services because they're fucking stupid. But, you know, they erected this corporation called the police, or they erected a corporation called a national government, right? That would take they would pay them a service fee called taxes.
Yeah, that
in
would
order
take
to
the anarchy out of your life.
No, that would take the uncertainty on your life, provide a service, and the service is if I call the police when someone's attacking me, right? Because we live in an anarchy, because anybody could do that at any time, right? You know, the government doesn't stop. Like
Just
I can
because you have free will doesn't make it an anarchy, though. Anarchy is when you don't have anything to stop you from doing these things
No, but
whatsoever.
people will always stop you.
Yeah.
That means
so
that
then,
that means that
anarchy
there's no
can't
such.
exist as long as we live in some kind of social.
As long as there are two people and one person is willing to defend themselves, then we don't live in an anarchy.
Sure.
That's.
No, as long as there's any sort
If you
of
need to
governing
reduce
force,
it into an absolute
whether it's
fucking
cops
nothing, then
or
yes.
the government or whatever, if we are,
So two people.
if society agrees to a set of rules and they are enforced, then that is not.
But if
anarchy.
one person does not agree to that set of rules,
Then they
because
are an
just
anarchist.
like you guys
Then
have
they
They
admitted.
are-
are governed.
Then they are an anarchist. They aren't in an anarchy.
There you go. It's not we're not in an anarchy. You can be anarchical, but you
So
can't.
what do you
we're
call
not-
it when everybody doesn't subscribe to the set of rules that have been applied?
But the
A riot?
majority do.
No, they don't. I'm arguing that they don't. Do you think there's corruption in the highest echelons of society? What do you call that? Breaking the law, or is that just the way it is? Okay, so we're saying that the highest echelons of society do not agree. They're anarchists. They're basically lawless. Okay, so do you, as the lowest echelons of society, follow all the laws as you're supposed to because you're good citizens who pay your taxes, who don't do drugs, who follow all of the rules that govern society?
No.
No. So you're lawless people. Okay, so we have the upper echelons and the
You
lowest
can't
echelons
just
of
jump
society.
Not
from
lawless.
not
It's
breaking
not one
one
extreme to
to,
another.
yeah, you can't just go from
There is
the
mid-ground.
little bit to the exact all. Like,
Are you sure?
I'm
I-
entirely sure.
Why?
Yes, because that's just extremism. That's just a.
It's not.
That's just a poor.
All I'm
argument.
saying is that every time that it suits your personal interests, you're lawful. And every time it doesn't suit your
Not
personal
every
interests,
time. No, not
you're not
every-
lawful.
That
There
is
are
not true at
plenty
all.
of times that I follow the law when it does not benefit me because it's
Because the
law.
consequences outweigh the actions.
And that means it benefits you.
That is quite the opposite of a benefit.
You follow the law because you're afraid of the consequences.
Yeah.
Because other people, other individual actors, will form a corporation, or they'll call upon the corporation that's already been formed
Yeah.
for their interests,
Yeah.
and they'll come and beat you down on it.
Yeah. Thus stopping anarchy.
No, that is anarchy. Because all the anarchy...
Anarchy.
Anarchy is not a bunch of people running around with axes chopping each other up.
Yeah, going
Okay.
back to the extremes.
It's never been that. But like, obviously, as soon as like people start to organize anything, right, in a voluntary society,
Then anarchy ceases.
now all I'm saying, no, it doesn't cease
But
because
it does.
once it's the voluntary society is still an anarchy.
Next question. What, in your opinion, is the greatest illusion within society?
That we matter.
The options, the
I knew
arguments
these
put
questions
forth
are
Yeah,
were
that's real close to my answer.
the answers put forth were objective truth and that this matters.
Where's my notes?
I got it right.
Okay. Pretty close to the same thing.
Okay, so I guess my question to you was, you said something about at the end of the day that you mean something.
No,
No,
was
that's
that
the
was the
greatest
next.
truth.
Yeah,
That's the next one.
that's
So
the
the
next
greatest
question.
illusion, their answer was that
Oh, okay, here we
there
go.
is a truth
Truth.
to everything, or that there is an
That,
answer to
yeah.
everything.
Okay. So your answer was truth, and that truth even exists in the first place.
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess my first question is just push back on that easily. At least I think it's easily. Is okay. What about the laws of nature, like physics and like gravity and things like that? Like I know the fundamental
Physics.
constants of gravity and things like that change constantly.
Yeah.
But like,
Well,
Physics
like,
are-
and the further we like
No.
look,
I haven't answered this.
Okay.
Physics is limited by the human mind,
the human perception. Yeah.
human perception. Yeah.
okay.
Like hell, even our study of light, the more we look into it, the less we figure out by the seams of it.
Well, that's just because we don't know what it
These
is.
do not
Exactly,
follow human laws
because
of physics
we're
and they still
looking for
fly.
a truth.
Pardon?
These do not follow human laws of physics, and yet they still fly.
Well, they do because they figured out how their wings work. Because they do this like.
Yeah, I was gonna say they
Yeah.
figured that out
They-
since the B movie.
since the B movie.
No, that is the first line.
Jerry
of the
Seinfeld
movie.
really like pushed the envelope
No,
there.
that's like literally the first line on the screen in the B movie, that we don't understand how bees fly, but bees don't care about our physics.
Completely off topic. Have you guys ever seen the B movie? But like for every time they say the word bee,
It
or
speeds
whatever,
up.
it
I thought it was
speeds up or
jazz.
does something else. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
There's like a million of them.
Yeah.
There's
Remember
like
the
20-hour ones where it's like every time in the B movie they say the word like bee, like the entire Shrek movie plays.
Have you seen the American Dad theme song speedruns?
No. Okay. On that, I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
They're pretty good.
I'll be right back.
I found a new tech.
I'm out of batteries, so I should wrap it up soon.
Last question. Because you guys kind of, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I don't. Well, actually, we haven't talked about this illusion in society at all.
Truth is, but truth exists.
I did have a point for like one of the
That was
first
what he
questions,
wrote it.
but we weren't all involved in this yet.
Oh yeah, me too.
Okay. So we'll come back around.
I guess so.
Okay.
Maybe.
It's a very good.
His notes
very
here are
good
just
point.
truth is, but truth exists.
Truth
Which
is,
point
but
was
truth
that?
exists.
The,
I think that's what it
God
says.
thing. Yeah.
I'm not trying to say
I
that
can't
all
wait for
truth
that
is
one.
an illusion.
I
That's
think
for
his
sure.
point was about physics, basically.
Because my
natural stuff.
truth, well, my point was more that there is subjective truth, right?
Yeah.
That there is.
And there's no way to tell if it's even real.
Yeah, and that there can be.
There are questions without
Okay.
answers.
Well, there are questions without answers, and then there can be like opposite truths where one person's point of view is completely against another's, but they're both true.
Yes.
Okay.
I would agree with that.
There
Like,
are
your experience
Six and
is
a nine, I'm
different
saying along
than.
Ugh.
So it's 6 this way, and then from the other direction it's a 9.
Honestly, I hate that example just because like
That's so
that's
simplified.
usually lacking context.
Well, it's so simplified. Right?
Yeah,
But the same idea.
it's yeah.
I gotcha. Do you have a retort for that? This matters?
I mean, my answer to the what is the greatest truth was literally the opposite of that, right? But in also saying that it's prospectively shifting the same thing,
Okay.
it's just a matter of how you view that statement, right?
I have a response to the what's the greatest truth.
Cool. We
Okay.
were still kind of on the illusion one, if you have.
Oh,
anything
okay,
to
never
say.
mind. I thought you were talking about the greatest truth. So.
Okay.
The illusion one was.
But truth is, but truth matters.
Truth exists. The truth. Oh yeah, the truth even exists, right? It's like, yeah, I was gonna say, what about the fundamental laws of physics? And you were saying that we don't really understand those. It's like, yeah, but it doesn't change it. That the fact that they exist, or it's like the idea of numbers and using numbers to create consistent results, right? Like mathematics.
Yeah. Like, I'm not trying to say that there is nothing that is true when I say this, right? It's more of that the.
So you're talking about, I personally separate angelic and demonic truth. Right?
Exactly.
You're talking about there's no such thing as demonic truth. So like that's social truth.
Well, I'm not saying there's
or the
no
truth
such.
constructed by the interaction of individuals.
Exactly. I'm not trying to say that it doesn't exist. I'm trying to say that it can be different. It's not set in stone. Like one person's truth might be.
I have zero disagreement
Confliction?
with that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Next one.
So your point there was that the first lie is the greatest illusion, right?
Yeah, the greatest
This
illusion is
matters.
likely is what I figure is probably the closest thing I can think of. At
Is
least
that this matters, right?
obviously I could be wrong, but like the greatest illusion to me would probably be the first lie, and the first lie is that this matters. And when I say this, I don't mean everything. I
No.
just mean like some arbitrary and specific thing that you decided really matters.
Like, hey, eating this apple is wrong.
Yeah,
That-
eating that apple is wrong, or even the fact that I have to not eat the apple, right?
Yeah, that this action has like the greatest effect.
The
kind
snake
of
told
thing.
you the apple was
Yeah.
really important, and that if you eat it, you're so smart. And,
Yeah, I can't say I have much to pull apart on that.
but like that's just a story, right? Like, and it's a story that I've sort of I've contorted into something. But the point is like even in your own personal life, right? Like people like to cling to individual ideas to the point where like even if the ideas don't make sense, they lose their minds, right? And that's a this matters thing, or it's like every year you decide, I'm going to lose weight, or like these are just random things. It's like you've decided something is really important to you, and it's like it really actually isn't, or the best one for nowadays, like the most relevant for nowadays, is just like you're on some sort of shitty social media and you're reading some crap news from some fucking shitty outlet, and you think all that news that people are spouting is like real important, and you know, these global problems that you have literally no control over is like so fucking important. Meanwhile, your entire life is going to shit, right? Because you're so busy fixated on something that's stupid. Something stupid that you have literally no control over. And you're reading article after article. Oh my god, I'm so fucking knowledgeable. Like, that doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. Just stop. Right? Or like, whatever. Some obsession somebody gets to. It's like, dude, Transformers is literally the greatest show on the fucking planet. You know, anybody who tells me that fucking Optimus Prime isn't Jesus, I'm gonna fucking punch them. Like, no, stop. Don't. It doesn't matter. Stop. That's
like I said, I don't have any disagreement.
the greatest illusion is the shit that you think is important isn't.
Yeah, that importance is inflated.
Like that soup, right? If I took that soup from you, you'd be like real mad. But it really didn't matter. You just made more soup.
Last question time.
What is the greatest truth?
So Brian's started with I don't know, and then the meaning of life.
No.
Individually?
What I got from Bryant was that the greatest truth is going to be something individual, and that man and religion are in unison and inseparable.
And inescapable.
Inescapable,
Yeah.
Can't be physical.
Yeah, because I was saying, I'm like, this is my thought process, right? Because I have no answer right away, right? Like,
Yeah.
I didn't have a prescript, so I had to sort of think it out.
So.
And yeah, my ultimate answer, I think, was man and religion are, like, society, like man and religion are inescapable. You cannot get away from it.
To me, the idea of religion is kind of like a scheduled spirituality.
Yeah, sure.
And spirituality is just the idea of connectiveness, either to the world around you, to the people around you, something along those lines. Agreeable?
Okay, so like if you go to a community center every weekend and do some knitting, that's a religion?
Well, that would be spiritual, right? If you want to keep it completely organized and like get really into it.
Well, every Sunday, you and the ladies go, or whatever. You and
then,
the knitting enthusiasts go to your
then
local
that could be
knitting.
considered a religion at that point, right?
You have the religion of knitting?
Yeah, at that point.
I mean, you can argue that you do things religiously. Like I would argue that, say, Colton works out religiously.
Yeah, but that's not his religion, right? Like, it's not something that...
Well,
when you're saying he works out...
Okay, we're starting to get a little beyond what I was saying, right? Because it reflects more in your connectivity.
You're talking about, like, a community interconnected with each other is a religion.
Is spirituality, right? Once you start scheduling it and making rules on it, that's when it starts to form religion in my mind.
I have to think a lot harder on that to really counter it. Like, I don't think it's right, but I can't really say why it's entirely wrong at this specific
some folks
moment.
have a distinction between religion and organized religion, which is where I can see some argument against your point here. You know, like not everybody...
Organized religion is just religion that's been around for a while.
Yeah.
Everyone has a different personal religion, right?
Yeah.
I think people subscribe to a lot more religions than they understand, especially now that we don't have a very prominent religion anymore, other than, say, like, Muslims. The Christians are on the down spiral. They've been on the down spiral for fucking 20 years now.
There's a lot of people deconstructing their Christianity these days.
Well, yeah, it's because they've been on the down spiral forever, and they're an easy target, and it's not very popular to be a Christian, and it's not politically... Like, you don't get political points for being a good Christian, but you do get political points for being good literally anything else.
I do have a question about the whole good Christian thing and the God thing from earlier.
Okay,
so you said God was all loving. Would that even be, like, include the Christian God?
It's the same God, yeah.
Okay, so all loving, loves everything. Does that mean sin is not real?
Yeah, original sin, I would say, is a lie.
He loves sin.
Yeah.
So that's just it. If you sin and he loves sin, you're still going to heaven.
That's why the Bible is a lie.
Oh, it's very contradicting. Every other thing just like
it's all bullshit. That's why I said it's written by the devil. Yeah. You know, the divinely inspired Bible written by a series of authors. Yeah, who was whispering in there? It wasn't God. And I said it literally couldn't have been God.
No.
So like anybody who says that they're divinely inspired, like it has to not be God. It has to be literally the devil. And all the devil is a metaphor for something, like the root of all evil. And in my opinion, the root of all evil is lying. So what they're basically saying is, I'm lying to you. The God told me to write all of this shit for whatever reason they wrote, right? But you can't just write a bunch of garbage. You can't just write a fairy tale and give it to people, right? You have to write something that's wrapped in truth. So the Bible is very valuable and it's a very useful book because it's full of real truths, like spiritual truths. But you can't take it literally. You absolutely can't, because it's a bunch of bullshit. It has to be, right?
Like not being allowed to wear mixed fibers and that kind of thing is all just useless.
That's just cultural baggage. It's been added, right? Added by God, right?
Exactly. It's all meant to, suit whoever's needs.
But like, even if you ask a theologian or whatever, like the way I understand it, this is not like my great passion or anything. Like, it's something. But like, if you ask any theologian, they don't conceptualize God in the way that the cringe atheists conceptualize God. They never did. Like that's why the fucking early 2000s were such a shit fest with the Dawkins and Hitchens atheists and all those goobers and the fucking Church of Satan and all those whack jobs. Like, they didn't know even what they're talking about. They were just saying bullshit. They're like, oh, the fucking magic man in the clouds giving wishes, flying spaghetti monster and all that shit. That's just making fun of things that they didn't even think about. Like, they're the great intellectuals that literally thought about nothing. Because all of those questions about what God is, right? Those were talked about and answered by fucking Christian theologians and shit hundreds of years ago. And nobody said God is a man in the clouds who grants wishes. Never did. Nobody said that. Right? The only people who might even conceptually think about that are the born-again Christians that came out of the fucking Bible Belt in the U.S. that gather in these big, great crowds and they cry and they sing fucking giant songs. Because those people are absolutists in their interpretation of the Bible, from what I understand.
Not all come from the Bible Belt, and not all are born into it either, though. I'm not saying. But the born again Christians are from the United States.
Yeah, no, it's
in the same way that the Mormons came from the United States. Mormonism is
Utah. The only acceptable cult.
Okay.
Well, Mormonism is Christianity, but the politics behind it is the United States government. Like, that's literally it. If you read the Mormon Bible, which I have, I read the Book of Mormon, and you have too, you realize that the way that they're telling you to structure society is literally America. Yeah. Mm-hmm. They're just Jesus is awesome, but also America. America is literally how heaven is constructed.
Yeah. We used to have a couple of Mormons that came by our house weekly for a while until we
we weren't very nice.
We think we made one of them question their faith, and they stopped returning because it was their first mission, and he started to get some really questioning eyes.
There's a lot of good questions you got to ask the Mormons, and stuff like, hey, I remember having, because I used to have them over too, and I used to be like, okay, so if my ancestors ended up in the terrestrial plane, right, and I was in the telestial, can I go down and visit them? I don't fucking know. I gotta go ask the elder for that. It's like, okay, well, if I ended up in the celestial plane, right, can I go down? Right? Maybe terrestrial and the telestial planes, you don't get all that choice, right? Because this is kind of the shitholes. But if you're up there, literally equivalent to God, which is what they say. If you're up in the celestial, you literally are basically. You and God are literally at the boardroom table talking.
Your peers.
You can talk. You talk shit to each other, and you play pool on Fridays, right? Yeah. You are equivalent to God. Right? Can I go visit my family, who obviously aren't quite as enlightened, but, they're in the terrestrial or even the telestial, getting tortured. Or they say they don't even know. I remember the ones I talked to, they said, the telestial plane, which is hell, essentially, right? They don't even know what that means. Getting tortured in hell or being, purged in hell, they don't even understand. Because what is a soul, right? They were saying, they don't even know if that even means that you're actually suffering. It just means that maybe the evil is being purged down to you, and it takes a little while, and you get thrown back into some sort of spiritual whatever the fuck, hoobaloo. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about, because it's all that shit. Well, missionaries are not fucking great theologic scholars that try to figure. They've read a book or two, and they're telling you that their book is really great.
Actually, the mission that these two were on, they were specifically not allowed to read anything but their Bible. Yeah. For the last. One guy was his entire life, and the other guy was the last 8 years.
Yeah, so that's a bit.
Well, they were both from Salt Lake City.
Yeah, that's a bit
Oh,
wacky to me.
was that like 5 years ago?
Yeah, that was when we were
Yeah.
living on.
North End of town?
Yeah.
You might have the same
Over by that
guys.
Young
They only
guy.
came by once. They took their Bible and then left.
Oh,
Young
they
guy-
came
guy-
by I think
And they're like,
4
"Can we have that
times
back? Can we
for
have that
us.
back?"
Yeah.
No, it's mine.
It was
I think my favorite point of that
Patrick
one was
and-
always the descriptions of the gold tablets are very specific, and they would like amount to equaling out like 400 or 800 pounds, and Buddy just carried them down the mountain on his own, all 4 of them, all at once.
Yeah, he's really smart. He's really strong.
Yeah, and then
They were
he kept
strong
them,
back
and then Smithy boy there just kept them in a hat and made sure no one could ever see them.
And that's how I got the 10-gallon hat.
That's why the hats were big back then.
Yeah,
Look
exactly.
at Abe Lincoln, right?
Yeah, he had to hide his god tablets somewhere.
Yeah, underneath his hat.
Doesn't matter. Like, I don't need to make fun of people's religions, because, like, whatever. But, because, like I said, there, even in the Mormon books, like, there's a lot of truth in there. And the Mormons, I read the Mormon books, and yeah, they said basically that America is basically the best system around, and it's probably pretty damn good. There's a lot of truth in that, right? A lot of people who live in America don't like it because the grass is always greener on the other side of the fence, but I'll bet you if you talk to some Eastern Europeans, they would tell you a different story about fucking communism.
Oh, gotcha. There are definitely lovers and haters in every system.
Yeah, exactly. So, but the point is you extract the truths from whatever, wrapped up burrito of bullshit that they're giving you.
Yeah, there's always going to be something.
I just like to
in there.
point out when I'm talking about religion, I also mean secular religions.
Okay.
So like when people are telling you to trust the science, that's
a religion.
the capital S science,
Yeah.
that's a fucking homebrewed religion, baby.
Oh, gotcha.
A lot of people believe in that religion. You put the priests in the funny coats on, they tell you to do something, they're going to do it. Because that's the science. You got to trust that person.
Oh, I used to tell everyone I pray to Google, like.
Yeah, pray to Google, baby. Google tells me. Wikipedia.
Swear
Wikipedia has all the facts.
Exactly.
There was an answer you had before about the natural truths and the laws of physics and stuff like that, right?
Okay, yeah.
How
Angelic
is that-
truths versus...
How is that different than capital S science?
Okay, so... The difference between, say, capital S science and angelic truths would, in my view, simply be, it's just like using the scientific process. Like small s science, right? So if they're like, okay, well, the fundamental constant of gravity at this point is, 3.75 or something?
9.18.
Whatever.
I drop a thing, it falls.
Yeah, you drop a thing and it falls, okay?
Everyone
It's like, the numbers aren't really important.
Where are we getting there?
Look, I just proved gravity exists, right?
Oh, yeah.
The constant, the idea that things fall when I drop them, right? So, like, that's an angelic truth we can all stand by. Whether or not we want to delve deep into the truths and see if we can figure out why the fundamental constant of gravity changes roughly every so often, like, it's just constantly fluctuating, whatever, that's not important. That's just us delving into the truth, right? Deeper and deeper into what is real and what is actually empirically real. Like, you can measure it again and again and again. And that's all the angelic truths are. It's just the laws of the universe, right? But you have to discriminate between things that exist if humans just stopped existing and things that exist between humans. So, sociology, where it's like the study of previous civilizations, that's not fucking... There's no angelic truth there.
That's anthropology.
Like, well, okay.
That's not even
And
science.
Sociology is more like
Sure.
like the actual study of social systems and how we work in the moment.
Sure.
What about gender as a construct? That is not an angelic.
That is so riddled with demons that it's not even funny. Like, it's
Carly
just...
is gonna order pizza.
Shit.
There's 6 of us, so
I
Am I putting money down on a table here?
Yeah.
Because I happen to have
well,
some.
no, it's fine. We'll just get it.
We're wrapping this up anyway, right?
Yeah.
We're getting close to the end.
Okay. Well, I
Yeah.
figured.
Either way, we'll just chill. We're chill.
Yeah, good pizza. Should only be like 30 minutes or whatever. That way you guys stay long enough for me to finish
Unless
my
Colton
game.
had some points. What's the questions that were asked?
Pain is the greatest truth.
Pain. Okay.
Pain is the greatest truth. Suffering is all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like as your own personal pain, like that is the one thing that's real. Well, not the one thing that's real, but I guess it would be like the most
greatest
real.
Yeah.
It's a constant truth.
Well, it's
The most truth.
yeah, the greatest. No, I don't know, but
Well, I
Okay.
mean that was the question.
Yeah.
What is the greatest truth?
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
it's like a lot of things can be.
Life is suffering. Generosity. is key.
Yeah, like sometimes you don't have to pay taxes, so and well, I guess like death comes, but we don't know that for
That's
sure.
the end of suffering.
But we do know there's pain.
Okay. I like that answer actually.
I'm gonna get the pizza bin, and then when pizza gets here, I should be done my game, and then we can.
I'm gonna go watch a game. 'Cause I'm done here.
Okay.
You're done here. You're like, I'm finished with this. I'm tired of this shitty
Wrap this shit
discussion.
up.
Was there nothing you had on my point for greatest truth, or is it?
Well, what is the greatest truth? Let's find out. You can leave, moderator. This thing has
My-
fallen
my-
apart
okay, my
long ago.
point Was you said you matter. Does
Yeah.
every individual matter regardless of ideology?
No.
Yeah.
That's it. Okay.
Yeah, no. Well, because like my whole point on it was that.
So yeah, a bunch of Nazis show up and they
this-
decide that they want to take over everything. Do they matter? Their opinions are equally important to the people who are peace loving, and they
That's
just
not what
they just want equal
I'm not,
society.
I'm not
Like,
saying that your opinions matter when I say that.
well,
You as a person.
well, okay. So like this giant group of white supremacists that the Canadian government keeps telling me exists, right? That they rise up finally. You know, they're 1,000 people or 10 people or whatever the number is of real white supremacists that exist. They rise up, and there's like 1,000,000,000 trillion of them, right? You know, and then you win the fight, and there's like 1,000,000,000 trillion people now that you have in custody. Like, what do we do with them? They're important. They just
Yeah,
They matter
I
at the
will
time.
always believe that people do matter.
life will find a way.
That
Just-
life will find a way, sure. Good old Goldberg
Okay.
for you.
Good enough. Good enough for me.
but, like-
I'm not going to argue that. It's
Yeah.
fine. That's just your opinion. So
Yeah,
It's good.
but my point there was that like the nothing matters and that you matter is the same statement, right? It's just a perspective shift on how you want to look at it.
At the end of the day, you do mean something on
Well,
some
okay,
level.
no.
Just
Nothing
the
matters
thing.
and you matter are not equivalent. Nothing matters is a nihilistic thing, and it's basically saying that anything you do is irrelevant. Nothing that you do is important. Nothing, like, you are not important. Like, if I literally killed you, the world wouldn't care. Nobody cares. Nobody gives a shit about you. Like, that's terrible. I think that's horrible.
Yeah.
Right? Whereas you matter actually says that even if it's a small thing, like, you are important. And I think these are polar opposites in my opinion. So like they're not.
Well,
I don't think they're
that's- well,
equivalent
that's-
statements at all.
Well,
But at the same time, though, like if I died right now, it wouldn't really matter.
Yes, it would.
What?
No.
Colton would cry, all right,
No,
and I'd have to
okay.
console Colton.
You're valid.
Colton
Whatever.
doesn't cry.
No,
But, like,
Colton would
Colton
fucking
does
cry.
cry.
What I'm
Listen, you'd be
saying
gone.
here
You wouldn't be able to see
is
it.
that, like,
I'll see him cry. I've seen
At
Colton
my
cry.
job, I'd be replaced in 3 days. They don't even need me
But they
where
have to do
I
that.
am
But
now.
no, the point is, they have to go through the effort of doing that, and then the amount of value they generate over a lifetime is different. It's like a very small percentage in the grand scheme.
You'd
of
cry,
things, right?
cry.
But
I
there
said
is
I've
something
seen you
to it.
cry.
Huh?
Yeah, we're
I said
talking
I've
about
seen
Right,
you
right,
cry.
he died
You've
right
seen me
now,
cry?
right?
Yes.
Probably, maybe.
Yes.
I think you're
I have.
I think you're like one of the few people that have.
Yes.
But like if Carly dropped dead right now, you
Because
would
Carly was
cry.
like, Colton wouldn't cry if I died.
Colton
I'm like,
doesn't
well,
cry.
fine, whatever.
I've seen Colton
Okay.
cry at least once in my life.
Also,
I cried.
docs.
Anyways, what I'm saying though is like in the
Everyone's
grand
dogs.
scheme of things,
I haven't
me
been
as
dogs.
You guys
a
acting like I
respect
cried all the
dust
time.
in the
No, I have
universe
100%
doesn't
docs,
matter.
dude.
Okay,
But
fair.
grand scheme, maybe.
I'm coaching it.
Alright.
But on a smaller scheme, like I
On
wrote.
the individual.
Yeah, in the like
importance level.
Lovecraftian, like
You're
galactic
still-
sense, like nobody matters.
Yeah.
But like, if we're gonna look at things from that perspective, then
But like
What are
you
we
have
doing
an
here?
impact on everybody's life that's in this room right now.
Just
we all
kill
love
yourself, it
you. We
doesn't
would
matter.
be sad if you died. You do matter. Everybody matters to somebody on some level.
Even to the ants.
yeah, if you died,
Ghosts
literally
would be
there'd be a
sad
bunch
if
of
you
ants
died.
and maggots and bugs. They'd be like, yeah, this is a party day. Let's go.
And then
You'd have a
eventually
you'd
all
have a
of that would be
giant
gone,
worm
though.
like mating fest. Everybody
Ew.
would just it
Your
would just be like a
essence will
giant
still
worm
also go
orgy.
back- Well, I mean, I suppose this part is debated, but like
Maggots everywhere.
the energy that you are doesn't just go away when you die either. Like it, whether you're gonna argue that it goes to heaven or hell or into another life being, like I don't know. You're never really gone. You're always gonna matter. You're always gonna be contributing somewhere. Your memory will live on.
It will until it doesn't. Like, there comes a point in time where, like, somebody's name is said for the last time.
I suppose.
And then at that point, they don't matter anymore.
I am Ozymandias. Look upon my works, ye mighty, and despair.
Well, this was fun.
Well, I think, at the end of the day, you mean something. What sort of something? Yeah, so my response is like, what? Yeah, you're said to the greatest truth is that you mean something, that your life matters. And my question, I think, is like, what sort of something are you talking about? If I ate you, would you matter?
Yeah. I'd be literal matter at that point.
Yeah, would I matter as you mean? So, like, what do you mean by you mean something, right? So, like, if I literally ended your existence and just ate you, right, would you still matter?
Quite literally, I'd be converted into your fecal matter.
Okay, so
like
that's a good response. So basically, like, just living is like just part of the journey, right? Like where you're born and then you die, just is relevant. Like if you literally did nothing but like,
That's a good choice.
we're born, died instantly, and then we're buried somewhere. Like your life literally mattered because somebody somewhere ate you.
Essentially, there's always going to be some kind of function or purpose to your being.
Fair enough.
Whether that's a good function personally or not, I guess, is up to interpretation.
Okay. So, to the people listening who are non-existent,
somehow made it this far.
And if this even worked, because our setup is stupid.
Oh, because OBS shut off on us 4 hours ago. Yay.
I don't think so.
No.
No, it's still recording.
Nice.
We are...
It has olives.
Are we recording? No, we're still recording.
Also
Recording this.
request
It doesn't
not
say
have
when.
this.
Oh, 4 hours and 40 minutes and 7 seconds.
I'm good with everything on it.
Okay,
I
well,
also don't like olives and mushrooms.
If you want to take them both off.
Yeah.
why don't, seeing as how now I'm the moderator and also
The host.
running the host, and well, I'm not the host. Carly's the host now. I mean,
Right.
Docs. Why don't we go with closing statements? And if you want, I can start or you can start the closing statements. If you want, I'll do it, and then you can have the last word.
Sure.
Okay. So when I originally thought about this this little get together, it was at that party that we were at, and that there was a lot of booze flowing, and then we had this big discussion, and it sounded like you really wanted to have a discussion about something, right? And I found that when you were talking to me, you were Facebook arguing with me, which means that you were like smoke. Right? You couldn't be pinned down on anything. You had no opinions of your own, and really what you wanted to do was you just wanted to jab the knife in, find something that could win you the Facebook argument. Da-da-da. My closing statement. What I figured was, it'd be very good if, because you really wanted to have a discussion, was to actually sit down and have a face-to-face discussion, which we did.
Yeah.
And I think coming out of this, I picked my questions. I started at like the most ridiculously high end of belief, and I tried to narrow it down as much as 5 questions could get us, right? And I also tried to prod into what sort of you conceptualized, how the world works, how you conceptualized yourself, and how you live your own life. And I think I did okay. I don't think I did the greatest. I probably could have made different questions. I tried my best not to make like gotcha questions that like implied an answer or something. But I think ultimately this was a success because we were able, or I was able, to sort of figure out and pin you down on exactly sort of what you actually believed. And this wasn't a situation where you were trying to win an argument. This was just us probing what's real about the way you think and the way you conceptualize the world around you. And you got to see that from me too. So thank you for the trade, and I'll give you the closing argument.
For the night in question there, I can definitely admit that my intentions were not good by any means. It was a poke the bear situation for me, for sure. Through all the time we've been acquaintances, I've been instructed by numerous people to avoid you, to not talk to you, because they'd expect just that type of conversation to happen quickly. And yeah, I don't drink often, and I made some poor choices on how I went about it, and I do apologize for that. That was not a great thing to do by any means.
I don't accept your apology.
Fair enough.
Because I don't think you did anything wrong.
That's fair. It's still there. But yeah, it was definitely meant to be more of a poke the bear. I just wanted to get you ranting and yelling at me about your opinion, because I've never been allowed to, essentially. But I will say on that particular night, I don't feel like I really got a chance to say much of my opinions on the topics I posed, because I wasn't trying to get them out there either, right? But tonight's been nice. And it's been a much more formal setting to do this in, and I feel like we actually got somewhere, even if that somewhere might be, well, fuck it, we did nothing, but it's been good. And I think we found something real.
Nice closer. Okay, well, thank you for listening if you did. I doubt you did, though, because it's almost a 5-hour-long video. I'm not going to modify anything, and I'm not going to edit anything. So you probably, this is probably just going to be something that's posted, if posted, for our own convenience to reference back in the future. Is this going to become a series? No.
It could be.
Could be.
Like a
if everybody's
podcast
interested.
Sort of thing.
Well, if that's something you like. If you like that idea, we can do that.
I kind of like it.
That does sound fun.
Yeah.
All right. Well, why don't we do
We'll
that?
actually come
Maybe
up with
we will.
questions.
Maybe we'll figure it out, and I'll put a different background other than the Demure Party Girls picture. Man, that's a really good picture. I like that one. Anyway. Okay, well, thank you all for listening. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Thank you to our hostess, our once host, but has decided that League of Legends is his true master. And our moderator, who we know League of Legends is his true master, and has decided to go watch their Clash game.
Speaking of which, good game.
Good game. Nice conversation. I hope everybody enjoyed themselves. Everybody then, audience, you take care. And in the delirium